Hell, this is where our story began. A story that changed the lives of many people. No one ever knew about the existence of hell, but now this place fully deserves its name. The fear and utter horror in the eyes of one of the heroes of our story are clear proof of this. And so, completely exhausted, Baron Secretia and his companion Kiri found themselves here. Without saying a word, Prince Secretia looked and listened to the words of his loyal companion, Kiri. With his last ounce of strength, he managed to say only that he had done everything he could to repay his king, at least in some small way, for he owed him so much. But Baron did not want to hear this, and urged Kiri to gather his strength and raise his weapon again, for now he needed him more than ever. Helping him to his feet in the hope that this was not the end, he begged him not to stop, and to continue the battle, for now it was more important than ever. But alas, his loyal friend and comrade Kiri was unable to fulfill the prince's request, and, left without the strength to sustain life, suddenly left this world. Baron Secretia was in despair and could not believe what had happened at that moment, because losing a loyal friend is truly painful. Bending over him in despair and endless grief, Baron repeated his name over and over again, hoping that this was not the end. Overcome with grief, sadness, and sorrow, King Baron took the lifeless weapon from Kiri's hands and shouted with all his might, as if trying to vent his pain through his voice. At that time, there was a terrible feud between the two states of Kairos and Secretia. It all began because of a treasure that belonged to the state of Secretia, which our brave heroes defended. The warriors of the country of Secretia defended their most important treasure, which was the Axis of Time, and the warriors of the country of Kairos tried by all means to take it away. And so, only one warrior remained on the side of the state of Secretia, and that was King Baron Secretia, who was ready to defend his homeland until his last breath. Left completely alone and in despair, he thought it was too late, and that his certain death was imminent. But then he shook off these thoughts and realized that he couldn't stop, saying that he wouldn't let anyone stop him from defending his country. He continued to fight because he was the blade of Secretia, and he simply could not allow himself to stop. He had to protect the treasure of his country at any cost. A magical squad led by Kairos Vulcan appeared on the battlefield, and it seemed like an entire army made up of the strongest mages. And here he is, the man responsible for turning King Baron's homeland into a terrible horror. This is Planche, who was called the Mad King of the country of Kairos. When Baron saw him, his face changed and he became even angrier than before, because it was because of him that this terrible battle had happened. The commander of the magical squad, Vulcan Arson, approached and introduced himself, but pretended not to know who he was talking to, asking him his name. But the king did not deem it necessary to speak to him, and decided to say only that he remembered nothing. Attacking his opponent, he said that he was a sword that served the king. In response, the commander of the squadron gave him a sly smile, as if he had been waiting for this moment. After that, he said that he would remember this moment and addressed him as King Secretia, then struck back. The commander's attack was swift and aimed directly at King Baron. Unable to withstand the blow, Baron Secretia dropped his weapon and fell to the ground, and it seemed that all chances of salvation were lost. In his agony, King Baron seemed to see his entire past life flash before his eyes. Memories of his life flashed before his eyes, along with happy and important moments from the past. Happy memories of his loved ones, and those dear to his heart, flashed one after another in his mind. The collapse of his homeland and various memories flashed through his mind one after another, as if his consciousness itself allowed him to enjoy these moments one last time. In those seconds of memories, Baron was truly happy, right up to the very last moment, until the moment when the light in his eyes and thoughts faded and pitch darkness fell, and he lost consciousness as if falling into a void. Sometime later, he was awakened by an unfamiliar but very pleasant voice and the warmth of sunlight streaming through the window. When he woke up, he couldn't believe his eyes because he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place, and in front of him stood two people he didn't know at all. One of the strangers told him that he needed to get ready quickly because Prince Planche had just left. Shocked by what he heard, he clutched the blanket in his hands and asked the stranger to repeat the prince's name, his voice trembling. Looking at his hands, he couldn't believe his eyes, for he was sure that he had wounded one of them in battle, which he asked the stranger standing next to him about. Equally shocked by what was happening, the servant did not understand why His Highness the Prince was saying such terrible and very strange things, as if he were not himself. Everyone in the room was confused about what was happening to the prince and thought it was just a bad dream. Confused and perplexed, Baron sat down on the bed and exhaled deeply, as if trying to remain calm and collect his thoughts in order to make sense of everything. The servant watching him, overcome with emotion, asked if he was all right, hoping to hear and understand what was going on. The name of our hero's worst enemy, mentioned by the servants, terrified him. His unharmed hand, as well as the people he had never seen before, and the endless stream of memories that did not belong to him, further confused him. Finally, he asks one of the servants the question that has been tormenting him since he woke up: who he is and what his name is. Terrified by the question, the servant replied that his name was Kallian Rain Kairos. He couldn't believe his ears, for that name belonged to the third prince of the country of Kairos. With trembling hands, he repeated the name of his enemy's country, as if to confirm that he had heard correctly. At that moment, he remembered the last moment of the battle where he was supposed to die. The servants were still trying to understand what had happened to their prince and why he was behaving so strangely. Completely confused, our hero shouted at the servant, asking what year it was so that he could at least get his bearings in the present time. It turned out that it was April 28th, 522. This fact seems completely incomprehensible to King Baron. The king, who had become the prince of an enemy country, suddenly realized that the date mentioned by the servant was 10 years before the start of his last decisive battle. The reason for the battle was the axis of time, as mentioned earlier. One day, a strange object appeared in the kingdom of Secretia that could turn back time. Everyone found out about it, including the ruler of the country, Kairos. King Planche decided that he must get hold of the axis of time, but it belonged to Secretia, and no one was going to give up this dangerous magical object. The ruler of the country of Kairos was refused and dreamed of starting a fight, as if he had been waiting for any excuse to do so. With tears and pain in his eyes, the king's brother, Barina Chase, begged him to stay and not go to the battlefield. He said this because everyone who had gone to battle had died, and he did not want his brother to be among them. He could not lose him. On that day, King Baron Chase's older brother probably witnessed his brother's death on the battlefield. After thinking through all the details and remembering the events of those days, it dawned on the newly crowned prince, and some things began to become clear. When he realized that it was all about the axis of time, and that this explained everything, he jumped out of bed without answering his servant's question about his plans. Opening the window, he continued to ponder the fact that his older brother Chase could have used this magical item at the moment of his death. Looking at the beautiful view from the window, he assumed that Chase had given him a chance to prevent the destruction of his country, Secretia. His train of thought was interrupted by his servant, who asked him to come to breakfast, saying that he knew it was difficult for him to be there, but there was no time to wait. The prince apologized for keeping him waiting and promised to start getting ready to leave right away. It seems that our hero has come to his senses and already knows what to do, for he has promised himself to survive in the prince's body if it can save his country. The doors to the dining hall opened, and as was customary, it was announced that the third prince, Kallian, was ready to begin breakfast. When Kallian entered the dining hall, the first of the prince brothers, Randell Sale Kairos, was already at the table. Kallian was accompanied to the meal by one of his servants, who apologized and said that he should have hurried, and that he did not know that Randell would arrive early. The three princes were brothers by blood. Randall's veins flowed with the blood of the Holy Empire of Tencel, and every morning a joint breakfast was prepared for all the princes. Kallian approached the eldest of the brothers and politely apologized for being late. Kallian remembered that Randall treated his brother as if he did not exist, as if Kallian was simply not there. His memory did not fail him, for Randell did not respond to his apology, which made Kallian feel humiliated. Pushing thoughts of humiliation aside, Kallian noticed that his middle brother, Prince Planche, had not yet appeared for breakfast with his brothers. But suddenly, Prince Planche appeared in the dining hall dressed completely inappropriately for such an occasion, shocking the servants and everyone else in the room. He sprawled out in his chair with a brazen look on his face, showing no sign of shame, and it was clear to anyone who saw him that he had no manners whatsoever. There was no end to the astonishment, for it was unthinkable for a prince to behave in such a manner. It seemed that Prince Planche was completely indifferent to the rules and did not care about his appearance, as there was not a trace of shame on his face. Kallian thought that this was the same King Planche from his past, 10 years ago. Looking at Planche, Kallian concluded that, judging by his appearance, he had gone mad in his youth. Sitting at the table, Kallian glanced at Randell and thought that he remembered that the first prince could not quarrel with the second. Perhaps that was why Randell lowered his gaze to the floor and said nothing about what he had seen. At that time, Queen Kairos was the biological mother of Prince Planche's middle brother. At that time, no one in the royal castle could question her authority and rule. Meanwhile, Kallian couldn't stop thinking about how he would live in this place, and the thought angered him. Without warning, Planche decided to express his opinion to Kallian about his rashness. Then, clearly provoking a conflict, he added a remark about his brother's resemblance to his mother, which Kallian responded to rudely. Kallian begins to get angry, which anyone can see from the expression on his face. But Callian told himself that he had to be patient and that he couldn't afford to miss the chance Chase had given him to make things right. At such moments, thoughts of what had happened before kept flashing through his mind. At the same time, anger does not leave him and feels like a lump in his throat. He kept thinking about how Planchron Kairos had turned his home into ruins and how badly he wanted to finish him off. Their angry gazes met, and what was expected happened. Smashing the dishes on the table in anger, Planch told Callian not to look at him like that. The prince's eyes were filled with rage and madness, as if he was completely consumed by it, unable to control himself. At that moment, the conflict was interrupted by the loud sound of a cup being placed on the table, and the phrase, "It's time to stop." At that moment, the quarreling brothers glanced at the calm and reserved Randell. The older brother remained calm and continued to watch his brother's grief, waiting for their next move. Cold anger and rage could be seen in Planch's blue eyes. There was also aggression in Callian's gaze, because few would have liked what had happened a few minutes earlier. Prince Planch could not control his feelings and, overcome with stress, grabbed his head demonstratively. He abruptly jumped up from the table and began to walk away. As he left, he said that he had no appetite and would not continue the meal because of Callian's red eyes. After Planch left, Callian looked at his older brother, who turned to him and listened attentively. Randell reprimanded him and told him to watch his behavior. He also reminded Callian of the king's upcoming birthday and that he should not behave in such a way as to cause a commotion before such an important event. But Callian only smiled at him in response, as if he didn't take the event seriously at all. Analyzing the conflict, Callian did not understand whether Randell really believed that he was to blame for what had happened. A caring servant interrupted Callian's thoughts, asking if he was all right and if he had any cuts from the broken dishes, worrying about his prince. While cleaning his shoes, the servant said that not a single day passed without an incident, and that tension always hung in the air of the royal palace. Watching what was happening, Callian realized that things weren't so bad after all, because he had a loyal servant who cared for him like family. Jan, Callian's servant, held his breath when he began to thank him. He said that despite being treated with contempt every day, he was grateful for his care. Jan looked at Prince Callian with surprise in his eyes because the prince was behaving completely differently than usual, and this seemed very strange to him. Usually in such situations, the prince would simply shed a tear, but now he was completely different, as if a core of confidence had appeared within him. The dragon named Sisfani was the first queen of the country of Kairos. Sisfanian's hair was black as darkness, and her eyes were the color of burning red fire. Callian was the prince who was very similar to his mother in appearance, but the magical abilities he had been given at birth were pitiful. All his life, he tried to hide his fiery red eyes. His dislike for his own eyes came from his brother Planch, who really hated them. It might have seemed that for Baron, the fear of opening his eyes was akin to paranoia. When he looked into other people's memories, Callian felt uncomfortable, but he sincerely did not understand how one could be so afraid of one's own brother as to constantly hide one's eyes from him. Callian was thinking out loud about other people's memories, and when his servant Jan heard him, he asked if his prince needed anything, and he replied that they needed to go back. Before he could leave, Yang said that the prince was acting strangely and asked if he had read a novel about knights, but Callian replied in the negative. The younger Prince Callian had peasant blood running through his veins, and he was also a coward, afraid of everything, and a rather weak young man. On his way home, Callian stopped abruptly and turned to his servant who was walking behind him. He asked John to remind him of his age, to which the servant replied that in 4 months, the prince would turn 15. He understood that it was at this age that the real Callian had been killed, because he wanted to poison Queen Celicia, but his plan had failed. He wanted to poison the queen, but his plan failed, and fearing punishment, he took his own life. All the inhabitants of the country believed this story, but Callian was convinced that it was not true, and that someone would come to end his life. The door opened and Jan's voice came from inside, asking Callian to calm down. Callian looked out the window and thought about the few months left before his death, and thought about his past body, barren, because nothing was known about him. Jan cared so much about the prince and was worried that Callian would collapse, so he was afraid that Callian would fall. But at that moment, Callian unexpectedly asked him for a pair of scissors. Callian's request struck Jan's servant, which was evident on his face. But the request was fulfilled instantly, and in a moment the scissors were in front of the prince on a beautiful velvet pillow. Jan still did not understand what was happening and, completely astonished, simply watched his master's action. Callian said that he needed the scissors to change something about his appearance. When Callian began to cut the first strands of hair that covered his eyes, the servant was shocked, for his bangs had always served as a cover for his eye. All the servants nearby watched in horror and warned that Prince Planch would be furious when he saw this. Callian didn't care, because he was thinking about the future that was soon to come, and how he intended to change it. He understood that he did not want to live forever in fear of his brother Plant. He calmed the servants, saying that everything would be fine, because he would take care of everything, and solve any problems that arose. Then Planch appeared, saw what had happened, and said that Callian had gone mad. Jan was beside himself with fear, but Callian remained completely calm, watching his brother's reaction. They watched as Planch entered, and Jan managed to ask Callian how he intended to resolve the situation, but there was no answer. Planch turned to Callian, whose eyes were no longer covered by hair as black as night, and called him Blood-Eyed. But Callian remained completely calm, and reminded his brother of the name he had been given at birth. Full of courtesy, Callian urged his brother Planch to call him by the name he had been given. For a moment, Planch seemed to agree to his brother's request, but his expression suddenly changed, and anger flared in his eyes once more. He then picked up a knife from the table, swung it, and threw it at Callian. Standing behind Callian, Yang was terrified, but the prince remained calm. It seemed as if Callian didn't even flinch as he looked at the knife heading straight for him, but suddenly, he simply caught the object thrown at him with his hand. Looking into the eyes of his brother Planch, he didn't even hear Jan's voice, who was frightened and worried about the prince because his palm was seriously injured. Seeing all this, Planch said that his hand had simply slipped, and that it had all happened completely by accident. Sarcastically, he added that he felt sorry that his brother had injured his hand, but Callian simply placed the discarded object on the table and returned it to its owner. At that moment, he told his brother that there was no reason to worry and that he was perfectly fine. Planch was utterly astonished, and it was clear to see on his face as Prince Callian's reaction was not what it usually was. Callian, completely calm, added that he would be fine no matter what happened. Returning to his room, Callian bandaged his injured hand. Jan suggested that the prince call a doctor to examine his hand, but Callian would not allow it. Trying to calm Jan down, he said that it was nothing serious and that the injury was not life-threatening and there was no need to worry. Callian asked Jan why he didn't dodge the object flying straight at them, since he was standing right next to Callian. Callian continued to argue that if he hadn't grabbed the knife with his hand, something irreparable could have happened. Recalling this dangerous moment, he wondered why Jan hadn't simply dodged the knife. With tears in his eyes, Jan said that such an action could have hurt Callian and been used against him later. Callian looked approvingly at his servant, but he could still feel Jan's heart pounding with worry for him. Hoping to calm down, Callian went to wash and asked Jan not to let anyone disturb him. Jan was so worried about his prince that he was very upset, and sincerely did not understand why Callian would not allow him to call a doctor. Callian, remembering what had happened, thought that he might have unconsciously used his powers in response to Planch's attack, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest, near his heart. This happened as soon as he was alone, and he couldn't understand what was wrong. He closed his eyes and realized that he needed to recreate the situation and check on Prince Callian's condition. He immersed himself in Callian's body to try to understand him. He was very surprised to feel 3 magical circles around his heart. His surprise knew no bounds when he realized that Callian was a magician. 3 days had passed since the incident between the brothers, but the caring servant Yang was furious that Callian's palm was still in the same condition. At that moment, Prince Callian was informed that the preparations were complete. This was reported to him by Seton Slake, who was the royal tailor. Looking at Callian, Slake behaved inappropriately, visually assessing the changes in the prince's appearance. Callian was angry because he was tired of watching people's reactions to his appearance, but the tailor apologized politely. Due to his strong resemblance to his mother, whom he had never seen, Callian hated his face and had broken all the mirrors in his room. Callian told Seton Slake that everything was fine, and that he could continue his work and start taking measurements for the costume. The tailor told Prince Callian that he needed to gain weight because he currently looked very small and thin. The tailor felt extremely awkward when Callian said that he was eating well. Callian understands that many people may be concerned about his weight and appearance. The royal family of Kairos are the descendants of dragons, namely 2 of the 8 heroes who sealed the evil god. Their names are Kakara and Tisisphanian. From Sisphanian, the prince inherited the power of healing and the ability to use magic, which was called the Blessing of Sisphanian. With such abilities, Callian's palm should have already healed, but this does not happen, which greatly surprises our heroes. Every time Callian uses his mana, he feels pain in his heart. Callian thought that he would no longer be able to use his powers, and that he could now be killed by any enemy. Sleek prepared outfits suitable for the king's birthday celebration, while the prince thought about finding someone who knew everything about mana. The tailor's words reminded Callian of the upcoming event, which he had completely forgotten about. He thought that the great wizard Elon Manasil would surely be at such an important event, and that he definitely needed to meet him. Elon Manisil was one of the 3 magicians who had reached the 7th circle. He was an idol to all magicians and had once been invited to the king's birthday celebration when he visited the country of Kairos. There was a story from earlier when he wasn't even allowed through the main gate. This story reached the state of Sekricha, and after he was not allowed to celebrate the king's birthday, 10 years later, he became the greatest magician of the 8th district. The prince thought that he needed Elon because there was no one better than him who understood mana, and only he could help solve the problem with his body. He didn't know the details of the case with Elon, and he wondered if he would agree to help him, because in the country of Kairos, magicians were always treated badly. There were always many knights in the kingdom of Kairos. This was due to the influence of the Brizon family, Planche's mother. Kallian continued to think about how to lure Elon to his side, as this would solve his problems. But before tackling this task, he needed to deal with simpler problems. Kallian watched with horror as Slake argued with the servants, because they were paying too much attention to every detail of his outfit. When the servants' argument reached the lace ribbons and bells, Kallian lost his temper and shouted that he had no intention of being a clown. Enjoying the atmosphere around him in the company of the servants and a cup of fragrant tea, Kallian pondered various things. Finishing his cup of tea, Kallian exhaled with pleasure. He thought for a moment and realized that he was beginning to get used to this life. Kallian's hand was returning to normal, which couldn't help but make him happy. And Planche, after their last quarrel, was simply ignoring him, which delighted him even more. Jan told the prince about his plans for the day, which included a horse riding lesson in the morning and dinner with the Queen and Viscount Brisson in the evening. Jan assumes that this meeting is related to the king's upcoming birthday. Kallian understood that it would happen sooner or later. Anyway, worried about this, Wan tells the prince that he should practice his endurance skills. Smiling, Kallian said it was just a jog around the lake in front of the palace. With a smile on his face, he reassured poor John and assured him that he had nothing to worry about, as nothing bad could happen. The sound of Kallian's boots as he jogged was accompanied by sighs of exhaustion. Stopping to catch his breath, he couldn't even say a word. At that moment, Kallian felt as if he were about to bid farewell to life, for his strength seemed to have left his body. The maid running behind him, frightened, asked how the prince was feeling. Kallian's maid was the second daughter of the commander of the Outer Defense Unit, Marilyn Fiat. Leaning against a tree, Kallian listened to Marilyn's comments that he had performed better on the first day of running than he had today. Kallian did indeed notice that his endurance was declining, and this was a real problem. Marilyn, worried about the prince, suggested calling a doctor, but Kallian assured her that everything was fine and there was no need. Kallian understood that if a doctor examined him, he would discover the magic circles in his heart, and no one should know about this. Not even his close friend Yan. Kallian understood that he had to think through every step in advance, because any wrong move could endanger his life. After catching his breath, Kallian jokingly told Marilyn that it was all down to his endurance, and that the doctor was powerless to help him. Kallian assured his maid that he would soon recover, and that everything was indeed fine, and there was no need to worry. Their conversation was interrupted by the shouts of knights who had begun training nearby. The knight instructor's commands and the clanging of weapons in the training battle could be heard everywhere. The instructor continued to tell the knights that if this were a real battle, they would have lost their lives long ago. Marilyn and the prince listened intently to his commands and encouraging words, telling them not to doubt themselves and to fight to the end as if they were knights on a real battlefield. The prince recalled the days of his past life with joy and nostalgia in his eyes, and Marilyn, looking at him, kindly explained what was happening. Kallian smiled happily and told Marilyn that he knew exactly what it was and was just interested in watching the training process. Marilyn was utterly astonished, as her prince had never held a weapon before and had never shown any interest in such things. Kallian explained that he understood perfectly well that this was the Royal Knight Corps of the Brisson family, who held the king's power under special control. The voice of the knight commander asked our heroes who they were, causing panic in Marilyn's eyes. The commander of the Knight Corps, Fable, politely asked them to leave if they had no business there. With a serious look in his eyes, Fable explained that their presence was distracting the knights from their training. Without losing her composure, Marilyn replied that he should show respect, for standing before him was the third prince of the country of Kallian. Fable thought for a moment, and then pointed out loudly that he was indeed looking at Prince Kallian. With a sly smile, he added that he had almost mistaken her for a mole watching from around the corner. To say that Kallian was surprised by this remark would be an understatement. Marilyn immediately came to Kallian's defense, furiously telling the commander that he had no right to speak to His Highness in such a tone. Fable added that he had simply made a mistake and did not understand why the maid was reacting this way, since even the prince was calm, but at that moment he fell silent. At that moment, Fable was very surprised, because the prince standing before him now seemed like a different person. Now standing before him was a man who seemed strong in spirit and confident in himself. Recalling one of their previous encounters, he remembered a situation where the prince had met him on the way. At that time, he was a weak and very cautious prince, unlike the one he saw now. Now, standing before him was a completely different person. Prince Kalyan joined the conversation and expressed his desire to speak to the commander. At that moment, Commander Fable saw some knights walking behind them. Talking among themselves, they assumed that the third Prince Kalyan was standing there, and they did not even show him any respect, which was evident in their behavior. In response to the prince's address, Fable suggested that he go about his business, as he had no time due to the ongoing training. But the prince had no intention of leaving without an answer, so he turned to the commander again. At that moment, Kalyan's eyes grew even more serious, and he asked the commander about his duties. The commander clearly did not expect this turn of events, and it was evident on his face. After gathering his thoughts, the commander replied that his duty was to strengthen the power of the royal family and protect it and the kingdom of Kairos itself. Grabbing hold of a branch above him, Kalyan agreed with the commander's answer, but that was clearly not all he wanted to say. Breaking the branch in anger, he told the commander that he had failed in his duties, shocking everyone standing nearby. Everyone was frightened and did not know what to expect next. Commander Fable decided to clarify what Prince Kalyan meant by his words. Kalyan began to explain that the duty to strengthen the power of the royal family and the training he had seen were two different things. Casting a glance filled with anger at the commander, Kalyan said that the training he had seen was complete horror and chaos. Without continuing the conversation, Kalyan launched an attack against the commander and the knights standing nearby. No one in the royal army expected this, and they were defeated one after another. In the ensuing battle, Kalyan realized that if he couldn't block the commander's attack, he would lose his life in an instant. But with only a branch in his hands, Kalyan was able to accomplish his plan and stop Fable's attack. Using the single branch, the prince knocked the commander's weapon out of his hand. Kalyan couldn't believe it, and was disappointed that the commander couldn't predict his movements, since he had never held a weapon before. Kalyan continued to talk about the second point of the commander's duties, which was to protect the royal family. It was unclear how a defender of the royal family could raise a weapon against one of its members and cause him pain, as this was unacceptable. After saying this, he asked him whether the prince should consider these actions treasonous. After what had happened, Commander Fable began to doubt even more whether the man before him was really the prince. But he had no choice but to fall to his knees before the prince and beg for forgiveness, for his mind was clouded, and he did not understand what he was doing. The commander begged for forgiveness, for he had no intention of committing treason in any form. In this situation, the commander thought about the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of the prince, and he realized that he would hardly be able to forget it, and it seemed that he had come to hate him. Returning from endurance training, Yang met the third prince in complete bewilderment. Yang's confusion was caused by the appearance of a black horse in the company of Marilyn and Kalyan. Kalyan said that he had picked up the horse on his way back from training, and that its name was Raven, but Yang still did not understand where his prince had been, or where the horse had come from. After some time, when everyone had regained their composure, they saw that something was wrong with the horse Raven that Kalyan had brought with him. The horse would not obey anyone, and Kalyan was told that even Prince Planche had been unable to calm it down. Raven was furious, and no one could understand the reason for the horse's behavior. Kalyan immediately thought about it with a smile on his face, as if it were some kind of challenge for him. In a state of complete rage and fury, Jan asked Kalyan if he really thought that bringing Planche's horse here was the right decision. Kalyan replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and Marilyn immediately ordered the prince to keep quiet about what had happened in the knight's courtyard. Jan continued to worry and fear that Prince Planche would find out that his third brother had allowed himself to bring his horse here. But at the moment when Kalyan assured Jan that everything would be fine, a terrible pain arose in his heart. He understood that the problem was that he had strained the real Kalyan's body too much. Jan thought that today's training had lasted longer than usual, and that was why the prince was in pain. But he replied that it wasn't that, but what had happened afterwards. Someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation from around the corner and ran away unnoticed. At the same time, Kalyan asked Jan to prepare everything necessary for dinner. The unknown spy who had been watching from afar immediately reported what he had heard. Hearing the words, he held a delicate flower in his hand and compared Kalyan to worms that writhe when stepped on. But then, starting to get angry, as if knowing what was really going on, he said that nothing would change Kalyan's essence, no matter how much he resisted. Throwing away the flower as if comparing it to Kalyan, he continued to say that it would not be interesting to simply pressure him and finish him off. At dinner with his brothers, Kalyan smiled in surprise. He thought that it was impossible to get used to his brother's silence and behavior, even though he experienced it every day. Callian was surprised because Prince Planche was particularly calm and quiet today. Callian pondered and tried to understand, but his face showed only surprise. Looking around, Callian realized that the main culprits of the dinner, namely the Queen and Viscount Brizin, were missing, and he thought that they were delayed because of him. The scent of wonderful flowers filled the room, impossible to miss. At that moment, Callian finally saw the one he had been waiting for so long. She appeared in the hall, the true ruler of this kingdom. Her name was Helena Brizin, the reigning queen of the country of Kairos. After the death of the first queen, she borrowed the strength of her family and took control of the royal knights. Most of the royal nobility supported her. For this reason, her power grew with each passing day, and even the commander mocked Callian because the third prince had no influence. Continuing the conversation they had started earlier, they said that they would do the same with Fable and pay compensation to someone for it. Sitting down at the table, Queen Selena said that she should not be bothered with such trifles. With her beautiful blue eyes shining, she added that she should not pay attention to such trivial matters. Callian was undoubtedly surprised and quite stunned by what he had heard. Finally, all the guests gathered for the dinner party, which could not begin. Selenia Bryson was the first to start the small talk, addressing Callian. Looking at him, she noted that he had grown noticeably in recent times. A sweet smile spread across Prince Callian's young face. Raising his glass, the prince remarked that he had not noticed any unusually rapid growth in him. Callian had expected this reaction and assured Celestia that he had no intention of stopping and would definitely grow even more. His older brothers and Celicia glanced at Callian in response to his statement. Neither his brother Randall, nor Celicia, nor Planche had anything to add. The silence at the table was broken by Viscount Renan Brizin, who agreed with the queen and said that he hardly recognized him. He also couldn't help but notice the changes in Callian's appearance and complimented him on his new look. Viscount Renan Brizin was the second son of Marquis Brizin and the brother of Queen Celestia. He added to his compliments by saying that he was still growing and would get taller, but Celestia interrupted him and ordered that the food be brought in. Callian was surprised by the Viscount's intelligence and manners, as he was the owner of a shopping center, but he said that everything was as charming as people said. All this time, Celestia simply watched and remained mysteriously silent, covering her flawless face with a fan. Even at dinner with such important guests, Planche looked careless, with his shirt open, revealing his torso. Queen Celestia approached him and asked why Planche had not told her that his horse was not obeying him. Prince Planche smiled in response to Queen Celestia's question. Celestia said she would like to hear the story firsthand, but Planche said she probably already knew everything. Continuing to eat, Planche listened to Celestia, who said that he had not told her that his horse was completely out of control. Prince Planche began his explanation by saying that the horse had always been useless. Then he started to get up from the table and leave. Queen Celestia only called his name in response, but Planche simply left without saying a word. 3 weeks later, the day of the king's birthday celebration arrived. There was hustle and bustle everywhere, as everyone busily prepared for the celebration, for everything had to look perfect. Many residents of the kingdom saw the congratulatory delegation from the elves and discussed it actively. They discussed the chests and trunks of gifts that had been brought, for there were indeed many of them. Many also discussed the Prince brothers, as they were probably also busy preparing for the celebration, and everyone wanted to see them as soon as possible. Prince Callian and Seton Slake were finishing preparing his outfit for the celebration. When the final measurements were taken from Prince Callian's body, Slake was stunned when he looked at the measuring tape. With despair and tears in his eyes, he asked Callian about the quality and quantity of food in his diet. But suddenly, Slake was frightened when he looked at Prince Callian. Blood began to flow from Prince Callian's nose, but he did not know why. At that moment, all the servants gathered around the poor prince. Sleek felt very sorry for Callian, but Yan remained calm and ordered the other servants to bring a handkerchief for the prince. Trying to calm the caring Yang, Callian said that he had just been sleeping poorly lately, but Yang was sure that was not the reason. Sleek also chimed in and said that he was also sure that there was another reason. The royal tailor informed everyone that Callian had lost even more weight than before. He went on to say that just 3 weeks ago, he hadn't been so thin. Laughing, Callian asked if things were really as bad as they said, and Jan suggested that it was due to his active sports activities. Callian thought that he had indeed been training hard, but his endurance was getting worse. He also took into account the pain in his heart when he tried to use his mana. He knew there was definitely something wrong with his heart. Slake was already getting angry with the prince because he believed that one should not be so careless about one's health, and that they needed to tell the doctor immediately. His thoughts about how everything had happened at such an inopportune moment were interrupted by a voice that shamed him, saying that the reason was his nose picking the previous day. Jan continued, saying that Kalyan hadn't mentioned the reason because he was embarrassed about his personal habit. Indeed, the real Kalyan had a similar habit that caused the servants to mock him. Jan said that the prince had a balanced diet and sufficient physical activity, so the cause of the incident could only be his habit. Set and Slake trusted Jan's words implicitly, for no one knew Prince Kalyan better than he did. The loyal servant Jan, with sincere kindness in his heart and eyes, winked playfully. At that moment, the third prince seemed to feel worse again. Jan immediately noticed this and, worried about his prince, asked if he was sure he was feeling well. Kalyan understood that the worse his physical condition, the more he felt that he was about to lose consciousness, and he knew that it was all because of Mana. He thought that Jan had decided to ruin his image in this way, but Kalyan was glad that the situation had been resolved, even if it was in this manner. Slake promised to alter Kalyan's festive attire to fit him better. He was ready to help, and was only worried that there wasn't enough time. But Yang assured him that the prince also had things to do, and that they would have time. The royal tailor left with relief and joy in his heart to fix the outfit for the afternoon event. The servant whispered to Prince Kalyan, trying to speak so that no one would hear them. Yang decided to check with the prince to see if the festive event was indeed taking place today. But at that moment, Kalyan was thinking only that, if nothing was done, soon the whole palace would know about his problems, and he didn't want that. Therefore, he understood that he needed to meet with Elon before the event that everyone was so eagerly preparing for. On his way to breakfast, he was met by another servant who informed him that the joint breakfast had been cancelled and that he would be dining with each person separately. Kalyan looked at what was happening in bewilderment, because it was truly absurd and would waste a lot of time. On his way to breakfast, he tried to understand what was happening, because it seemed to him that it would be easier to meet everyone at once. Not expecting a personal reception, Kalyan was a little nervous. When he entered the room, His Majesty was already waiting for him. He was greeted by the king of the country, Kairos Roman Runa Kairis, who was busy reading and did not look up when Kalyan entered the room. Approaching closer, Kalyan greeted King Roman by bowing his head and placing his hand on his heart to show his respect. Not hearing a response, he raised his head and fixed his gaze on the king. Kalyan was very surprised by what he saw, and it was evident in his gaze. The king simply continued with his business and did not say a word in response to the prince's greeting. Kalyan thought that the king completely lacked a sense of etiquette and tact, at least towards him, and at that moment, the king told him to sit down. Sitting down opposite the king, Kalyan congratulated him on his 38th birthday, to which the king thanked him and asked about Kalyan's affairs. Glancing at Kalyan, he complimented him on his appearance. It seemed that Kalyan's eyes lit up with joy at hearing this. When Kalyan returned from the meeting, his loyal servants met him, and Slake asked if he had visited the doctor, as everyone was worried. Kalyan thought that even servants who had no business with him understood that he was rapidly losing strength and withering like a flower. After meeting with the king, Kalyan understood why he wanted to meet with each of the princes separately, even though he was very busy. If the king had met with everyone at once, he would have had to delve into the conversation. So personal meetings were even better in this case. For the king, even meeting his own sons to wish them a happy birthday is a waste of time, because he is very busy. For Kalyan, more and more disgusting aspects of this family are revealed, because even the father is indifferent to his own children. The first prince, Randell, is also indifferent to everyone and everything that is happening. Planche does not know the rules of decorum, and even now the servants have noticed that he smells as if he has drunk something forbidden, and has ordered the servants to keep quiet. The smell of flowers filled the room again as Celestia entered. In the company of his sons, the king pointed out her tardiness to her. With a wonderful smile on her face, Celestia agreed and said that sometimes such things can happen. The queen has such power that she can afford to look down even on King Romain Ru Run. The festive evening was about to begin, and Kalyan was certain that one of the members of the royal family intended to take his life. Looking closely at each of them, Kalyan wondered who could have done such a thing. Prince Kalyan finally appeared in public, and this became a topic of discussion among the people in the square. Compared to Kalyan, the second prince, Planche, looked completely drunk. People discussed that what they were talking about would not change anything, and that the restless people were making noise for nothing, but something had definitely changed. Continuing the conversation, one of them said that he was sure that everyone could feel the changes now, unlike before. The name Kalyan Rain Kairos is announced, and the confident third prince appeared. At that moment, no one could believe their eyes, and were extremely surprised by what they saw. Staring at him, Everyone said that the rumors about him were completely true. Before them stood a prince with black hair and red eyes, very reminiscent of Tisiphanius. He had finally gotten rid of the bangs that had previously covered his eyes. No one could fail to notice the brooch on his chest, which matched the color of his red eyes. It seemed as if Kallian was determined to prove to everyone around him that he would no longer hide. Whispering in Kallian's ear, Yang asked why all the guests were staring intently at his clothes. Yan suggested that it was because the prince looked simply stunning in his outfit. Yan was happy for Seton that he had done such a good job with Kallian's outfit, and it would have been great if he could have seen the reaction with his own eyes. But Kallian had a different opinion, as he believed that people were looking at him because Seton usually dressed him in a completely different style. As they made their way through the hall, Kallian asked Jan about his family, or more precisely, whether they were residents of the country of Kairos. Jan explained that his younger sister and father had returned to their hometown, while the rest of their family had remained in the capital of Kairos. Kallian was curious if they would come to the royal palace and asked his loyal servant about it. Jan said that they would only be able to enter if they received an invitation. As if avoiding the question, Jan asked Kallian about Raven's horse and when he could bring it to the garden. Kallian didn't know what to say, but he understood that the previous topic of conversation was unpleasant for Jan, and that he didn't want to talk about it at all. Kallian said that they should wait for a more convenient moment to bring Raven to the garden, and that now was not the time to think about it. Looking down at what was happening from the balcony, Kallian shared his plans with Jan and said that he intended to meet with someone. The ballroom where our heroes were located is called the Siegfried Hall, and the prince asked Jan if he knew about it, and of course, Jan did. It was named after the first patriarch and Duke of Kitros, Hon Siegfried, one of the 8 heroes of the two-sided battle. The Siegfried family is the only ducal family in the state of Kairos. This family has served the kingdom of Kairos faithfully for 500 years, and strives to protect the territory of Cisphania despite its significant influence. Upon hearing this story, Baron Kallian was very impressed, and then Jan tried to clarify who exactly his prince was planning to meet. Kallian realized that Jan was referring to a specific person and agreed with him, beginning to tell him about the person expected at the celebration. Their conversation was interrupted by loud male laughter from the hall, and when the laughter died down, a voice said that Siegfried's Summer Night remains an eternal classic. Jan quietly whispered to Prince Kallian that he thought the guests they were expecting had already arrived. It was Duke Slemenholm Siegfried, who had been talking from below about the eternal classic Siegfried's Summer Night. Kallian definitely liked this type of person, as this family had a lifetime of loyalty. Slowly releasing his energy, Kallian decided to test how quickly the Duke could recognize him. Hon Siegfried instantly sensed his energy and immediately turned toward the source. He instantly sensed where the energy was coming from, and fixed his gaze precisely on Kallian, who was standing on the balcony far away from the Duke. The prince only had to release a small stream of magical energy, and it happened. Jan caught Siegfried's piercing gaze and immediately informed his prince that the Duke was probably interested in them. Duke Siegfried was one of the 5 master swordsmen of the continent, and he simply could not help but react. But Kallian replied that it was not yet time to make acquaintances. Intending to leave, Kallian told Jan to act as if he hadn't noticed Siegfried's interest in them. The Duke did not take his eyes off Kallian until he was completely out of sight. King Roman Run called on all the guests to raise their glasses to Kairos and thanked everyone for their congratulations. Kallian left the palace by climbing down into the courtyard using a rope, and his faithful servant Jan humbly followed him. Nearby was Raven, a horse that Kallian considered calm and intelligent, unlike the others. Even Jan had a different opinion on this matter, but seeing Raven's calm behavior and obedience to Prince Kallian, Yang easily changed his opinion of him without needing to explain anything. They headed toward the main gate so as not to miss the guest Kallian was eagerly awaiting. The royal guards at the main gate blocked the way for some of the newly arrived guests, saying that entry was not possible without an invitation. The guest said that he had traveled a long way to get there. Watching what was happening in complete amazement, Kallian and Yang continued to listen. The royal guard stood their ground and insisted that he lead. The surprise on Kallian's face turned to joy when he saw the person he had been waiting for all evening. At the threshold of the royal gates stood Elon Manasil, who asked the guards if they were sure about what they were doing. Everyone around knew that name, but one of the guards asked again if they had heard correctly. They began to discuss among themselves what to do. But the guards had clear orders to follow and could not disobey, so they told Elon that he still needed an invitation to enter. But Elon just responded with a sly smile. He then simply concluded that Kairos determined the status of their guests solely by their appearance. Kallian's indignation knew no bounds, as he could do nothing to help, and was forced to watch from the sidelines. Realizing that there was no point in arguing, Ellen decided to accept it and go his own way. Seeing all this, Callian realized that if he didn't do something now, he would really leave, and then everything would be lost. And just as the prince was about to catch up with Elon, Jan began to stop him, for it was forbidden to enter without an invitation, or to leave the grounds. The uninvited guest was about to walk out of the gates of the royal court. Callian realizes that if he doesn't take action now, he will lose him. He decided to catch up with the magician on horseback, riding out of the permitted area, and shouting to Jan to stop the guards by any means necessary. Jan, in a frenzy, was left behind, and Callian only had time to give Raven, his horse, the command to move forward. A guard unit stands in the way, trying to stop Callian, who is moving at breakneck speed straight toward them. One of them tried hard to reason with him, because the king had issued an order prohibiting anyone from leaving the gate. But Callian refused to listen, and rushed forward toward his goal. The royal guard's attempt to stop the third prince failed, and soon the entrance gates were behind them, and now the prince was already racing after Elon, already outside the royal court. Meanwhile, the royal guards were devising a plan of action, and the senior guard had already given the first orders to saddle the horses and follow him. Panicked, Yang began to think about how to help his prince and what to do. But suddenly he remembered what Callian had told him as he was running away. He had asked him to stop the soldiers by any means necessary. Biting his lips in fear, he encouraged himself and repeated that he must concentrate, for he was his prince's servant and must protect him at all costs. In an instant, he decided to shout at the soldiers to stop, and they turned to face the poor servant who was so devoted to his prince. He came up with a plan to deceive the soldiers by saying that Callian had received permission to leave from Duke Siegfried. One of the soldiers replied that he was not allowed to mention the Duke's name freely and without good reason. Removing the ribbon holding his hair, he decided to inform them that they were now speaking to Shiroyan Siegfried, whose name belonged to the Duke's eldest son. And so, he stood before them, full of confidence but with a hint of fear in his eyes. After what Jan said, loud laughter rang out in the royal court. Jan understood who was laughing at him, and at that moment he felt terribly ashamed. Angry, he said that there was no reason for mockery. Next to him was his own father, who was responsible for the humiliating laughter directed at Jan. Siegfried Sr. could not believe that his son had done such a thing. Jan had left his father's family when he was still a young boy. Siegfried's father told Jan that it had actually been the right decision. Jan refused to agree with this statement because what he had confessed could cause many problems, including a ruined relationship with the prince. When Siegfried replied that Callian was unlikely to ask him about it, Jan listened very carefully. Siegfried repeated this to his son again, so that he would finally come to his senses and understand what he was saying. He began to talk about Roman, who thinks too much. If the child received support from the Duke, he would find himself in a position where he would begin to doubt the good intentions of their family. And if the queen did not punish them for it, it would mean that the relationship between the prince and the Siegfrieds could be considered friendly. There is no doubt that this is where Breezen will find a problem. That is why the situation will be swept under the rug as if nothing happened, Duke Siegfried explained to his son. He also added that this would be the case for any similar actions. Callian was already on Elon's tail when the mage, without turning his head, told him that he did not look like someone who had come to talk about the lack of an invitation. Then he turned around and tried to find out why the third prince was chasing after the old man who had called himself that. Callian watched enthusiastically and remembered that he had once heard that the age of mages who reached the 7th district was reversed. Callian reminded Elon of the time of day at that moment, which is why he asked if he really planned to return. Ellen Manasil only said that when he tried to enter the royal gate, the threshold was again too high. Callian was amused by these metaphorical explanations, and wondered if he would always have to communicate with him in this manner. Callian continued the conversation in Elon's spirit, and reminded him that he had tried to enter the closed doors, but in fact, no one had closed them. Callian asked where his invitation was, and added that he had also been busy fighting the wind and had forgotten to remove the dust from the threshold. Ellen noted that, instead of an apology, he was receiving only criticism from Callian, and he did not understand whether this was honesty or a lack of shame. Ellen considered the third prince, Callian, to be a very interesting person. When they first met, Callian had the usual look of a 14-year-old boy. At some point, Ellen noticed something that surprised him greatly. Callian immediately sensed Elon Manasil's reaction, but he did not yet understand what was going on, or what could have caused such a strange reaction in the mage. Without offering any explanation, Elon grabbed the prince by the arm. Callian, filled with fear mixed with confusion, tried to understand what was going on and what the mage wanted from him. He grabbed the prince's hand with such force as if he felt something magical. At that moment, a sharp pain that was impossible to bear arose in Callion's heart. Callion felt the mana of Ellen Manasil penetrate his body. The rebellious horse Raven came to the prince's aid, throwing the persistent Elon aside. Trying to recover and collect his thoughts, the prince remained on Raven's back. Immediately after what had happened, Elon added that even closed doors sometimes did not protect from the wind. Callion understood that Ellen had already sensed the condition of his body. As if reproachfully, Callion repeated Elon's question to him, but this question did not require an answer. Then he agreed with Elon's statement. Aggression was evident in Callion's gaze. Callion said that from a certain point on, he couldn't use his powers, and Elon listened silently. Ellen thought that Callion didn't know that the problem was something else entirely. There was a coldness in Elon's gaze, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Clenching his fist as if in anger, Elon Manasil continued to think about what was happening. In the country of Kairos, magicians are treated badly, even though dragons are their ancestors. Elon came to this family on his own, and wanted to teach them a lesson for letting him go. Ellen Manasil thought that their meeting with the young prince was destined by fate, but he openly doubted it. The young Prince Callion looked questioningly at the greatest mage of the 7th district, Elon. Finally, Elon asked Callion why he wanted to meet him. Callion wasn't sure how best to present his question to Elon, or how to start the conversation, so he couldn't say anything coherent. Callion's first thought was to deceive the magician, but he immediately dismissed the idea because Elon would have seen through the deception right away. Callion nevertheless began the conversation, while Elon listened humbly. The third prince finally managed to think of something to say to Elon, and expressed his desire for Callion's name to truly belong to him. He continued his explanation, and added that he felt his life would soon be in great danger. Looking closely at Callion, the mage understood that he knew about the situation in which the third prince of the country of Kairos found himself. He knew that everyone had always treated him with hatred and contempt. Elon understood that the third prince was always surrounded by enemies. Lost in his thoughts, Elon was unable to give the prince an answer. And so, he dismounted his horse and headed toward Callion, using the magic of silence, which surprised him. He did this without saying a single word or making a sound. At that moment, Callion realized that Elon was indeed a magician of the 7th district. Ellen Manasil approached Prince Callion very closely. Then he asked why he needed it, and, as if knowing the answer, added that he probably didn't want to let it happen. Looking Callion straight in the eyes, he suggested another possibility, that the reason might be that he wanted to get rid of the root of the problem. Callion was surprised by Elon Manasil's words, and also dismounted his horse. Then, gathering his courage, he said with confidence that, at the moment, his goal was simply to prevent this from happening now. But he also said that he intended to get rid of the root of the problem, but that this goal was secondary. He made it clear to Elon that he was serious about his intention, saying that he was ready to do anything, even if it meant taking the throne to achieve his goal. Ellen merely smiled at Callion's words, for he intended to achieve these goals while still in his dying body. Elon understands that Callion needs him to achieve his own goals, and he is very similar to Selenia. Ellen Manasil seemed to be intrigued by this, and was very interested. After listening to Callion's requests, he told him to get another invitation to the king's celebration so that Callion could show what he was capable of. Without a moment's hesitation, Callion knelt on one knee in homage to Elon. Raising his head, he greeted Elon as his magical mentor, and introduced himself by his full name, thereby inviting him. Elon accepted the invitation of the third prince, Callion, and thought that he must save him. And so, the third prince, Callion, finally found his mentor, who was the strongest magician and was ready to protect and save him. At this time, in the royal court, the conversation between the Duke and his son continued, with Jan trying hard to find out if anyone knew about their blood ties. Siegfried assured him that he had nothing to fear, as he had taken care of everything. Jan was only afraid that if the deception was revealed, he would not be allowed to serve the prince. Smiling, Siegfried concluded that Jan and his son could stay, but he noticed that he was not very loyal. Without responding to his father's last remark, he modestly asked about Leah. Siegfried's expression changed when Jan asked about her affairs, and whether she was well. Siegfried said that she was doing an excellent job of fulfilling the role of head of the family that Jan had once abandoned. Rising from the bench and stretching from fatigue, Siegfried told his son that he would be welcomed home with open arms if he decided to leave his role as a servant. With regret in his voice, he said that their next meeting would not be any time soon. As if falling into a state of despondency, Yang informed his father that they would meet again in 3 months. Siegfried was surprised to realize that Yang was seriously considering leaving his job as a servant, but Yang simply remained silent, not raising his head, overcome with sadness. Receiving no answer from his son, Siegfried asked Jan how serious he was about leaving his position as the third prince's servant at the palace. Without offering any explanation, Jan told his father that the prince would soon turn 15. Siegfried turned to his son and asked him to listen to what he had to say. The father asked his son if he knew what their family nickname was, but Jan seemed unsure of his knowledge. Duke Siegfried enlightened his son that their family's nickname was Elephants of Kiris. For a long time, their family had not even glanced in the direction of the royal throne. Despite this, their family, like elephants, possessed enormous strength. With a proud smile on his face, he reminded him that they were called the kings of beasts because even predators did not dare to attack them. Hugging his son tightly, Siegfried tried to explain to him that their family name was very powerful and valuable. Without letting his son out of his warm and loving embrace, he said that Jan could do as he saw fit. At that moment, Jan also felt the warmth of his father's embrace. Hugging his son even tighter than before, he told him that despite everything, he was making him worry about him, and Jan could only cry out from the suffocating love of his father. Recovering from the embrace that had nearly taken his life, Jan addressed his father as Duke Siegfried. The Duke clearly did not expect this after what had happened, and after hearing this, he asked Yang to leave. Jan, in turn, politely said goodbye until their next meeting sometime in the future. Jan began to gradually leave the place of their meeting in the royal court, and Siegfried had no choice but to watch his unbearable son leave. Continuing to sit in the same place, he reflected on his son's futile stubbornness, which, of course, confirmed his belonging to their family. Then his voice was filled with thoughts of how he had seen the third prince at the celebration. Remembering how he had seen him, he could not understand how he had grown up so quickly. As he gazed at the night sky, a thought crossed his mind that Kalyan was up to something. And so, in the kingdom of Karis, morning came after what seemed like a long and eventful night. A carriage appeared at the royal court, bearing symbols that were recognizable to many. The coat of arms in the form of a silver wand with 7 red flowers adorned the carriage of the unexpected guest. Nearby, discussions could be heard about the newly arrived guest's expired contract with Reborn, and the reason for his appearance in the kingdom of Karis. Even when the guest was already leaving the carriage, the discussions continued. They talked about various things, and in particular about the fact that he was here because of his relationship with the king. The discussion also mentioned a rumor that Elon's son had died of poisoning, and then Elon Manisil appeared at the royal court, having left his carriage. Undoubtedly, his newly minted apprentice had helped him get there. The fact is that Kalyan had previously told him when the gates would be open and that he would be able to enter the royal court at that time. Carrying out His Highness's plan to defeat the Brisson family will not be easy. The servants of the royal palace were stunned by the unexpected appearance of Elon Manisil. A whole squad of servants, full of courtesy and tact, informed the magician that His Majesty King Roman Rune Kairos was already waiting for him. Their conversation took place in the palace over a cup of fragrant tea. King Roman was confused when he heard the mage's request and learned the reason for his sudden visit. Elon Manisil's request was for permission to stay in the country of Kairos. The king could not believe his ears and asked again. The magician made it clear that he had understood correctly and that he really needed a place where he could stay. The king's face changed before he could give his answer, but he clearly did not like this conversation. The thing was that in order to defeat Celestia Kalyana, he needed the power that Elon possessed, and he had been thinking about this for a long time. No one suspected that he would be the first to take the initiative and offer to stay in the capital. King Roman probably thought that the mage was up to something. Elon decided to tell the king about what had happened to him the previous night. He told him about the black cat with red eyes he had encountered, which greatly surprised the king. Ellen told him about the cat's intelligence and his intention to teach him a few tricks. But the problem was that he simply had nowhere to stay. The king did not understand what Elon could possibly teach the cat, but Elon assured him with complete confidence that he intended to teach the cat magic. Elon told the king more about his plans and said that he needed to create a familiar environment for the cat. That is why Elon needed the king's help, as he was the head of the household. King Roman was stunned by the words and requests of the wizard Manisil. As if doubting the magician's abilities, he asked him to clarify his confidence in the success of his plan. Although it was not entirely true, Elon told the king that these were the real reasons why Prince Kalyan had invited him here. Hearing this, the king became angry and struck his leg. Rising from the table, he informed Elon of his decision. The king believed that there was already enough chaos in the palace, so things couldn't get any worse. The king shared another thought with Elon about the son he was interested in. He believed that there was nothing unusual about him. At that moment, Elon thought that Brizin would not be able to restrain him because the prince had become his apprentice. At that moment, the magician was very surprised because the prince's state of health was already something special. so much so that it was very difficult to find normal indicators. The king had heard that his son was afraid of many things, so it was difficult for him to believe that he was pursuing the magician. The magician could not understand why the king was talking about his son, based only on what he had heard from someone else. The king continued to talk about his son's lack of talent. Ellen asked His Highness about his knowledge of Callion's growth, and whether he knew anything about it. Their eyes met, and it seemed that a certain tension accompanied by aggression arose between them. When Elon repeated his question about Callion's height, the king was unable to answer. The magician understood from the outset that the king had no idea. Standing up and leaning on the table, breaking the rules of subordination, Elon said that the king's workload was a reason to step aside. After all, excessive concentration can be harmful, and coldness can be a panacea. It could be said that Manasil wanted to shame the king on the issue of raising children, and it seems he succeeded. King Roman considered Elon's behavior inappropriate and a violation of all rules of etiquette, but he dismissed it as concern for his student. The king's explanation to Manasil seemed silly, but the king tried to prove with words that he cared about his children. He also tried to convince Elon that he loved Caliana more than anyone else. Snapping his fingers, Elon decided to end the conversation at that moment. In an instant, they were surrounded by a magical field created by Elon. Ellen called their conversation empty chatter that was time to end. After that, the king became very angry, considering Elon's behavior unacceptable, as he had not monitored what he said and used magic in the palace. Ignoring the king's rebukes, the mage decided to tell him about Callion's condition, about his dry lips, labored breathing, and blue skin. He added that her fingernails had a purple tint. From Callion's clothes at the celebration, it was clear that they had been hastily altered, and the reason for this must have been his sudden weight loss. Every morning, he woke up completely without strength and could not get up without opening his eyes. The king was horrified by what he heard and could not believe his ears, refusing to believe it. Hoping that there was at least a shred of love in the king's heart for his son, Callion, Elon begged him not to ignore what he had said, for if the king remained indifferent, he might lose his third son forever. At noon, one of the maids approached Jan and told him with concern that Callion had not drunk the tea prepared for him that morning. Trying to allay the maid's concerns, Jan kindly offered to take the prince's tea to him and make sure that Callion did not choke on it. And so, Jan entered the third prince's room, who was still in his bed. Prince Callion felt very ill, and it was clear just by looking at him. Yang looked at him with sadness and pity in his eyes, realizing that yesterday's events had simply knocked him out. Suddenly, Elon appeared in Callion's room, whom Jan did not notice at first. Jan discovered Elon's presence in Callion's room because he was standing close to him and asked if the prince was awake, which was already obvious. Realizing that he was not alone in the room, Jan was furious. Hearing Jan's cries, Sir Manasil was perplexed and confused. Jan said that Elon's behavior at that moment was inappropriate, and Elon replied that he had information that no one was allowed to enter the palace without permission. Jan shouted that because Elon did not have permission, he was forced to teleport, but Elon wanted to clarify his position and explained that it was a deformation, that is, a more complex spell. Jan was persistent and asked Elon to leave Callion's room, but before he could finish talking about Callion's poor health, Elon interrupted him. Ellen did not allow Jan to finish, asking him if he knew who was standing in front of him at that moment. He reminded him that it was Jan who had been in Reborn several years ago, and that looking older had not helped him hide. He reminded him that in Reborn he had been called Little Elephant, which had not helped Jan at all. Remembering the past, Jan recalled his father telling him that there was nothing to worry about and that no one would suspect him. But now Jan understands that this is not the case and that he was quickly found out. At that moment, Callion woke up and asked Jan how long he had been asleep. Without answering the question, Jan told the prince that he had a visitor. Callion looked in their direction and saw his mentor, the wizard Elon. Ellen threw him a red bag and told the prince to take it. Picking it up, Callion asked Elon what was inside. The bag contained medicine that Elon told him to take 1 pill of each every day. Trying to explain, he told Callion that he now had 2 problems. The first problem was that the prince was unable to control his mana, and the second problem was that his body was rapidly wasting away. This was problem number 2. Callion was surprised because he hadn't told his mentor anything about this, and it seemed as if he could see right through him. Ellen looked as if he suspected something else about the prince. He asked about the prince's powers of blessing that gave him the ability to heal. Callion had the feeling that this power had disappeared. He then suggested that there might also be something wrong with his heart. Ellen tried to understand the reasons for the prince's poor health and asked if he had ever thought about this strange combination. Callion thought about it and still didn't seem to understand. Ellen called the 7 healing powers and magic a strange combination, but Callian thought that the blessing strengthened his heart. After all, the source of power for mana and life itself is the heart. Elon agreed with him, for the power of blessings truly strengthened the heart. Looking at the prince, Elon said that his power was still with him, that there were no problems with his heart, and that his mana was not blocked. But Callian still did not understand what was happening to him, even after his mentor had told him. The mage tried to explain that the blessing of Tisiphanian had not disappeared, but had simply reached its limit. The thing was that something had affected the power of the blessing, and so it was no longer able to heal even the smallest injuries. In an instant, Callian realized that the poison was to blame. Callian, furious at what was happening, asked his mentor if he was thinking in the right direction, but Elon made it clear to him that the blessing of Tisiphanian had saved his life. Callian continued to listen to every word his mentor said, who explained that the poison was putting a strain on his heart and that the healing power was working at full strength. He said that any attempts to use his mana would destroy his heart. He added that, on top of that, any attempts to use his power would be rejected by his own body. And so, Callian took the first pill offered to him by his mentor. It turns out that even before Callian was killed the first time, he had been poisoned, and this happened before Callian ended up in this body. Callian was overcome with anger because he did not understand why they would destroy a child who was already doomed to die. Watching Prince Elon Manasil, he was extremely surprised. He understood that such a thirst for revenge was not typical of a 14-year-old boy, but he could not understand who the prince really was. The pills that Manasil had prepared for the prince were an antidote to these problems. Ellen was sure that it would work, even though he had been in a hurry to prepare them. Callian was curious to see what would happen if both the poison and the antidote entered his body at the same time. It seemed that Callian had misled Elon with these words. After thinking for a while, the mentor told him that if everything went as he said, the antidote would only give him extra time. Callian told Elon about his suspicions and why he was going to take everything together. The prince understood that the substance was most likely being added to the tea he drank every morning, as he drank it in front of everyone, so it was easy to see that the deed had been done. One day, the third prince refused to drink the beverage laced with the substance that was killing him, which is probably why it ended in an attempt on his life. The situation changed when Baron entered Callian's body, so he cannot know what attempts will now be made to eliminate him. For this very reason, Callian decided to keep everything a secret until he found out what was going on and who was behind it. Alona was curious if that was the only reason he said that. He simply understands that if the problem was indeed in the morning tea, something terrible could happen. If that happened, all the servants involved in Callian's morning tea would be in danger. It was not difficult to guess that whoever had come up with this idea thought they would not be found out, but most likely did this all the time. Ellen Manasil didn't know what to say about this topic. He tried to convince Callian that Jan would be fine, calling him a baby elephant. But Callian didn't understand why he called Jan that, and asked the mage about it, but Elon told the prince not to pay any attention to it. Ellen Manasil understood everything perfectly, and told Callian about it. Callian asked him to tell him about Elon's further plans and actions. At that moment, a conversation took place between those who had planned all these evil deeds, and one of them smiled and said that Baron, who was inside Callian's body, was a fool. With a sneer, he compared Callian's behavior to a card game where, in order to get someone's trump card, you first have to give up your own. The second of the enemy said that it was at moments like these that his father appeared in his memories. In Callian's room, his conversation with Elon continued. Callian asked him to stay with him when they were outside the palace. And so, in the kingdom of Kairos, morning came and a new day began. The door to Prince Planche's chambers burst open, and the cries of servants urging the prince to wake up could be heard. At that very moment, the queen entered Planche's room with confidence. One of the servants approached the prince's bed and wanted to inform him of the queen's visit, but she ordered him to leave her path. With a sharp movement of her hand, she pulled back the curtain covering Prince Planche's bed. The queen reprimanded him, as Planche had already missed the preparations for the afternoon plan. Having just awakened from his sleep, Planche could not come to his senses and simply remained silent in response to his mother's remarks. The queen was stunned by the strong smell of alcohol coming from the prince. Empty bottles were scattered everywhere, and it was clear that Planche had not learned his lesson after the open ceremony where he was banned from drinking. After listening to everything his mother had to say, he simply picked up a glass of water and asked her why she had come to his room. He asked her to answer his question and leave immediately. The queen bit her lip in anger at her son and told him that Callian had a mentor who was a magician of the 7th district, and that it was Elon Manasil. She continued to say that noble persons had already begun to have doubts. Prince Planche didn't care, and clearly didn't see any problem with it. The queen leaned closer to her son, and urged him to do everything in his power to ensure that her efforts would not be in vain. She then ordered her son Plancha to put on his clothes immediately. She also told him that many people would be watching him today. Leaving the room of the wayward prince, she added that he must not disappoint her, and left. Plancha did not like this conversation at all, because after the queen left his room, he was overcome with anger, and it was evident on his face. And so, the glass that had been in the prince's hand was thrown to the floor, and it was no surprise that, in addition to the bottles, there were now shards of glass on the floor. The distraught maid saw cuts on the prince's legs after he got out of bed, and told him that he was injured. But the prince continued to stand and drove the servants out of his chambers. And then, with a furious cry, he told everyone to get out and leave him alone. Plancha was beside himself with rage directed at his own brother, Callian. In the streets, cries for the health of King Romain could be heard, and everyone around expressed their congratulations to him. Everyone spoke of their wishes for the blessing of His Majesty's future. Everyone around wished prosperity and glory for the kingdom of Kairos. A boy from the crowd, sitting on his father's shoulders, noticed the three princes who had also appeared before everyone's eyes. This young man dreamed most of all to see Prince Callian, and his father happily told him who each of the three princes was. Prince Callian, hearing their conversation, kindly waved to him. Jan was nearby, accompanying the prince, and at that moment turned to him. He asked the prince about his health and how he was feeling. He looked at him and concluded that the prince looked much better today than yesterday, which was great. Callian agreed with his loyal servant and added that the reason for his good health was a good rest. At that moment, Callian thought that perhaps his antipode had helped him, because he really did feel much better, and the pain in his chest had lessened. Jan was restless and worried, because there was a lot to do today, and what if Callian suddenly felt ill again? But Callian was calm and tried to reassure Jan. Callian was sure that his good health would allow him to participate in all his plans. Suddenly, among the crowd, he saw two people standing behind the crowd, but standing out from the crowd. Callian immediately noticed them, because it looked very strange. The face of one of them seemed familiar to him, even though they were trying to hide under their hoods. But then Callian remembered one of them, from that terrible day of battle. He knew that face well, and would never confuse it with anyone else's. It was Kiri, and Callian was certain he was right. Callian was 100% sure that it was him, and continued to stare in their direction. Raven's horse also noticed them, but they were already slowly moving away. Suddenly, Raven's horse began to resist and act up. The horse began to behave as if it urgently needed to follow them. Jan began to get nervous, because now was not the best time to behave like this, and directed him to move on. Raven was probably behaving this way because there was someone in the crowd. Prince Callian thought seriously about this because it was truly inexplicable. Then he tried to tell Raven that he didn't need to do that now, and to calm down. Callian realized that Raven was acting this way because he felt the same way he did. The prince understood that now was not the time to go after Kiri, and that he had to wait, and Callian would surely find him later. But then Prince Callian heard a voice addressing King Romain. At that moment, standing before him was Melfir Polan, the owner of the shopping center, who expressed his honor in serving him. Melfir informed the king that there would be a performance that he would surely enjoy. Callian thought that this was something the Brazines should have done. Callian understood that, thanks to this, he had managed to avoid some problems. But now, he was concerned about something else entirely. Callian remembered that during this performance, the first Prince Randell would be injured, and after that, the Baron would lose his life. At that moment, Melfir suggested that the Kiri's family move on. Accompanying the royal family, Melfir Polan said that he had prepared special places for them. At that moment, Callian thought that this was definitely the place where Randell would be injured. Moreover, Callian understood which chandelier would fall. All of this was very strange, because everything should have been thoroughly checked, since the king himself would be at the event, and the guards were at Fable's residence. Thinking about this, Callian immediately remembered the moment at the knight's core when he was almost mistaken for a mole. Obviously, Callian was thinking about more important things, such as giving Melfir a chance to stay alive. And now, Melfir Polan invites the third prince to proceed to the place where the event will take place. Callian approached Melfir and told her that he was concerned about the chandelier above their heads and that it looked suspicious. As he walked away, Callian ordered someone to check it, which caused extreme confusion in Polan's eyes. Completely baffled and unable to understand why the prince would suddenly ask him to check the chandelier again, he nevertheless looked at it. For Polan, this request was extremely strange, and finally the event began, to which Melfir accompanied the royal family of Kairos. Specially trained people rode endurance horses in a circle. Polan was excited, and it was evident in his clenched fists, which he placed on his knees out of nervousness. His happiness knew no bounds. for he was sitting right next to His Majesty the King. Behind him was the seat of the third prince, Kalyan. Poland glanced back and said that he couldn't miss this opportunity because he had worked so hard to prepare for the event. When he saw Kalyan, he didn't have time to tell him about the opportunity he couldn't miss, and remembered the prince's request about the chandelier. He remembered and wondered if he had checked what Prince Kalyan had asked him to do. Poland was surprised to see that the chandelier really did need to be checked, and Kalyan was right. The rope holding the chandelier was badly frayed and about to break. It was frightening to imagine what could have happened if the check had not been done. After all, the chandelier could have fallen right on Randall, killing him. But disaster was averted because Poland fulfilled Kalyan's request in time. Melfear sincerely did not understand how Kalyan could have known about this problem. At that moment, the third prince, Kalyan, also thought of him. He thought about how Poland had not stayed with the king, and had come to the conclusion that one must look to the future, be decisive, and not chase after profit. Kalyan tried to understand the reason for the Bryson family's hatred of the Poland family. They hated him so much that they had prepared such a problem. Kalyan pondered this, but no thoughts about the reasons for such behavior came to his mind, and he looked toward his brother Plancha. Plan continued to watch the performance, but when he caught his brother Kalyan's gaze, he told him not to go beyond what was permitted. Meanwhile, the host of the event assured the audience that the show was not over yet, and invited them to watch the horse riding show. Planch began to openly insult his brother, mentioning his blood and how much he disliked him, so much so that it made him sick to his stomach. He said it so loudly that everyone sitting nearby could hear every disgusting word. Even King Romain was forced to pay attention. Of course, Kalyan was upset to hear these words, but he didn't dwell on it. At that moment, Kalyan thought only that he did not care what Planch had in mind, but that his actions and words were actually helping him. After what happened, the king made a remark to Celestia about their son's behavior and upbringing. He asked how long this would continue. Queen Celestia was furious because she had warned Planch many times. She was very angry with Planch and glared at him, which was not surprising, as she had also suffered because of his disgusting behavior. But Plancha acted as if nothing had happened, and Celestia concluded that he had done it on purpose. She also didn't understand the reason for his behavior. She tried to understand why he did it today, and most importantly, why. And so, began a lively discussion about Planch's actions, and talk of changing the candidate for Crown Prince from him to Prince Kalyan. A decision on this matter was being discussed. After all, Kalyan was also a suitable candidate, as he had secured the support of Elon Manasil. And finally, the performance came to a logical conclusion. In the end, Randell managed to avoid an incident with the chandelier, and Roman did not react to the incident with Planch. Kalyan thought about it, and realized that everything had happened as he wanted. Kalyan wondered who could have done such a despicable thing with the chandelier, since Kalisha behaved calmly, as if she had nothing to do with it. Kalyan looked at Celicia suspiciously, wanting to understand whether today's situation had been unexpected for her. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Baron, people were discussing the possibility that the accident in Kairos was just an attack on the royal family. There was also talk of an attempt to harm the prince, and that someone from outside was behind it. To which his opponent replied that no one knew what had really happened, and that it would be boring if it were that simple, and he suggested a bet. They had made bets many times before, and one of them always lost, owing the other a lot of money, which is why the first decided to give a hint. In his opinion, this case was quite obvious, as if the enemies deliberately wanted to be discovered. If the owner of the second strongest trading house were removed, then Ren and Brazen would become the most influential owner of a trading house in Kairos. These memories inspired some thoughts in Kalyan, and he learned from John that Pollen's most profitable business was his diamond mine. Jan was surprised by this question, and why Kalyan had decided to ask about it. Then the prince understood and gave a logical explanation for what was happening, because if Poland disappeared, the Brazen trading house would gain the greatest degree of influence. Kalyan understood that Renan had thought his plan through well, but now the prince intended to get to the bottom of what was happening and protect Poland. But first, Kalyan needed to get payment from Poland for saving his life. Kalyan made a decision and ordered Jan to cancel all his plan, but Jan was surprised because there would be many influential people at the ball. To achieve what he wanted and not attend the ball, he needed a good reason, so he decided to tell Jan that he was too upset by Plancha's word, and that is why he cannot attend the ball. And finally, it was time to return to the royal palace. Upon returning home, King Romain was overcome with thoughts. The king could not understand what was happening. He remembered the words Elon had said about his son Callian, that he could lose him if he stayed away. He also remembered Planche's words to Callian at the horse event earlier. Then he remembered the moment when Selenia died and told him about their son Callian. His thoughts were interrupted by the cry of a servant announcing a guest entering his room. Queen Celestia entered his room, whom he had not expected to see. One of the maids immediately began to prepare fresh tea for them, but when she saw 2 tea sets on the king's table, she was surprised that someone else had visited the king before her, someone she did not know. The king told the servant that there was no need to prepare fresh tea for them, as the queen would not be staying long. Queen Celestia was not pleased to hear this, and her gaze betrayed her anger. Finally, he turned to Celestia and asked what he owed her visit to. Stepping closer to the table and leaning on the back of a chair, she replied curtly that the reason she was there was because of the Brizon family. Celestia claimed that the Brizon family would be held responsible for what had happened at the event that day. She looked at the king so boldly, and this boldness was mixed with anger, and it was clear that she had bent her knee because of Prince Planche's mistake. The king frowned and repeated her words about responsibility, saying he would think about it. Queen Celestia noted that today had been an extremely shocking sight. She also noted that Baron Pollen should be rewarded for organizing such a delightful celebration. The king was sure that Celestia already knew exactly what reward she was talking about. She agreed with him and said that she intended to grant him the exclusive right of the House of Brisson to supply the royal stables. As if suspecting her, the king said that in this way she would lose a lucrative business, as Elon Monosil had told him. The queen knew perfectly well that she would have to sacrifice something to conceal the harm caused by her son Planche. As Elon had told the king, she had not yet completely given up hope of retaining the knights who had been stationed in the palace on her orders. He said that this was why she would come to the king with a proposal, and if that happened, the king would have to show that he was willing to forget what had happened. The king responded to the queen's intentions by saying that he planned to go with Planche to the ballroom that evening. The anger and aggression in Celestia's eyes immediately gave way to joy. She knew that Planche's son would be extremely happy to hear this. That same evening, as the king had promised, they entered the ballroom together. Melfier Poland was also handed his exclusive supply agreement. Despite everything, everyone in the hall understood that this was done solely on Celestia's initiative to protect her son's reputation. There was much talk among the nobles that evening about how they were ready to reconsider Callian's value now that he possessed power. What a surprise it was to see so many gifts in Callian's room, and he realized that they could change their minds without hesitation. The loyal servant Yang sincerely did not understand what to do with the huge number of boxes given to the prince. At that moment, Callian was very pleased that Prince Planche and the entire House of Brizon were gradually losing their power, but he understood that he simply could not have on his side those who changed their minds so easily, and he decided not to accept their gifts. So, he ordered his servants to make a list of the senders and return the gifts to everyone except those given by the Association of Magicians and Pollen. Then Yang discovered a gift from Pollen, and Callian became curious, so he asked his servants to see what was inside. The gift for Callian was a luxurious necklace studded with precious red stone. It turned out that the necklace was intended for Raven's horse, and Callian was slightly upset. Raven, Callian's horse, would probably be incredibly happy. Callian was sure that the idea came from Jan, to which he replied that he had only told Pollen how much he loved his horse. Although it was a gift for Raven, it was quite unexpected. Callian understood that if he accepted this gift, he would immediately agree that it was Pollen's payment for saving. Callian was smart, so he decided to buy the necklace from Baron and send him the money back instead of accepting the gift. Jan was surprised by Callian's decision and noted the uniqueness of the necklace. But Callian clarified that he intended to buy it for another reason. Callian told Jan that it was not the necklace that was unique, but another gift that had come from the Mages Association. Laughing, Callian noted that this creation was strange, but still an aesthetic magical gift. Jan discovered a note attached to the gift, with recommendations for caring for the plant. Callian listened as John read that the flower released bioluminescent pollen before dying and was popular among herbologists. Prince Callian found this magical plant quite amazing. Jan decided to ask about its fate, that is, whether to return it to the sender or keep it, and Callian decided to keep it. Suddenly, the third prince, Callian, had a brilliant idea. He pretended to want to drink the tea prepared for him by his servant, but something terrible happened, and he knocked over the mug, causing Jan to panic. The prince said that it was an accident and that he was very sorry, but that his hand had simply slipped. After ordering the servants to clean up the broken cup and spilled tea, Jan discovered that some of the tea had spilled on the magical flower he had been given. What a pity. It was a gift, and Jan was worried about the prince, so he asked him what he thought about it and whether there was any chance that everything would be all right. But Kalyan was absolutely certain that everything would be fine and assured Yang of this. The tea spilled by Prince Kalyan was probably not poison, but in the eyes of the maid who brought the tea, there was definitely fear. Watching her, Kalyan asked her to leave the magical flower where it was, because the prince liked it very much. A short time later, Kalyan and Elon met on the street outside the royal palace. Ellen couldn't refuse Kalyan's request, even with his busy schedule. Ellen noticed that Kalyan much preferred being outside the royal palace. Prince Kalyan was embarrassed, but agreed with his mentor's opinion. Kalyan almost said that this walk outside the palace was the first in his life, but he quickly reacted and simply called the walk delightful. Kalyan seemed to remind himself that this walk was only the first for Baron, but not for Kalyan, and that he should not forget that. Continuing the walk, the prince explained that this was indeed a long-awaited walk for him, and asked Elon if it was true that the king had allowed him to leave. Ellen replied that the king would probably find out any minute now. Leaving the palace, Kalyan told Jan that he would return by morning, although he had previously promised Jan to be back by midnight, to which Elon replied that he was definitely his student. Hearing Elon's words, the prince took them as a compliment. Elon asked Kalyan about the regularity of the antidote he had told him to take daily. Kalyan reassured his mentor, and said that he had already taken the antidote today, and that there was nothing to worry about. Kalyan also explained that after taking the antidote, he felt much better than before. Kalyan felt so wonderful that the person who had been poisoning him was now openly worried. When everything came to light and all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, they would fall into their own trap. The mage admired Kalyan's intelligence and suggested that he wasn't needed at all, since he was doing just fine on his own, but Kalyan disagreed. Kalyan said that if it weren't for the flower Elon gave him, he wouldn't have been able to carry out his plan. As they continued on their way, Elon Manasil decided to tell Kalyan something important. He decided to end his journey with Prince Kalyan. Manasil believed that Kalyan should have allowed him to stay with him, but at the same time, he did not want to go against the prince's wishes. Kalyan was glad that he and Elon understood each other so well. As they parted, Manasil told Kalyan that the Mages Association had an office on Tainasha Street. He told him to find him as soon as he had settled all his affairs, and that Elon would be waiting for him there. Kalyan wished them both luck on their journey, and promised to meet again, making it clear that Elon was still his mentor. And so, Kalyan and Elon parted ways safely. On the way, Kalyan acquired a weapon, as he could not continue his journey without one. He bought himself a temporary weapon to use until his order was ready. His next plan was to find some useful information. The country of Sakriya maintained a spy network across the continent. The network exists to gather information from other countries. The spies who are part of this network undergo rigorous training to become mercenaries. The people who created this network are similar to Baron's father, King Deblin. Baron himself is also involved in the creation of this network. And finally, Kalyan and his faithful horse Raven found themselves on Tainasha Street. Prince Kalyan and his companion approached the dovecote on this street. As he got closer, he realized that the people there could be extremely dangerous, because Baron had personally trained them. The most frightening thing was that now, to them, he was not Baron, but the prince of the country of Kairos, in other words, an enemy of the country of Sekritia. Kalyan tried his best to behave discreetly so that no one would pay attention to him, because Kalyan understood that if someone from the local crowd realized who was with them, he would hardly be able to return. Kalyan understood that his bright red eyes and hair as black as night were too noticeable to those around him. That is why behaving as discreetly as possible was the best solution. The sound of a bell rang, signaling that someone had entered the room. And so, Prince Kalyan found himself inside the dovecote he had been looking for. Looking around, he noticed that the interior looked more spacious than it had before he entered. The owner of the dovecote, without even turning to face his guest, asked what had brought him there, and whether he was looking for a pigeon. Kalyan replied with a smile, saying no. Kalyan said that the pigeons needed to wake up first, but the owner of the dovecote said that these birds just liked to sleep. Kalyan concluded that the birds were simply tired, probably from traveling a long distance, and the owner agreed with him. Kalyan suggested that this was where all the tired birds could relax. Without commenting on Kalyan's words, the owner just wanted to find out the reason for the uninvited guest's visit. Kalyan said that he had come exclusively for bird feed, and the owner said that he definitely had what he was looking for. Then there was a pause between our heroes, and there was definitely tension in the air. Taking out his weapon, the owner of the dovecote told the prince that he did not remember selling any birds recently. Kalyan understood that he was dealing with someone who was not quite ordinary, and that it would not be easy to deal with him while not in his own body. Stopping the pigeon loft owner's hand holding the weapon threatening Kalyan, he began to explain his reasoning behind his conclusion. He said that he thought the pigeon had left its nest in search of food, which was why he couldn't sell it. The thing was that birds were used here to refer to spies who gathered information. The state of Secretia kept the identities of all its agents secret. They do not reveal the identities of agents even to each other, so if one agent is exposed, it will not affect or incriminate Secretia. The owner of the dovecote immediately understood everything and asked Callian, comparing him to a bird who he belonged to. Finally, contact with the owner was established, and Callian was ready to reveal who he belonged to. Callian decided to pretend to be a spy for the kingdom of Secreta and use the name of his biological father, Nebulad. The owner of the dovecote was definitely surprised by what he heard. After naming the person for whom he was gathering information, he asked for some food for the bird that had left its nest. Callian intended to become the first prince and use the secret agent of Secretia to steal information about Kairos. The owner of the dovecote kindly offered Callian to follow him. Looking around, the prince thought that this place resembled a secret location. The owner thought that they would meet again, so he introduced himself as the White Eagle. Callian, in turn, introduced himself as the Red Swan. The White Eagle, sensing something, agreed and remembered his name. When they reached their destination, the White Eagle asked the Red Swan what kind of information he needed. Callian needed one item and one piece of information, for which the White Eagle asked for 8 florins. He also demanded payment for the item and information in advance before he would hand them over. Callian thought that White Eagle intended to lower his guard, so he named his price before hearing what exactly he wanted. The White Eagle added that the price was fixed, which surprised Callian. Red Swan paid the price named by White Eagle. At that moment, they received the item and information they had requested. Callian immediately began checking the information provided to him. White Eagle explained that it was the only place that fit the requested area and thanked him for the useful information. And just as he was about to leave, the White Eagle called after him, wishing him to be careful. Callian only looked back at him suspiciously, without saying a word in response. White Eagle added that the place where Red Swan was headed was ruled by cruel laws. Callian probably understood perfectly well what the White Eagle was talking about. Callian understood that despite the cruelty of the place they were talking about, the White Eagle himself was many times more dangerous. As he left the dovecote, Prince Callian saw something strange. He did not understand what could be happening there in the middle of the night and realized that he needed to quickly cross the bridge marked on his map without being noticed. He couldn't pass quietly because he was stopped on his way. Callian was angry that his path had been suddenly blocked, but the people blocking his way unexpectedly and very politely apologized to him. The fact was that the deceased were on their final journey, and that was why they asked him not to disturb them and to wait until their ritual was complete. Callian realized that a funeral ceremony was taking place. Callian went to meet them and did not disturb their ritual, dismounting from his horse and stepping down to the ground, for which he received words of gratitude. Every corner of the world has its own traditions for saying goodbye to those who have passed away. In Kairos, there is a legend that says that the departed can lose their way if they cross a bridge in the form of red flowers on the river. In Secretia, flowers called Sinistar are planted at the graves of the deceased, which bloom white in the light of day and blue at night. This tradition means that the worlds of the living and those who have passed on to another world cannot and must not intersect. Callian waited humbly for the ceremony to end so he could continue on his journey. Watching what was happening, the prince thought about many things. Callian wondered if his brother had planted this flower after his death in Baron's body. He thought that perhaps time had been turned back to before the incident. Watching the ceremony, he thought that perhaps he was the deceased who had lost his way. His thoughts were interrupted by a man who announced that the ritual was over, and politely thanked him for waiting. This man said that the ceremony was now over, and Callian could continue on his way. As he mounted Raven's horse, Callian expressed his wishes for the deceased to find peace in the world they had departed to. Then Prince Callian promised to pray for their souls. Callian's words surprised the hooded man he had been talking to just a moment ago. At that moment, Callian left the place and continued on his way. Another man from the group said it was time to start, but the man who had been surprised by Callian seemed not to hear him. This man's name was Arson. His companion asked if he was all right, and Arson replied that there was no reason to ask such questions. It turned out that Arson was the commander of Vulcan, who thought he would definitely remember Prince Callian. He realized that just a minute ago, Prince Secretia Baron had been standing before him. These were only Arsen's thoughts, but he told his companions that Callian seemed like a good man. On Callian's way, he saw signs with the name Cilicia everywhere. Of course, Prince Callian thought this was too much, because the scent of Cilicia was everywhere. At that moment, he thought that the information brought to him by his agents when he was Baron was absolutely true. The spies had always said that there were probably witnesses to Cisphania living in the country of Kairos, because her name was absolutely everywhere. Upon arriving at the location, Callian was met by a man who offered to show him to a free seat. Callian refused the man's offer because he knew exactly where he needed to go. Callian said he needed to get to the 4th floor of the building. The man was literally shocked because he did not expect this answer. He was extremely surprised, but nevertheless said he was ready to take him to the place he needed to go. They immediately went to the 4th floor, with Callian following the man. Upon arriving at the location, the man wished Callian a pleasant stay. Callian entered the room, but there was no one there. He noticed a coat rack where one hook was very different from the others. At that moment, he thought about his meeting with the White Eagle and how he had asked him for only a small piece of information. The White Eagle had mentioned a place where illegal activities were taking place in the capital of Kairos. The hook that stood out from the rest turned out to be a lever. When Callian pressed it, a door to another room opened in front of him. The 4th floor was just a code phrase to enter the room located below, in a hidden space in the basement. To find the information the prince needed, he had to go further. Here, gambling games prohibited in the country of Kairos were taking place. In the room beyond lay what Callian was looking for. There was an arena for underground fights without rules, where people bet on the victory of one of the participants. Behind the bars of the ring, shouts of various kinds could be heard, some angry at the loser, others rejoicing in victory. And so, the fight came to an end. That evening, Bloody Gerard emerged victorious once again. Those who had bet on him would soon receive their winnings. The cries of those who had lost money to Gerard's opponent continued throughout the arena. Callian did not enjoy being there, as the smell of blood and the shouts of people using disgusting words filled the air. The scene, completely devoid of humanity, disgusted the prince. At that moment, a man approached him and demanded payment for the entrance ticket to the event. After receiving the payment, he shouted to the staff to take Callian to room 27. Callian turned around and saw the girl who was supposed to escort him. Looking at her more closely, he saw that something had happened to her ears. Callian was greatly surprised by what he saw and continued to stare. The staff were female and dressed in revealing outfits. Looking at them, Callian was sure that their clothes had not been chosen of their own free will. There were also tracking devices on their necks. Callian concluded that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The girl distracted him from his thoughts and pointed to the food tray, but Callian didn't understand what she wanted at first. She pointed to the buffet divided into 2 colors with the number 27, and he realized that he had to bet on one of the fighters. As he placed his bet, Callian realized that he had to play along in order to get what he wanted. There were no rules here, and everything was very simple. You had to bet money, and people fought. If you won, you doubled your money. Repeating this over and over again, the 10th fight was completed, and the winner was Pantalon Iron Ring. Everyone around watched in amazement as the 3 pralinas bet by Callian turned into 1,536. An active discussion began around the prince, but Callian was thinking that he had come here not only to get rich. And finally, the last fight of the day was announced, with a 4-time winner. Bloody Hammer Sion entered the ring in the white corner. Callian jumped up in surprise when he saw who was taking his place in the black corner of the ring. Callian remembered a moment from his past, when he was Baron, and was kept in a place where people earned their living in the same way as here. This went on until his sister died, and then the name of Hammer's opponent was announced to the audience. It was the monster-eyed Kiri. Without a moment's hesitation, Callian bet all the money he had won on black. The girl taking Callian's bet, like all the guests at the event, was in complete shock. This moment was discussed in every corner of the room. No one could understand the logic behind this move, as Callian had won a fortune and could lose everything in an instant. But Callian was absolutely certain that he had done the right thing. Everyone around him compared him to a madman, because Kiri's record was 0, and he had not yet won a single victory. And then the announcer declared the start of the match between Mollet and Kiri. Someone sitting behind Callian said that Callian's extravagance in placing such a large bet was completely unnecessary. He said that he was only saying this out of pity, and that Callian would be better off betting on someone else. Without mincing words, he pointed out that Kiri had not yet won a single fight. Without responding to the stranger's remarks, Callian asked the girl who was serving him if everything had been checked. Callian explained that he was referring to the chips he had placed on the black corner, and asked her to check everything carefully. At that moment, the man who had spoken earlier added that he was not responsible for the unfortunate outcome, and that he had simply warned Callian for his own good. And so, the fight began, and cries of various kinds could be heard everywhere. Callian was the only person who had bet on Kiri. The Hammer said that the newcomer would lose all his money because of Kiri. In fact, Bloody Hammer was a very cruel fighter. The Bloody Hammer began to attack the monster-eyed Kiri. Continuing his attack, the Hammer told Kiri that he lacked the speed to defeat him, and then one of his blows finally knocked Kiri to the floor, The fans' cries did not subside, and they demanded that Kiri be dealt with even faster. Kalyan was forced to watch from the sideline. The prince was angry because without a weapon, Kiri could even die. With a frenzied rage in his eyes, Molo promised Kiri that he would finish him off today. Kalyan couldn't understand why Kiri was letting Mollet do this to him. Unable to bear the tension, Kalyan shouted Kiri's name to get his attention. He advised him not to expose his shoulders to Mollet's attack. Kiri clearly heard the words spoken by Prince Kalyan. Kiri did as the prince told him, and it really helped. With joy in his eyes, Kalyan continued to watch the battle. After Kalyan's words, Kiri seemed to have found new strength for the fight. After a few blows, Kiri defeated Hammer. All the spectators were in complete shock, as no one had expected such an outcome. The girl who was serving Kalyan was also extremely surprised. The voices of many spectators could be heard around the ring, as no one could understand how this could have happened. The announcer declared that Kiri had won his first victory over the indestructible Hammer. Kalyan looked at Kiri with a smile on his face and joy in his eyes. Someone approached Kalyan and said that a man was looking for him. The man said nothing about it. He only told Kalyan to follow him. When he came to the man who was looking for him, he was nervously tapping his finger on the table. The stranger noted Kalyan's talent, as he had managed to earn 6,000 florins starting with 3. Putting a weapon to him, he also spoke of his concerns about this. He was worried about the large sum of money he had to pay to such a young man like Kalyan. A sly smile spread across Kalyan's face in response to his worries. Feeling confident, Kalyan told him that he thought he would at least try to make a deal with him, which his opponent did not expect to hear. He then commented on the man's mental abilities, saying that he looked much smarter than he actually was. These words enraged Kalyan's opponent. He asked Kalyan to take off his hood and reveal his face, saying that such behavior was unacceptable. Kalyan said he wasn't sure this guy could handle him if he took off his hood, because a lot of trouble could come his way. But the restless man replied sarcastically that he would be interested to find out what might happen. The servants began to address Prince Kalyan as a youngster. One of them leaned too close and, taking off his hood, suggested that he look at his face, wondering how cool he was. But Kalyan interrupted him with a hidden weapon, and the servant's words were replaced by a scream. Seeing what was happening, the remaining comrades in the room were completely shocked. Kalyan merely added that he thought the only thing they had left was common sense. The head of the establishment claims that he invited a mentally ill man who, without understanding the situation, took out a weapon. The head justified himself by saying that he did not have enough money to pay everything back at once, but Kalyan did not want his money and threw down the weapon. Kalyan was not stupid and offered an alternative, which was to take Kiri instead of the winnings. His opponent reacted angrily and said that the owner of the establishment would not allow it. After all, Kiri had only just started bringing them income. At that moment, thoughts crossed his mind that he could lose his life by doing this. But then he came up with what he thought was a brilliant plan. His plan was to attack Kalyan, since he was alone and they were clearly outnumbered. Considering this plan to be a really good solution, he said that he could hardly give Kiri to him. With one swift movement, Kalyan tore the scoundrel's pants and offered to take the 6,000 florins that were owed to him, along with his life. After offering this option, he asked if he could count on business negotiations in that case. The stubborn scoundrel's surprise grew to the limit, because he saw Kalyan's aura. After that, all questions immediately disappeared, and an order was given to bring Kiri to Kalyan immediately. At that moment, Kalyan realized that he would hardly be able to repeat the trick with the aura, because his body simply would not withstand it. But he knew that he had to hold out at all costs and persevere until the end. It seemed that a problem had arisen, because the messenger sent for Kiri had returned without him. The head's indignation knew no bounds, for he wanted to end this situation as soon as possible. But the messenger replied that Kiri would not leave without Haina. Prince Kalyan thought about the meaning of the word Hina they had used. Long ago, Kiri had told him about his sister, about how she had chosen how she would die, and that it was after that that he decided to leave the fighting ring. The reason was that he suffered from not being able to protect. Remembering all these moments, Kalyan thought, as if trying to come up with another plan. The head of the company, now without pants, shouted for them to bring them all here immediately, but Kalyan expressed his desire to bring her himself. He seemed happy to hear this, and was even ready to prepare everything for Kalyan's departure. But before leaving, Kalyan told him something that surprised him greatly. Kalyan said that he intended to take his winnings and the entrance fee for the event, and at that moment, the unfortunate man couldn't believe his ears. The prince managed to get them both out of that terrible place. Kiri timidly thanked Kalyan for saving him and his sister. Kalyan continued on his way, but when he heard Kiri's words, he turned back toward them. It was as if he was listening to what Kiri was about to say. Kiri decided to find out why Kalyan had expressed a desire to help and save them. But Kalyan immediately replied that they should not worry or fear anything. When Callian said this, he continued that he had no ill intentions toward them or the situation. At that moment, Callian removed his hood and revealed his face to them, and of course, they recognized him immediately. Standing before them was the third prince of Kairos, Callian, and his eyes radiated kindness. Kiri bowed his head and began to apologize for his distrust of him because he had not recognized the prince. But Callian kindly placed his hand on his shoulder and told him not to bow his head. Callian told him that someone like him should not do that. The prince knew that they were half-elves and had nothing, and he knew what they had gone through before, and that Kiri had been unable to protect his sister in the past. Callian said that exposing one's shoulders during battle was a habit of every novice fencer. When Callian asked Kiri about his desire to become a knight, he was so confused that he couldn't say anything coherent. At that moment, Kiri said that he dreamed of becoming not just a knight, but a sword that could protect anything. After listening to him, Callian had a slightly different idea. He said that you can't become a knight in an instant, so he suggested that Kiri start by becoming Callian's protector if he wanted to learn fencing. Then Callian began to slowly walk away and told Kiri to find him. Kiri couldn't help but ask why Callian had decided to give him such a valuable weapon. But Callian, with a smile on his face, said that the reason was that he simply needed a good sword, meaning Kiri. At that moment, warm memories of the past came to Baron's mind when he told Kiri what he could do to repay him. Sometime later, the action takes place on Tainasha Street. On this street stands a building called the Mages Association. In the cozy office of the magician Elon Manisil, a warm fire burns quietly in the fireplace. The report sent by the mage who had been sent to the horse show described in detail the situation with the chandelier and Prince Callian's remark about it. Thanks to Callian's observations, Baron was able to prevent a terrible accident. After reading this information, Elon threw the report into the fireplace. Manisil was puzzled because he couldn't understand how Callian could have known about the condition of that particular chandelier. As he pondered the source of his thoughts, the third prince, Callian, appeared in his office. Callian, with a smile on his face and beaming with happiness, told the mage about his visit. But there was no joy in Elon's eyes, for what he had learned was strange and troubled him. Elon suspected that Callian had gotten himself into some kind of trouble. Elon had reasons to think so, for he had noticed that the prince's clothes were stained. The prince replied that it was just a minor inconvenience. Manisil told him that, judging by Callian's voice, his affairs were much more serious than he had told him. Callian replied, without going into details, saying that he had simply had a difficult and long day. Callian thought about how everything was going according to plan, but he still felt uneasy and couldn't understand why. Perhaps it was because too many things had happened in such a short period of time. Elon Manisil still seemed lost in his thoughts and musing. With a snap of his fingers, he made the teapot pour tea into the cups using magic. Callian was delighted because now Elon's office looked like a real wizard's study. For Elon, this was nothing unusual, and he sarcastically told Callian that a magician's study did not always have eyeballs and other such attributes. The prince noted the completely ordinary furnishings in the study, but also noticed the weapon on the table, which clearly stood out from the rest of the room. Looking at it more closely, Callian noticed something familiar and frightening. He couldn't believe his eyes because he had seen this weapon before. As if cornering Callian, Elon asked if he had any idea why this item was here. Without giving Callian a chance to answer, he said that this item did not belong here. And then, as if by magic, the weapon flew into the air. Then it suddenly changed direction and headed straight for Callian's heart. Callian managed to dodge it, but another second and the object would have reached its target. Elon watched with interest and concluded that Callian was very agile, even if his physical condition left much to be desired. With fury in his eyes, Callian simply listened and picked up his weapon. Elon explained that the object now lodged in the back of the chair had been created by Tisfanian. Manisil said that he had the ability to copy his opponent's hidden weapon. The mage advised Callian to consider this incident a warning, but Callian seemed to have nothing to say in response to his mentor, and he realized that Elon had no intention of attacking him. He understood that he had not been patient enough, and had therefore been forced to use his aura. It was surprising that someone who had never held a weapon in his hands had used the aura. Elon remembered the day they met, when the prince showed uncharacteristic curiosity, and then began to display increasingly strange behavior. Earlier, during a conversation with the king, he had mentioned his fear of horses, and that everyone around him said the prince had become like a different person. It was also strange that, when the prince learned about the poison in the tea, he was not afraid but thirsty for revenge. Elon continued to say that such energy was only found in those who had once stained their hands with blood. He also mentioned the situation with the chandelier. After telling Callian all this, Elon demanded an explanation from his student. For a second, Callian thought about what to do next and what steps to take. He doubted that Elon suspected him of anything, and immediately dismissed these thoughts. Callian understood that Elon wanted to help him, because he definitely believed in him. Striking the table with his fist, Callian decided that it was time to reveal everything. Placing his hand on his heart, he confessed that he was not who he claimed to be, and revealed that his real name was Baron Secretia. And when Baron confessed, a discussion on the matter began. Elon immediately thought about the timeline, but then he thought about more important. By more important things, he meant the soul of the real Callian. He was trying to figure out if he was alive or already dead. Callian sat opposite Elon and tried to reason with him. Baron was sure that the real Callian was still alive and still in his body. When he first entered the foreign body, Baron did not realize that he was not alone in it, but then he felt the faint presence of this child. Elon Manisil listened to Baron and paid attention to every word he said. Elon remembered their first meeting when Baron said he wanted to get the royal throne. Then he asked Baron a direct question about what he really wanted and what he was striving for. And then Baron told Elon Manisil that he needed to stop the battle between the states. Baron told the mage about the reason for the war and that he had not yet understood why Prince Plancha needed the axis of time. Baron needed to find out Plancha's motives and stop him. The source of the problem had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the tragic story could repeat itself. After listening to Baron's monologue, Elon tried to understand what this goal was for, and whose salvation he intended to achieve, his brother Chase or himself. It seemed that Baron did not fully understand what Elon meant, but the mage decided that Baron needed to learn something first. The mage enlightened Baron that there was now only one prince in the state of Secretia, and his name was Prince Chase. Chase was the only son of the king's concubine, and the queen had no children, and there was no such person as Baron. Baron couldn't believe his ears, as he considered this absurd and simply impossible. Baron couldn't accept this information because he remembered himself as Baron. He had many questions. For example, does he only exist in Secretia, or does he exist at all? If so, why? If the reason was the timeline, then maybe something went wrong and something simply happened to space when it went back in time. Perhaps the time axis had influenced him, ending up in Callian's body. Baron Secretia thought about the present Callian in his body. He thought about the man who had lived a wonderful life before all this happened. But Baron nevertheless feels Prince Callian inside himself, if you can call it that. Baron thought that if he had ended up in Callian's body, then there might be someone else in his body, and therefore, while he was here, there couldn't be another Baron. But suddenly he realized that he had probably just stolen someone else's life. Elon Manisil began to talk about the only Prince Chase that exists now. Chase was currently strengthening his status as Crown Prince, and since the past and present differed from what Baron remembered, the future could also change. Elon assured Baron that he should now take care of his own life rather than that of his brother, who was doing well without him. Elon spoke with complete seriousness and confidence in his words. But Baron, as if smiling, asked if Elon really meant that Baron should now live without returning to the past. Baron told his mentor that he had nothing to worry about, because what was bothering him would definitely not happen. Baron tried to clarify some points, and therefore told Elon about the day when he first opened his eyes in Callian's body. He said that at that moment, he had already gotten rid of the desire to continue living as Baron. Elon Manisil continued to listen attentively to his student. Then Baron asked his mentor about his attitude toward the situation, to understand if he was really okay with it. Did he mind knowing that the body of Callian was not that of the real prince of the country of Kairos, but that of the prince of Secretia, Baron, albeit not the ruling prince? For a moment, the magician's face flashed with surprise and confusion as he pondered the words of the fake prince. Then he jokingly replied that he understood what Baron had been thinking all this time. But at that moment, Elon decided to clarify the situation from the beginning. He said that he had become an ally to only one person. Baron listened attentively to his mentor and did not interrupt. Elon and Callian harnessed their horses and set off. At that moment, Callian asked Elon if he had known about the existence of the axis of time before, but judging by Elon's reaction, it seemed as if he knew and clearly had some information about it. Elon told Baron the story of what had happened about a year earlier. He said that Prince Chase had asked him about the timeline back then. Elon had secretly visited Secretia, but despite this, he had not been able to find out anything useful, except that it had not been created by humans. Elon continued talking about what he had learned about the disappearance of the timeline from Secreta. He also clarified how far back Baron had traveled into the past. Callian thought that when he realized that time had turned back 10 years, that was the moment when the timeline simply disappeared. After thinking about the information he had, Callian asked Elon why they had gone back 10 years. Then Baron asked a million more questions on the subject, but Elon interrupted his train of thought and said that they needed to figure everything out. At that moment, Elon had an idea to meet someone who possessed more knowledge than he did, and from whom our heroes could learn everything. The person Elon Manisil was talking about was Tisisfani. Callie Baron agreed, remembering that his coming-of-age ceremony was soon to take place. The ceremony is called Rosalita, where one must find an empty nest, proving that one is a descendant of the royal family, and there lies her will. In order to pass this ceremony, one must remain alive, and therefore Callian must solve the problem of the poison tea quickly. Baron Callian agreed with Elon Manisil's statement. He thought that the actions he had taken regarding the magic flower should have already borne fruit. And so, the prince returned to his home, and his faithful servant Jan was angry because he had promised to return by midnight, but did not return until morning. First, Callian checked on the flower that had been poisoned. Callian turned to Jan and, without listening to him, said that he was ready to prepare everything for his prince's sleep. But Callian had something else in mind and wanted to show Jan something amazing. Callian went out onto the terrace, followed by his loyal servant John, who sincerely did not understand what they were going to do there. Looking down from the balcony, lost in thought, Callian heard Jan talking about the cool weather, as dawn was already breaking. The pot with the magical flower, a gift from the Association of Magicians, was already in its place in Prince Callian's room. Callian pretended to spill his tea in front of everyone, but it was his plan. This was done deliberately to see the reaction of the palace servants involved. The tea contained a powerful substance that would have killed any plant, but the magical flower was unaffected, remaining intact and unharmed, as if it had been specially replaced. Suddenly, Yang saw something very mesmerizing while standing on the terrace. Callian also saw a wonderful light passing through the royal court, and this light was mesmerizing, like pollen. At that moment, Callian realized that the person who had replaced the flower had not taken into account its magical properties, for when it died, it released magical pollen. And so, this wonderful pot had already led Callian Barina to her enemy. The mesmerizingly beautiful light led Calliana straight to the owner of the palace, Haisha. In other words, to Queen Celicia, the mother of Prince Plancha. Outside the window, the weather was gloomy and sad, for it was raining in the kingdom of Kairos. On this rainy morning, Callian's faithful and devoted servant, John, brought him his tea. Callian greeted him kindly and asked how he was feeling, inquiring how he had slept that night. Jan replied that everything was fine and that he had slept well, and then asked the prince the same question. Jan felt extremely awkward because he usually greeted his prince first. Callian replied that he had woken up earlier than usual that morning. Jan was surprised because this had never happened to the prince before in a long time. Callian just watched and didn't know what to say to Jan. Jan suggested that perhaps the rain outside had woken the prince. After taking a sip of the tea brought by Jan, Callian felt something strange. The taste of today's drink was slightly different from before, probably because Celicia had increased the dose of poison. Keeping his composure, Callian asked Jan if there would be any events in the near future where all the nobles would be present. Jan kindly informed His Majesty about an upcoming conference that the king would be attending. Jan said that the event would take place next week, and Callian listened carefully and memorized the information. Callian knew that on that day there would be an evening banquet where he could drink the tea poisoned by Celestia to his heart's content. As if devising a cunning plan, Callian thought about how Celestia would have to try hard to carry out her plan. Callian took one of the pills that Elon Manisil, his wise mentor, had given him. Without hesitation, he swallowed the medicine immediately after drinking his morning tea. Taking the cup that Callian had already emptied, Yang decided to ask about the medicine he took every day. But Callian dispelled the caring servant's concerns, saying that these medicines were vitamins for his health. Callian reminded him of his weak body and the need to take vitamins to maintain his good condition. Jan agreed unreservedly with His Highness and kindly offered his assistance. As he left Prince Callian's room, some thoughts crossed Jan's mind. Jan seemed to freeze, lost in thought about something important. He stood in the corridor of the royal palace and did not understand why his heart was filled with anxiety about his prince. Something was happening to Prince Planch, because after the incident at the horse show, he had begun to behave strangely. One of the oddities in his behavior was that he didn't even bother to come down for breakfast with his brothers. But Callian understood that this was definitely to his advantage, because it would not be good if Planch suddenly managed to disrupt his plan. Sitting at the breakfast table, Callian mentioned that the roses would soon be in bloom, which caught the attention of his older brother, Randell. Having no idea what he was talking about, Randell glanced at Callian. In an instant, an awkward silence fell over the table, with tension hanging in the air. At that moment, Randell finished his meal and was about to leave the room. Then he left silently without giving any reaction or response to Callian's remarks about roses. No one nearby, including John, understood why he had made this remark, but the prince said that he had simply seen the flowers during his walk. He said that the roses reminded him of Randell, because Callian had seen him growing roses. Callian had nothing more to say on the matter, but Randell, leaving the room, seemed to have heard these words. And so, it was time for Callian to continue his training, but Callian was still finding the training very difficult. After pausing briefly to catch his breath, Callian heard a remark that he seemed to enjoy torturing his body day after day. These words came from Elon, Prince Callian's teacher and mentor. Callian replied that he couldn't skip classes because then he might lose control of the situation by breaking the routine. Elon told him that he had spoken with King Romain. Ellen decided to ask why the prince had invited him, to which Callian replied that he wanted to ask him two things. The first request was to find out the identities of two specific people, which was not difficult for Elon. The second request was to find out about suspicious incidents involving nobles. At that moment, they both mentioned the name of the Brisson family. The second request for Elon also did not seem particularly difficult. Although Callian had asked Elon to do too much, he asked him to hurry with the tasks. Then Callian told him about the increase in the dose of poison being added to his tea. Ellen clenched his fist in anger and said that he understood that Callian had found the criminal. Moreover, he was sure that Callian already knew who it was. But Callian suggested that Elon would soon find out for himself. Callian was sure that it would be difficult for her to harm the great mage, but now they needed to gather their strength properly. In response to Callian's words, Elon thought that he wanted to use him as protection, but Callian corrected his mentor and said that he needed him as a weapon. The White Demon's army of mages had taken Callian's homeland and his life, and he knew the power of mages better than anyone else. With complete seriousness and confidence in his eyes, he said that he intended to create a squad of mages. Ellen's indignation knew no bound, for he had tried to convince Callian that mages could not be compared to knights. It must be understood that people familiar with magic cannot be trained, but Callian tried to convince Elon that it was indeed possible. Elon was extremely surprised by what he heard, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Callian explained that when the king intended to do the same, everyone looked at him condescendingly, including the Brisson family. That is why no one interfered with him, and he managed to achieve what he wanted. After the squad was formed, Romain left this world under mysterious circumstances. Then the squad fell into the hands of Plancha, who inherited the throne, and what happened, happened. Callian assured Elon that things would not be so simple now that the Brisson family had become involved. For this reason, a plan that he considered brilliant came to Callian's mind. Callian's plan was to use tea poisoned by Celestia during negotiations, but Elon did not yet understand what exactly the prince had in mind. Therefore, Elon asked for clarification on the method Callian planned to use, but Callian had no intention of revealing all his cards to Elon right away, and only said that he would soon see everything for himself. Callian suggested asking Romain, as he had many thoughts on the matter. Callian said that now they had to wait for the moment when Celicia herself made a mistake, and then they would definitely succeed in the negotiation. And so, the executor reports to the client that the order to increase the dose of poison added to Prince Callian's tea has been carried out. Celestia reprimanded Callian's maid, saying that they should have resolved the situation on their own and done everything as it should have been done. She said that she often heard disturbing news about this. She insisted that there should be no more cause for concern for Her Highness. The maid replied that she would keep everything to herself from now on. At that moment, someone entered the room and loudly expressed their opinion about what they had heard. They said that Celestia was indeed plotting something bad. She said that she had no other choice but to act in this way. The person who entered Celestia's room with this statement was Prince Planche. Prince Planche came to say that he didn't care at all. But in response, Celestia only said that Planche couldn't make such decisions. She also said that these sufferings were surely her evil fate. Planche became very angry and was practically furious. Then he turned abruptly and left the room where his mother remained. She called her son a weakling and continued drinking her tea, maintaining her composure. Then she promised not to let anyone stand in the way of her beloved son. On the day of the trip to the royal palace, Hina's sister Kiri was unusually excited. Her brother Kiri noticed this because she had been humming to herself all day. Kiri thought that the reason for this might be Hina's excitement about the visit to the royal palace, but it seemed that she was just happy to see Prince Callian. At that moment, Kiri's older brother realized that Hina was not indifferent to the third prince of the country, Callian. Meanwhile, preparations for the evening event were underway at the royal palace. The loyal servant Yang was also involved in preparing Callian's attire. Jan informed the prince that a gathering of noble persons was currently taking place and that he would need to appear at dinner in an hour. Callian listened to his servant and immediately asked him to fulfill his request. And so, the The third prince, Callian, confidently made his way to dinner. Callian knows that this is the moment when it will all end, and so he entered the room where the dinner was being held, where many noble and important people had gathered. As he approached, he saw Queen Celestia sitting at the table. Their eyes met, and tension filled the air. At that moment, loyal Jan was on his way to fulfill his prince's request. Callian handed him 2 letters that he was to deliver to the Association of Magicians and his mentor. He also said that the letter for the association had to be delivered first, and only then to the second addressee. But Jan was worried about the prince and asked Callian in whose company he was going to dinner, and if he really intended to go there alone. But Callian asked him not to ask any more questions, saying that he would take care of everything himself. With a good-natured smile, he assured Jan that there was no need to worry and that everything would be fine. At that moment, Jan was overcome with doubt, because something like this had happened before. Perhaps he was worrying for no apparent reason. At that moment, the action takes place in the building of the Mages Association. A conversation is taking place about how all the information Manasil needed has been found. It was Iria Saren, the head of the Mages Association of the country of Karis. They were discussing the nobles and the Brizan family, and how the nobles were weak and therefore unable to interrogate the Brizan family. Iria Saren did not understand how this information could help Callian and how he planned to use it. Elon Manasil thought about it and tried to figure it out. But then the servant Jan opened the door to the association building and called out to them both. It was very fortunate that they were there together, as the letters needed to be delivered to them. And so, the recipients finally received their letters and, without wasting a minute, began to read them. Ellen Manasil began reading the letters sent by Callian. After reading it to the end, the mage immediately grabbed his cloak, learning the location of the banquet where Callian would be. Jan did not understand what was happening and why Elon was rushing toward Callian. Jan said that without an invitation, the mage would not be able to get inside. But Elon said that this was not the main problem right now, and that something had to be done, because at that very moment, the prince could die at the dinner. Jan was completely taken aback by this and still couldn't understand what was going on. The letter written by Callian contained information that he intended to make a deal with Celestia, putting his life on the line. In the same letter, he asked to be saved if something went wrong. An hour before the appointed time for dinner, a very interesting conversation took place. The conversation took place between Celestia and Callian, where the prince urged them to be honest with each other. Celia agreed to this by tapping her fan on her palm, but Celestia demonstratively showed that she had no idea what would come of it. Callian suggested that Celestia be honest with each other, but it seemed that Celestia had clearly forgotten the bounds of propriety. Celestia decided that the prince intended to argue with her, and she already regretted agreeing. She said that Callian was being rude. Callian interrupted her and started talking about poison tea. Celestia was very surprised to hear this, as she had not expected Callian to figure it out. And then Callian suggested ending it, as the disgust was making him sick. Celestia pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Callian had anticipated this turn of events and had prepared himself in advance. Callian was willing to take the risk to ensure that this would never happen again, and now he held in his hands a poison that could stop the heart. Now Callian had only his strong heart, and he was ready to risk it. Celestia listened attentively without saying a word, and Callian continued, saying that he had received this item from the White Eagle. It does not react with silver and cannot be detected, but Callian has the power of healing, so his heart will continue to beat. Healing can only work on one thing at a time, so the poison that was in the tea in the morning will spread through his body if the power begins to heal another poison. Callian, trying to manipulate Celia, said that when this happens, people will suspect her first. But Callian's words only made Celestia laugh. After that, various phrases flew from her mouth about how he was not doing this for the first time, and that he was wrong to think so. She confessed that it was because of her that Callian's mother had died. And so, Callian asked again what he should do with the poison tea, but in response, he heard only that he could drink as much as he wanted. Callian took her words as a rejection of the agreement he had offered, and immediately began to drink the poisoned beverage prepared by Celia. And now the first sips were already passing through Callian's throat and entering his body. Celestia watched this with malicious glee, thinking that Callian was out of his mind to hope that anyone would accuse her. She believed that even His Majesty the King should treat her with caution. Celestia said that there was nothing she could not get if she wanted it, even if it was the Queen's throne. She didn't care how she got what she wanted, and so she gradually managed to get everything she desired. The only remaining goal she had not yet achieved was King Romain. It was not difficult to see from Celestia's eyes and facial expression that she already had a plan to achieve her goal. As the evening event began, Callian's health deteriorated, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. Celestia watched the prince cautiously from the sidelines. She was delighted because she knew that this would work out, and it would play into her hand. And then the third prince, Kalyan, lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Everyone around him, even his own brothers, was stunned by what was happening. King Kyra's Romain also did not understand what was happening, but was very worried. Then a voice rang out from the crowd, ordering someone to call a priest. Celestia watched with pleasure, but did not participate in any way, simply observing. The guards, trying to figure out what had happened, assumed that the prince had been poisoned before the banquet began, as he had not had time to taste any of the drinks. But the guards were silenced, as this was too serious an accusation, since Kalyan had been with Queen Celestia before the banquet. Behind Celestia, words of pity for Prince Kalyan and cruelty towards him could be heard. Celicia, as if addressing Kalyan, thought that she had won again, for no one dared to accuse her. Kali's father, King Romain, burst into the room shouting. He embraced him and asked him not to close his eyes, while ordering his servants to bring a priest quickly. Kalyan heard the words and, with his last ounce of strength, responded to the appeal. Kalyan reached out to his father, with hands trembling from exhaustion, just as Selenia had stretched out her hands to him before her death. She asked the king to protect their son, Prince Kalyan. With tears in her eyes, she was able to say her last and most important words to him. Just like his mother, he reached out his hands to his father. Roman was beside himself with rage when he heard Selenia's words about the misfortune that had befallen them, and that she could no longer remain there. She then said that she intended to return to the palace of Hytia. But the king probably understood that this was her doing, and that she was trying to take the life of his younger son. The king shouted Queen Celicia's name across the hall, addressing her, and of course she couldn't help but notice. Of course Romain's actions confused all the guests. Prince Kalyan's brothers also did not understand what was happening, and therefore stood quietly and continued to watch the proceedings. Celestia turned to the king, and immediately everyone around them realized that this was all Queen Celestia's doing, and began to discuss the matter. She decided to pretend that she had no idea what was going on, and said that she had heard rumors that Kalyan was a very sick child. King Romain reminded Celestia of the moment when Freya's illness began. At that moment, she was also in the company of the Knights of Brecin and insisted on the same thing. But Celestia continued to behave as if she had nothing to do with it and insisted that it was all due to her illness. Then she told Roman that he would not be able to make her a criminal, even with his behavior. She also clarified the king's confidence that his son's health was in perfect order. She said that none of those present could agree with his opinion and immediately expressed another thought. She began to talk about the princes, saying that they had breakfast together every morning and must be well aware of their brother's health. She asked that their opinion be taken into account as well, but Romain told Celestia to stop. Romain almost turned his weapon on Celestia after hearing about her feelings for Kalyan, whom she called her son. He told her that she could call anyone her child, except Kalyan. Prince Planche interrupted the conversation, saying that he had not noticed any health problems with his brother, and that he had told his brothers not to worry about him. Celestia's indignation knew no bounds, for her own son had turned against her. Finally, the priest appeared in the room where the incident had taken place. Celestia shouted to everyone that she was returning to the palace of Hytia. The king ordered the priest to use his divine power on Kaliana. Suddenly, Kaliana was enveloped in a magical field that prevented the priest from completing his task. It was Sir Manasil who arrived just in time and forbade the use of divine power, as it could cost him his life. No one could understand why Elon Manasil would not allow Kaliana's healing to be completed. At that moment, Manasil told them about the magical circle in Kalyan's heart. He tried to explain that if the two pitchforks collided, the heart might not be able to withstand it and simply burst, killing the prince. Romain couldn't understand how else his younger son could be saved. Roman tried to suggest different solutions to the problem, but Elon had another plan. Elon said that perhaps a healer with the power of nature could help him. But then a man reached out to Elon, addressing him as if he were his father. He seemed to have drunk a bottle of poisoned red wine, and couldn't understand why this had happened to him. Ellen Manasil approached Kalyan and wrapped his arms around his face. They looked into each other's eyes, and Kalyan tried to say a word to his mentor. Kalyan didn't understand why his mentor had such a strange expression on his face, and Elon thought about the spell he was not ready to use ever again in his life. And so, he began to perform magical actions in order to help, even if only a little. He said that this magic would help him not feel the pain. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, life went on as usual, calm and familiar to everyone. Suddenly, people began to notice letters flying everywhere. These sheets flew right into people's faces and covered their eyes, as if each letter was meant to reach every person on the street. Each letter spoke of the cries of the dead, calling for justice for the Brisson family who had taken the lives of 37 people. All the townspeople realized that Prince Callian was now experiencing something terrible only because of the Brisson family, and they rushed to the house where Celestia lived. The people demanded that the Brisson family answer for their actions and bring their loved ones back to life. The letter also said that the king himself had accused Celestia of threatening the life of the third youngest and most defenseless prince. Everyone around her no longer considered Celestia a queen, and therefore wanted to simply depose her. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, a conversation took place between Elon and King Romain, where the magician told the king what Callian had told him. The prince said that a hopeless situation must be created for Celestia in order to gather a group of magicians. The king caught himself thinking that Callian was probably thinking the same thing that the king had thought in his time. The king did not understand why Callian had thought of this, since he was still just a child. Queen Celestia was puzzled, wondering how they had managed to pull it off so quickly, since organizing a group was a very difficult task. For his part, Callian said he had no idea what she was talking about. He added that because of Celestia's efforts, he would need a long time to recover his health. All week, Callian had been in a serious condition, but now the queen noticed that his voice sounded much better. Callian tried to explain to Celestia that her efforts had nearly cost him his life, and for this very reason, it would be difficult for Callian to talk to the queen for a long time. He then added that he intended to leave the room if Celestia had nothing more to say to him, but Celestia would not let him leave and asked for his opinion on a one-for-one exchange. But Callian quickly informed her that she should have considered that offer a week ago, because now the situation had changed dramatically. He went on to say that he intended to hear what the queen had in mind, which apparently angered her. Celestia told Callian that she would not object to the prince's plans if she was sure that his words were true. Callian merely smiled at her in response, as these words were simply absurd to him. Laughing out loud at her words, he told her that the queen probably didn't understand one thing. In response, the queen looked questioningly at the prince, as if she had no idea what he was talking about. He reminded her that he did not need her approval. He also asked if she could offer him something else. Celestia told him that he could tell her anything Callian wanted, but Callian already knew exactly what he wanted to say to Celestia, and thought about how there could be no sound of swords in a land ruled by the descendants of Cisphania. Therefore, the prince told Celestia that she must withdraw Fable's Night Court. This was necessary so that her family would have no place in the palace. Upon hearing this, Celestia flew into a rage, for she understood what this could mean. Because of this, she could easily lose her power. The prince presented her with a fait accompli, saying that the Night Corps must be disbanded and replaced by a squad of magicians without any compromise. Celestia was at a loss for words, and had no choice but to agree to the prince's terms. When Callian realized that there was no point in waiting any longer, and that all of Celestia's information had been conveyed in full, he called his assistant, Jan. On his master's orders, Jan brought Celestia a document and asked her to read it. This document was called a sworn undertaking. Celestia understood perfectly well what this document meant and how it was signed. She flew into a rage because she understood the seriousness and danger of what was happening at that moment. In turn, Callian reminded her that this was magic that bound the obligation to the heart of each party. This magic would simply tear the heart of anyone who broke the promise in the agreement and instantly take their life. Celestia had no other way out or solution to her problem, so out of desperation, she could only be angry. Later, there was a discussion about how Queen Celestia visited Callian's room immediately after he woke up. In the royal court, the eldest prince was tending to his favorite flowers and seemed lost in thought. The prince was troubled by the situation with Callian, and it was clear that he was very concerned about her. He recalled the day when this situation happened and the moment before Callian lost consciousness. He remembered that at that very moment, their eyes had met. Prince Callian had told him that the roses would soon bloom, and the elder prince realized that Callian had wanted to involve him in this game from the very beginning. The elder prince, Randell, thought long and hard about what this could mean and decided to play along with him at least once. The prince thought about many things and tried to understand the reasons behind everyone's actions. On that day, even Prince Planche said that Callian was perfectly fine. As he continued to cut off the blossoming buds of the roses that were beautiful and beloved by the senior prince, he reflected on Planche's behavior that day. He realized that if even Planche had stood up for him that day, it meant that things were definitely changing. At that time, Callian and Celestia's conversation was still ongoing, filled with tension and Celestia's anger. Callian told her that it was a necessary measure because there was no trust between them in their relationship. Now Celestia was faced with a very serious choice, and Callian asked her what decision she had made on the matter. It seemed that the decision had already been made, as Celestia snatched the pen from the hands of Callian's loyal servant Jan. And so, Queen Celestia, overcoming her own feelings, signed an agreement that would cost her her life if broken. Immediately after signing the magical document, their hearts united and became bound by the promise they had made to each other. When Celestia was about to leave Callion's room, he decided to add something else. He told her that he had never had a good relationship with his brothers. Reminding Celestia of the events of that fateful day for Callion, he continued speaking. He said that the words spoken by Prince Planche that day were not meant for Prince Callion. Callion tried to explain to Queen Celestia that if she had said even one more word at that moment, something irreparable would have happened. He said that Celestia could have lost her life in an instant that day. Of course, Celestia did not like hearing these words from Callion about her own son, Prince Planche, but she overcame herself, raised her head, and left Callion's room with pride, without saying a word. Prince Callion, in turn, watched her leave with a serious look in his eyes. After Celestia's visit, Elon Manisil visited Callion's room and said that he was extremely shocked to learn about this. Then he saw many banana peels that Callion had eaten. He noticed that Callion seemed indifferent to Elon's words and jokingly remarked that Callion was only interested in food. Callion remarked that bananas seemed simply delicious to him, and Elon agreed, saying that he had barely survived and therefore had such an appetite. Ellen couldn't understand how the prince could be in such a good mood after what had happened, as he could have easily died. Everything ended well only thanks to the elven brother and sister. Ellen said that they were lucky because Heine was a healer with the power of nature. Elon explains that if it weren't for Heine, everything would have ended badly, to which Callion replied that he didn't know about this, and was therefore also in shock. Elon was surprised by this because he was sure that Callion knew about it from his past life. Callion replied that in his previous life, when he met her brother Kiri, his sister had already passed away. Callion listened carefully to the mage, who realized that the prince had relied solely on the power of his blessing and had therefore drunk the poison himself. Elon Manisil did not understand what Callion was hoping for, since his plan had failed from the start if he did not know about Hina's power, which could have helped. Ellen flew into a rage because the prince had been in limbo for a whole week, but Callion decided to calm his mentor down by offering him a banana. Closing the subject, Elon Manisil handed Prince Callion a document. Ellen handed him the identification certificates for the children that Callion had previously requested, but had apparently completely forgotten about. But in an instant, Callion's expression changed because he read that the certificates listed Hina and Kiri's last name as Baron. Elon explained that he needed a surname to make the certificates and decided to use his former name. Elon explained that he had chosen this particular surname because it did not seem likely that Callion had saved these children by accident. But Callion was obviously pleased with Elon's decision, as he thanked him with a smile on his face. Callion said that now he couldn't call these certificates fake because, apart from the surname, they had been made by the residents of the place where he lived. But Elon Manisil, with absolute seriousness in his eyes, corrected Callion, saying that it was all done by King Romain. Callion was utterly astonished, as he had not expected to hear such information. Manisil asked the prince how he felt upon learning that he was the king's favorite son. Callion asked if these rumors were true, as he had heard them for the first time from Elon, and only at that moment. Elon replied that it was not surprising at all, given his behavior in front of all the nobles on that ill-fated day. Callion explained that it was not he who should have any feelings about this matter, but the one to whom this body rightfully belonged. The younger Prince Callion sat pensively and looked away. Then he politely asked his servant John to remove the peel from the bananas he had eaten, but John turned to him without obeying the order. Jan looked at his master as if something very important had happened. Jan said that he intended to tell Prince Callion something. Placing his hand on his heart, Jan said that he wished to leave his post as the prince's loyal servant. These words plunged Callion into absolute shock. Memories from his childhood, when he was just a child, came to Jan's mind. Memories of when he was a child running around the royal palace. At that time, he was in the farthest room on the second floor of the royal palace and told someone that he was there. In that very room was Jan's brother, lying in bed. A happy boy with a big smile greeted him. His brother then got up from the bed and greeted him kindly in return. But Jan's name was different at that time. His name was Shiroyan. Jan left his enormous sense of guilt there. That day, Jan asked his brother if he had heard the noise of cicadas today. Then Jan playfully climbed onto his brother's bed and told him that when summer came, black things, as he put it, appeared and made a crazy noise. He talked about their strange wings and how the sound came from their bellies and asked his older brother if he thought so too. He suggested catching one so that Yang's brother could see them. But his brother refused, saying that he didn't want to see these scary creatures and that he would rather play the violin. Jan overheard the Odolts talking about his brother, They discussed his deteriorating condition and mentioned Sir Manasil's son, who was knowledgeable about medicine. But they also said that they couldn't ask him for help because he had other things to do. Shiroyan's father then said that it was difficult for him, but they had to find another way to help his eldest son. At that time, Yang did not know that talking to someone who was dying could be so terrifying. When his older brother realized that Shiroyan already knew everything, he took him by the shoulders. He asked him not to avoid him and not to be afraid to look him in the eyes. He said that they had to stop ignoring him and accept the fact that he would soon leave this world. On that fateful day, a fire broke out in their family palace. At that moment, Yang was standing in the street surrounded by servants and a crowd of people, and someone told him to take him away from there because the fire was getting stronger. The fire was started by his older brother, Shiroyan, who wanted to end his life one day before his coming of age. After that day, all the seasons changed, and now the air is once again filled with the sounds of cicadas. A year had passed, but Yang could not come to terms with what had happened and continued to withdraw into himself. Shiroyan's father could no longer bear to see his son in such a state, so he forced him to leave the room where the unhappy boy spent all his time. With no strength left and completely depressed, Shiroyan, carried in his father's arms, asked him. Shiroyan saw the boy and decided to ask his father about him. The boy Shiroyan was interested in turned out to be the young third prince of the country, Kalyan. Kalyan was just as upset as Shiroyan, which is why he took notice of him. Memories of their first meeting flashed through Yan's mind, and when he returned to reality, he said that he intended to leave his position as his servant. Kalyan did not understand the reason for Yan's actions, but Yan, in turn, said that he was closer to the prince than anyone else and knew nothing. Yan began to shout that it was his hands that had passed the poison tea that had brought the prince to such a state. Jan kept telling the prince that it was all his fault and that it all happened because he didn't pay attention to the things that bothered him. He deeply regretted not being there when his prince was in danger. Kalyan tried in every way to interrupt Jan and say at least a word, but nothing worked, and Jan continued to say that he simply knew nothing about it. At that moment, memories of his brother's death came flooding back to him. From his terrible memories and dark thoughts, Jan was brought back by Kalyan's cry, who shouted his name and told him to look at him. Kalyan took him by the shoulders, and Jan, with tears in his eyes, fixed his gaze on him. Kalyan stepped back a little and asked Jan who was standing in front of him now. Prince Kalyan's stern gaze still awaited Jan's answer. Jan, tears still streaming down his face, replied that Prince Kalyan was standing before him. The prince agreed with Jan's statement and told him to remember one thing. He told him to remember that he had no intention of dying. Kalyan said that from the moment he opened his eyes, Jan had been by his side the entire time. He went on to say that it was only thanks to him that Kalyan was still alive, because Jan had never ignored him. Kalyan said that he felt he knew too little about the past life of his loyal servant, but he was sure that from that moment on, Jan would continue to protect his prince, and he asked Jan if his thoughts on the matter were correct. It was clear that Kalyan's words had deeply moved Jan's poor, vulnerable servant. At that moment, he couldn't hold back any longer and fell to his knees, crying with all his might. Kalyan tried with all his might to calm him down and asked him to stop crying and get up from his knees. At that moment, the prince reached out his hand to his comrade, friend, and servant, and then Jan thought, as if addressing his father, that he would not be able to return. As he got up, he continued to think about the fact that he had someone he had to protect with his life, and that the only person who would be under his protection for the rest of his life would be Prince Kalyan. After regaining his composure, Yang told Kalyan that he would rid him of all the scoundrels who had done this to him. Yan set about carrying out the order given by the prince minutes earlier, and continued to talk to the prince on this subject. Kalyan asked what that meant. Kalyan asked if this meant that Yan intended to avenge him, and Yan agreed with this statement. Yan was angry because Kalyan had suffered so much, so the prince told him to calm down, otherwise the elephants would have to stay where they were to avoid starting a war. Then Yang started shouting that they should forget about war, and stammered that it didn't matter that he wasn't working under his real name. But remembering that Kalyan had mentioned the elephant in his remarks, Yang realized that the prince knew everything. But the prince just spread his arms, thereby letting him know that Yang was absolutely right and that he really did know about his origin. Yan tried to find out how long the prince had known about this, feeling irritated because he was sure that the prince was not aware of it. Yang realized that the prince had learned about it from his father and felt hatred toward him, but his thoughts were interrupted by Kalyan's voice asking him to make tea. That night, Kalyan had a dream but it felt like he was seeing it in real life. In his dream, he met the real Callian, the owner of his body. The true Prince Callian and Baron, in his body, met face to face. Callian looked the same as he had in his previous life, and even the hair covering his eyes was the same as he liked it. Baron looked at him and couldn't understand what was happening, which was not surprising, since meeting oneself face to face does not happen often. But then the real Callian began to take steps toward Baron. And now the real Callian was right up close to Baron. With a sincere smile on his face, he seemed to greet him. Then Callian passed through Baron, as if leaving his body. Baron had no idea what was happening to him. Then Callian looked at him with complete sincerity in his eyes and a smile on his face. But Baron still didn't understand anything, which was easy to see in his eyes. Then Baron felt something, and reached out his hand to Callian. Callian merely glanced at the hand Baron had extended to him, as if not expecting this gesture. In response to Baron's actions, he simply smiled and looked completely calm. Baron did not lower his hand, as if he knew that now he had to go with him. When Baron saw Callian's eyes, he realized that Callian had other intentions and did not intend to continue their life together. The real Callian responded by giving Baron only a smile. The real Callian began to gradually move away from Baron, and then Baron began to fall into the unknown, as if Callian himself had decided to bring Baron back to reality from his dream. Baron, in Callian's body, opened his eyes and found himself in his bed. He looked at his hands as if trying to understand whether this was real. He sat up on the bed and began to think about what he had seen, because it was very strange. Then he realized that Callian had used this method to let Baron know that he had decided to leave this body for good. And then Baron and his mentor Elon decided to perform a ritual to send Callian's soul on its final journey. Baron thought that he had decided to leave too soon, because he could have enjoyed what he had so sincerely desired. Baron realized that the real Callian had given him this life. In a dream, Callian wished Baron to achieve his desires. As he bid farewell to Callian's soul, Baron reflected that he did not envy Callian's freedom, for his life had been like a prison. Baron told Elon that after what had happened, he would not remain ignorant. After all, he had started many things, and asked Callian for many things. At that moment, Baron seemed to say goodbye for good to the man with whom he shared the body he now inhabited. Then he promised both him and himself that he would live his second life, as he should, and as he was meant to. After the shower, the true Callian slowly floated away with the beautiful flower, and the ritual was successfully completed. Queen Celestia kept her promise, and the knightly corps of Fable was indeed disbanded and returned to Marquis Bryson. King Romain urged his people not to believe the groundless rumors circulating about their royal family. Well, Elon Manisil, in turn, announced his intention to create a squad of magicians, and everything went on as planned. 3 months after the incident, Baron Callian had changed noticeably. Looking at him, the servants realized that they needed to call the royal tailor, Seton Slake. Callian agreed with them, as his wardrobe had indeed become too small for him. King Romain visited the third prince's room and greeted his son. The king noted that his son had gained weight and grown taller, and that he seemed to be even taller than his brother Plancha. Callian agreed with his father's remarks and responded with his beautiful smile. In Callian's room, there was a discussion about preparations for the upcoming rose ceremony. Hearing about this, Elon took the opportunity to tell Callian that he would like to introduce someone to the prince. Ellen was talking about a mage who would look after Callian during the event. It was Arsene Hertz, who said he was very pleased to meet the prince. Callian was extremely surprised by what he saw, as they had already met before in his past life, when he was Baron Sakricha. King Romain explained that Arsene Hertz was a talented mage who would definitely join the ranks of the unit they had created. The king then added that Callian would definitely get along well with him, and learn a lot. With a hint of a smile, Callian thought about the king's words. Still grinning, Callian sarcastically said that this was quite unexpected, and that he considered this moment a special birthday present. Later, over a cup of fragrant tea, they discussed the date of the magical squad's creation. Elon Manisil said that it would not happen as soon as they would all like, because they had not even come up with a name for the unit yet. Even the smallest details were discussed, from the number of people to the form of clothing. While Elon explained that they all had a long and hard road ahead of them, Arsene noticed Prince Callian's intense gaze on it. Ellen said that this was only the beginning of their journey, and Arsene simply smiled back at Callian. Then Elon turned to King Romain and suggested that he choose a name for the unit, which greatly surprised the king. Ellen said that the king probably had some ideas on the matter, since he had been thinking about creating a squad of mages for a long time. And then the king said that he did indeed have some ideas on the matter. And finally, the answer came, and it was suggested that the group of magicians be named Volk. Ellen asked what they would have done if he hadn't asked, since everyone had been waiting for this for so long. Then they asked Sir Hertz for his opinion on the name the king had suggested for the group of magicians. Callian, in turn, humbly and with great interest, watched Arsene Hertz's reaction. The mage asked the prince to repeat the question and what Callian meant by it, but the prince clarified that he was interested in whether he liked the name. Then Callian asked Arsene if the proposed name sounded familiar to him. Manisil just listened and watched what was happening. Arsene Hertz began to answer Callian's question with a hint of uncertainty, arousing Ellen Manisil's interest. Then Arsene said that he thought the name was beautiful, very appropriate, and fitting. Callian agreed with Arsene and continued drinking his tea. Later, Callian told Elon about his meeting with Arsene and that it was he who had taken Baron's life. Elon suggested withdrawing Arsene's recommendation, but the prince said that there was no need to do so, as the future was unlikely to repeat itself. After all, both Baron and Arsene had become completely different people. However, Callian also mentioned one very important point, which was equivalent to saying that there was a catch. Ellen was extremely surprised by what he heard, and therefore asked the prince to clarify what he meant. Callian said that it would be completely wrong to leave everything as it was, as if he had thoughts on the matter and was definitely planning something. A little later, Prince Callian found himself in a completely different place, drinking tea. At that moment, he met Baron Polan, who politely greeted the third prince in his palace. Callian noted how long it had been since their last meeting and suggested that Polan make himself comfortable, as they had a serious conversation ahead of them. The prince apologized for visiting without warning, as he found it quite difficult to interact with people, but the Baron simply thanked him for his visit, though a thought flashed through his mind that something was amiss, as the prince had never before associated with any of the nobility. Indeed, Callian had not come to him without a reason, and immediately said that he had come to collect payment for saving his life. Then Callian immediately asked Polan about the options the Baron could offer him. The Baron was not surprised, as if he had been expecting this question. After all, he had recently begun selling precious stones to the Tencel Empire. He had also started working with the imperial family and trading horses with stables. But at that moment, he understood that this was not what Prince Callian wanted. And so, he decided to tell Prince Callian that he had nothing to offer His Highness the Prince. But Callian was not satisfied with this answer, as he seemed to know exactly what he wanted. Callian suggested the possibility of offering something other than the services of his trading house, to which the Baron replied that he had neither the means nor the people. Then Callian said that he had both people and resources, but so did the Brisson family. Hearing this, the Baron seemed not to understand what His Highness meant by this. Then, gathering his thoughts, Baron admitted that he had always thought he had Callian. The prince laughed but agreed with the Baron, who in turn said that if they had the prince's support, there would be no problem. Callian told them about their plans to create a squad of magicians and explained that they had enough people and money to support them, but there was a problem with management. The Baron asked if this was perhaps payment for saving his life that day. But then Callian dispelled the Baron's doubts and informed him that His Highness had already received payment for saving the Baron's life. The prince's words certainly surprised Polan, and he did not ask any further questions on the matter. Baron Polan simply said that he would gladly fulfill Prince Callian's request. Then Prince Callian realized that his plan had worked perfectly, and everything was going according to plan. On the day he came of age, Prince Callian was supposed to bid farewell to his life, but circumstances arose that would change the fate of that day, for he had found people close to him, whom he could trust with absolute certainty. At this point, all that remained for Callian was to meet Sisphania at the upcoming Roselight, and find out the reasons for everything that had happened. And so, the most crucial moment arrived, the moment of the very event where Prince Callian was to greet the guests. Everyone present congratulated him on his 15th birthday and coming of age. Preparations for the event were successfully completed. Prince Planche stood in the corridor of the royal palace, away from everyone else. And then the blood brothers Planche and Callian met each other's gaze. Callian's impassive face broke into a smile, and he noticed how long it had been since they had seen each other. Prince Planche stood completely calm, as if he was completely indifferent to everything that was happening. Prince Callian quickly passed his brother Planche and continued on his way. But then Planche's brother turned to Callian and mentioned the color of his eyes. At that moment, Callian turned around with absolute seriousness in his eyes, for there was certainly nothing pleasant in the way Prince Planche had addressed him. Then he reminded Planche of his name, and said that he would no longer tolerate his antics. The completely tactless Prince Planche smiled, and asked Callian's name again, as if he disagreed and was trying to anger his brother. Then, with complete confidence in what he said, he remarked that the name Callian definitely did not belong to him, which surprised his younger brother. Planche explained that his opinion was based on Callian's unusual manners, his ability to ride a horse, and his skill with weapons. He also found it extremely strange that Callian responded to his taunts and never remained silent, which was completely unlike the former Prince Callian. Then he asked his younger brother directly who he really was. A drop of cold sweat ran down Callian's face, for he had not expected to hear such words from his brother. At that moment, Prince Callian realized one very important thing. He was no longer the king of the country of Sekrikia, and he was no longer the Baron of the Path. He realized that he was no longer the king who had lost his kingdom in the war with Planche, and most importantly, the man standing before him was not the mad king who had destroyed his country, so he decided to simply wait. Wait until the truth about Sisfanian's will was known. Returning from his thoughts to reality, Callian told his brother that he was talking about something very strange. Callian tried to behave in such a way as to convey to his brother that he was completely mistaken in his statement, but his brother Planche did not seem to trust a single word Callian said. Afterwards, Callian told his mentor about what had happened. Elon said that it was not surprising that Planche was suspicious. Elon added that despite Planche's tactless behavior, he was not a stupid guy. Ellen Manisil was not at all surprised by the turn of events. The prince told the mage that he pretended not to understand what his brother meant, but it seemed that this attempt was unsuccessful. Manisil, in turn, began to discuss possible solutions to the problem. Ellen reminded Baron of the words he had spoken to him, that he was now none other than Callian. Callian agreed wholeheartedly with the words of his wise mentor. Callian added to what Elon had said, saying that that was exactly what he had said. But Elon was thinking about something else. He knew that it would not be easy for Baron to forget his past identity. Callian gazed into the distance, lost in thought, but suddenly Elon addressed him. As soon as Callian turned to his mentor, Elon threw him an object, which Callian caught with a satisfying thud. The object turned out to be a communication ring that allowed the prince to share his thoughts with his teacher at any moment. Ellen told Callian about the properties of this ring, and that it did not work where the power of Sisfanian was active, that is, within the palace. But anywhere else, Elon would always be in touch, which couldn't help but please our hero. Elon noticed the worry in Callian's eyes, but didn't get why, since he was only surrounded by people he trusted. Callian is surrounded only by loyal people such as his servant Yang Hina and Kiri Baron, as well as his wise teacher, who are always ready to help. But Callian told his mentor that this was not the case. A little later, the leader of the knights, Siegfried, appeared in Callian's field of vision and greeted him with respect. He said that his army would protect His Highness the Prince until his arrival, until they reached the lair of Sisfani, located in Siegfried's territory. Callian was extremely impressed by the strength of Siegfried's army. However, the knights were annoyed that Callian was using their young lord as his own servant. This was because their young master was Shiroyan, who was the eldest son of the Siegfried family. The loyal servant Jan continues to take care of his prince even in the presence of the knights, thereby continuing to shock Siegfried's army. Callian pretends to put his hand on Jan's shoulder in a friendly manner and politely asks him to bring him something to quench his thirst. Jan is happy to fulfill any of his prince's requests, which cannot be said about the knights of the army. Callian's loyal friends, watching what is happening, do not understand the reasons for the prince's behavior. And so, Jan disappeared from view to brew a cup of fragrant tea for his prince. The prince's gaze met that of one of Siegfried's soldiers, and it seemed as if everything Callian had done was intentional. Then the smile on his face finally angered the army of the Siegfried family. Ellen could not find an explanation for Callian's behavior, and was as shocked as the knights. He tried to understand why he was deliberately making new enemies. And finally, we found ourselves at the very ceremony where, only once in a lifetime, one could witness the will of Siegmund Khan, Sisfanian. A large crowd had gathered to greet the prince and attend the event. The knights on their horses were still escorting Callian. Prince Planche was also present at this event, as were all the other members of the royal family. Queen Celestia also waited humbly for news over a cup of tea, surrounded by her servants, and then Prince Callian arrived at the venue and met the gaze of his mentor. Ellen Manisil looked at him as if giving his blessing. And finally, the coming-of-age ceremony for the third prince, Callian Roselight, began. A conversation ensued between Elon and the king about the king's concerns for his son, as he believed that Elon should have gone there with him. To which Elon replied that the king was worrying unnecessarily, as Elon was more concerned when Callian was in the palace than when he was outside. Carefully placing his cup on the table, the king replied to Elon Manisil. He said that Elon was, as always, thinking the worst of everything, and asked why he wasn't worried about the prince. With a smirk on his face, Elon thought about the king's worries, because before, he had managed to stay indifferent to his own son for a long time. Then, in order to smooth things over, Elon said that he must have said something wrong, to which the king graciously agreed. At that moment, Callian glanced at the magic ring given to him by his mentor, Elon Manisil, and fell into thought. He asked aloud about Elon's whereabouts, to which Jan asked if the prince wished to contact. As they continued on their way, they discussed the arrival of the envoys from Tencel at the palace, and the resulting commotion there. The knights walking behind them continued to be angry upon hearing their conversation, as Jan had suggested that they relieve the prince's boredom by talking to him. Kallian replied that only Yang was aware of what he had been seeing for several days in a row, but Yang said that he had tried very hard to talk to him. During their conversation, the knight's comments could be heard from behind, but Yang immediately turned around and addressed them, ordering the knights to listen to him. He explained that the prince had no magical talent, and that he only knew how to use weapons for self-defense. Yang compared Kallian to a precious flower that needed to be protected and ordered the soldiers to act accordingly, and the knights obeyed Yang's order. The knights agreed but were nervous because their young master was the eldest son of the Siegfried family, and his actions seemed absurd to them. It seemed that they hated the prince because Jan had given up his position just to be with him. Jan informed the prince that they still had 2 or 3 hours to go before reaching Latland, and that it would be a good idea to stop for a rest, but the prince interrupted him. He interrupted Jan because they heard a rustling sound in the forest they were traveling through. The knights immediately became alert and prepared their weapons for attack. Arsene, who was walking ahead, told them to stop and not to worry. Everyone turned their attention to the place where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a frightened elf ran out of the place, screaming for help. The elf was a young girl who introduced herself as Sia and said she was hungry. Everyone watched what was happening with extreme surprise in their eyes. The prince came down and took Sia by the hands and asked her why she had run out. The girl said she had been hiding, and the prince asked her why she had chosen that place. But Sia agreed to answer all of Kallian's questions and immediately apologized, which made the prince find the conversation extremely strange. Prince Kallian was extremely surprised, as were all the others present. One of the knights decided to ask what their next plan was, and Kallian replied that first they needed to feed the girl. Then they were distracted again by a noise coming from where the frightened elf had run from. Kallian said that Sia should have told them first that she was being pursued. The man who had been chasing the elf Sia appeared, and our heroes did not yet understand who was standing before them. Without wasting any time, they put a hooded cloak on the girl to try to protect her, as the circumstances of what had happened were still unknown. Then Kallian handed the girl to Kiri and ordered her to take her away. The commander of the knights drew his weapon before the uninvited guest and ordered him to introduce himself. But the man standing before them did not give his name, saying only that he was chasing a thief and asking if they had seen a strange child. In response, he was ordered to leave, as they had no child. He still saw the girl that Kiri had covered with his cloak. Seeing this, he said that he had no intention of fighting the knights and had come for a completely different reason. Prince Kallian watched the scene with caution and suspicion. Dismounting from his horse, the stranger said that his goal was to find a child and that he needed to look around, and with confident steps he began to move forward. The commander of the knights began to repeat his order for him to leave, and at that moment, Kallian asked what the child he was looking for looked like. The stranger replied that his goal was a young elf. In response, Prince Kallian allowed him to take a look, shocking his men. The elf, Sia, was frightened and gasped as she peeked out from under Kiri's cloak. And now this man began to walk confidently straight toward Kiri. As he passed Prince Kallian, the prince came up with a plan. Kallian told the man not to turn around and ordered him to listen to what he had to say. He said that the people who had come with him and remained behind intended to deal with both him and the child. Kallian said that as soon as the man was sure he had found who he was looking for, arrows would fly. But the man did not listen to Kallian and began to turn around. And indeed, it happened just as Kallian had warned. The man fell, and Kallian's entire team began to defend themselves. Kallian clicked his tongue and said that they should have listened to him and not turned around. Kallian's entire team continued to defend themselves from the arrows flying toward them. When everyone realized that it was an ambush, the knight commander gave the order to protect Prince Kallian. Arsene began using magic to protect the prince and the remaining team. Kallian remained with the unknown man, seemingly protecting him, watching what was happening, and thinking about what to do next. Arsene continued to use his protective magic, and for this reason, nothing happened to our heroes. When the attack subsided, the knights were ordered to go and check, but not to pursue, if it turned out that the enemies had already gone far away. When the arrows stopped appearing in their field of vision, it was clear that the attackers, whoever they were, had chosen to flee. Arsene took the child from Kiri and told him to go help the prince while he looked after the extremely frightened elf child. Kiri approached the prince and asked him if he was all right. Before he could answer, Kiri's expression suddenly changed as if he had seen something terrifying. Kiri saw a man attacking from behind, and it seemed that he could not be stopped. But Kiri wasted no time and shouted to his highness about it. Everyone around, including the knights, was shocked. and it seemed that the prince was about to lose his life at the hands of the unknown man. But something stopped the man, and his expression immediately changed, as he clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The weapon aimed at him was stopped by Prince Callian himself, and at that moment, he seemed to use magical power. Callian's attack knocked the villain to the ground with a scream, and Callian rose from the ground and stood over him. Everyone who witnessed the scene was in complete shock, for no one knew that Callian had the ability to use magic. Yan turned questioningly to His Highness, for he too was unaware of his abilities. Out of concern, Yan reprimanded his prince, as he did not understand why he had stepped forward when there were knights nearby, ready to protect him. Yan reminded him that his knowledge of self-defense was only at a beginner's level. Yang was very worried because something terrible could have happened to his prince. But then one of the knights said that things were not at all as Yang had said. The knight said that no human being could have done to another person what the prince had done to this unknown man. All this time, the elf girl stood aside, worried and frightened. When Prince Callian approached her and removed her hood, the girl became even more frightened, and it was clearly visible on her face. In order to get to the bottom of things, Prince Callian asked the girl with complete seriousness in his eyes what she had stolen. She began to scream that it was all Luca's fault, and that she knew nothing about it. The girl kept repeating that she had nothing to do with it, but Callian did not understand the reason for these people's behavior. The girl looked at the prince with tears in her eyes, and he, in turn, put his hand on her head, which was not surprising, as everything was very confusing. Then the prince called the magician Arsene Hertz, who instantly appeared next to Callian and waited for further instruction. He ordered Arsene to gather all the information this child possessed. Callian noticed that the girl was answering questions that had not yet been asked, and warned the magician about this. And now, Arsene was ready to begin his task. After a while, Arsene said he was ready to report on the results of his task. The girl's name is Cialis Tian Ureha, and she worked in the Hiraska forest. Her name was given to her by her mother, meaning spirit of the oppressed world. Cialis was traveling with another elf named Luca, whom Arsene continued to tell about. Apparently, Luca stole something from the people who attacked them, and when they were being pursued, he and Luca had to split up. At that moment, she met Prince Callian's company. Arsene also added that the girl did not know the reason for her premature answers before the question was asked. Prince Callian found nothing surprising in this, as he believed that the girl most likely had the gift of foresight. After receiving information from Arsene, Hertz Callian allowed them to go. The girl asked Arsene again why she couldn't follow him, before Hertz asked her a question. At that moment, Yang was talking to the prince, trying to understand what he intended to do next. After thinking it over, the prince replied that the girl would probably be captured as soon as she was left alone, so they would continue on their way until they reached the forest. Jan continued to ask the prince questions about the situation, but the prince had no intention of getting involved because they still had a long journey ahead of them. Callian said that there was no need to interfere, but that they should stay and report the investigation to the nearest lord. Jan understood Prince Callian's position and plan of action, but he informed him that they needed to reach Latland by about dinner time. At that moment, the commander of the knights, Siegfried, asked the prince to spare him a few moments. He told him about the strange items found among the belongings of the unknown man, and Callian asked to see them. The knight immediately handed him an object wrapped in cloth. As soon as he received it, our hero unwrapped the object and was extremely surprised. Not understanding anything, the knight asked the prince if he knew anything about this object. Of course, Callian was very familiar with it, as he had already received it before. At that moment, Callian said that he must speak to this man personally. When Callian approached him, the man said that he considered Callian to be a precious person from a very wealthy family. He then continued to say that his opinion was probably wrong, looking suspiciously at the prince. Standing in front of this man, Callian told him that everything was exactly as he had said. Callian said that he was an even more precious child of the family than he had imagined. Prince Callian decided not to go around the neighborhood and asked directly if this man knew what he was holding in his hands. For a moment, the unknown man seemed to freeze. Then he said that this thing had been stolen from those people because it belonged to everyone, and that was why he considered it very valuable. Then Callian tried to find out what those people the man was talking about might be looking for, but Callian did not get the answer he wanted, because the man claimed he did not have that information. This man couldn't tell Callian anything else, because those people were wearing masks, and he simply couldn't see their faces, and he couldn't remember anything else. Callian listened carefully to every word the man said, but the prince probably didn't believe a word he said and looked at the man with suspicion. Approaching the man, he said that he was probably not covering for them out of noble motives. Callian tried to steer the conversation in such a way as to find out what was going on and the reasons for his behavior. Then Callian said with absolute certainty that he was willing to help him only if the man would meet him halfway. Then Callian said that he should trust him, considering the recent situation he had been in. While talking to him, Callian hinted that he might indeed be the son of an influential family, in which case he would really be able to help him. The man had no choice but to trust the prince, and it seemed that he had already decided to tell Callian everything. He told the prince that his wife was in the village of Hansen, and that the people there knew about it. Upon hearing this, Callian promised to protect his wife at any cost. The man told Callian that they had lost a transparent marble ball the size of a fingernail, and that he did not know what it could be. These people also said that they intended to check with the priest in Tensila to make sure. Upon hearing this information, Callian realized that it was some kind of sacred relic. After all, relics are usually used by the priests of Tensel as a substitute for magical holy power, which is why they try to obtain as many of them as possible. Then Callian understood the reasons for all the commotion, since the man had stolen such a valuable item from them. But Callian couldn't understand where they could have gotten such a dangerous substance. All of this was very strange, because this poison was carried by Secretia spies in case their mission failed, which was why the White Eagle had given it to Callian. Then the man told him something else. He said he had heard the name of the leader of their group, but had no idea who they were. Callian listened carefully and asked the man to tell him more about this information. And then, without hesitating for a second, the man said that they called their leader Blue Wren. For a moment, Callian froze, as if he hadn't expected to hear that name. Callian smiled because he knew exactly who that name belonged to. His father had been called Blue Penelope, and Callian was curious why he had ended up here, since his place was in the country of Kairos. Sometime later, our heroes found themselves in the territory of Latlan. It began to rain at dinner time, making it impossible to move on, and that is why Callian thought that perhaps it was for the best. The man Callian came to was overjoyed that the day had come when he could treat the prince. This man turned out to be Count Hale Latlan, the lord of the Latlan territory, who considered Callian's visit a great honor. The lord considered the weather conditions at that moment to be ideal, and compared it to the heavens themselves, ordering that Callian be served. Earlier, on the way to this place, Yang asked Callian about his memories of Count Hale Latlan, as he was one of those who had previously sent him gifts. Callian replied that he remembered his name on the list of gift givers, and that at that time, his gifts had been sent back. Callian knew that the Lord had originally been on Prince Randall's side, but 6 years ago, he easily changed his mind and switched sides to Plancha during the war between Tensel and the Great Desert. That is why Callian considered the Lord a gossip and a hypocrite. That evening, the Lord said that he had been unable to sleep all night due to his worries, and was looking forward to their meeting, but the prince was certain that the staff had already heard similar words. It was clear that the Count's butler, Malcolm Chetish, felt uncomfortable, as similar words had been said to Prince Plancha and Randall before. Their conversation was interrupted by Arsene Hertz, who called the prince to convey important information to His Highness. He whispered very quietly in the prince's ear that they had managed to catch a carrier pigeon, and the prince listened attentively to every word Arsene Hertz said. Callian knew perfectly well that they were trying to convey information about his whereabouts to Blue Penelope. He understood that no bird could fly through the downpour, except the one that was supposed to deliver the information. Seeing Arsene, the Lord asked him where he was on such a cold day, and offered him a drink. Callian replied with a refusal, and said that he needed something else. Callian asked for information about the presence of a priest from Tensel in the vicinity. Hearing this request, the Lord dropped the bottle from his hands. He then explained that he had simply had too much to drink, while the butler was trying to clean up the mess. Then he asked Callian to repeat the question, as if he had not heard it the first time, or had been distracted. In an instant, he became angry and said that people like them should never be in this remote place, calling them shameless. Callian tried to calm him down by addressing him by name, but he seemed not to listen. Lord Count Latlan was furious, and spoke of them as if they were evil villains, saying that one glance was enough to understand. At that moment, without waiting for the Earl of Latlan to finish his tirade, Callian simply snapped his fingers. With that, he sent the restless and raging Lord Latlan to bed. Then, looking at the Count, Callian said that he could not contain his anger at his unseemly behavior, which was why things had turned out the way they had. Then Prince Callian set off on his difficult journey. Holding the reins of his horse, Callian spoke with his teacher about the case of the missing item that the Secretia agents were searching for, which is why Elon thinks the prince is in danger. Callian responded with laughter and said that his life was not in danger. But Elon was very worried because the prince was acting without a plan. Elon said that if this continued, he would retire to the south. But the prince told him not to worry because he knew there was no danger. Elon smiled at the extent of Callian's connections, as he knew one of those people and said that he had never failed a mission. They were curious about their reason for taking the risk of firing arrows while on a mission, since they must have known that Prince Karis was in front of them. Therefore, Elon asked them to keep a close watch on the area near Latland, where the priest Tensilia had stopped. Then they decided to go there and see what the secret agent intended to do with the priest. In one of the bars, which seemed ordinary to everyone present, the evening was proceeding as usual, and the bartender was polishing glasses to a shine. Everything around was gloomy, including the guests in the establishment who were chatting among themselves. The place itself did not radiate any joy, and was so dark that it was impossible to make out the faces of those present from a distance. The door opened, and Prince Callian entered the room, his appearance inspiring confidence and seriousness of intent. He then tactfully greeted those present, and asked them to ignore the people outside, as they had come with him. The bartender, who was polishing glasses, carefully put the dishes down, listening intently to every word Callian said. The bartender said that they had nothing to worry about, as she had no intention of taking the lives of those who were not involved in her business. But Callian replied that he was sure she had been ordered to ambush his men, as she knew exactly who Callian was. The woman behaved with extreme caution, and every movement she made was graceful. She agreed with the prince that she knew who he was. That was precisely why she had warned her people not to act recklessly. This place and all the people in it seemed gloomy to Callian for a reason, because when he came closer, he saw that none of those present were alive. She explained that her people had been given orders, but they had done the exact opposite, so she did not have to explain to Callian what he had seen. And so, Callian took a few more steps toward the woman, and the conversation continued. Callian asked about his involvement in the situation that had already unfolded. With a guilty look on her face, the woman was inclined to agree with this statement. Callian turned around because he heard suspicious sounds behind him coming from the second person in the room, and it didn't seem to him that the woman was really going to grab a weapon at that moment. Joking, the woman remarked that, in her opinion, Callian was unlikely to simply surrender. And this was absolutely true, because Prince Callian was intelligent and would not allow this to happen. Then the woman asked him about the fate of the little elf and whether he was alive, to which Callian replied without hesitation that the elf had fled into the woods. Continuing to polish the glasses until they shone, she said that if she had known about the circumstances, she would never have decided to pursue them. She went on to say that she found this meeting very unpleasant. She suggested that Callian leave peacefully before they could harm each other, and she would give her word that the child would be safe. Callian refused to leave empty-handed, as he needed to obtain some information that was of interest to him. He asked directly about their reasons for searching for the holy relics. Callian reasoned aloud that the relics were completely useless to them, since they were not priests. The woman with blue hair clearly did not like this conversation, but she had no choice but to continue answering the prince's question. Snatching the glass from Callian's hands, she told him the value of the relics, and as a result, Callian assumed that she was a merchant. She then explained that she needed to earn extra money because her main job did not provide a stable income. Callian continued to listen attentively while thinking about it. Questions about this kept popping into Callian's head, and he asked about the location of their client in Latlan. Callian saw no other reason for such activities in this area, as they could easily find clients in the country of Kairos. She then told him about her respected client, who always paid the agreed amount on time. Pouring a drink into a crystal-clear glass, she also explained that such generosity was rare these days, and that they had been through a lot together. Callian immediately concluded that she must have known her client for a long time, and that only one thing could buy an agent's attention, and that thing could only be valuable information obtained by the agent. Callian realized that the payment for the relics was most likely information about Kairos for the blue Penelope. Callian realized that he needed to find out more with the help of his wise teacher. Since the matter could not be delayed, the king was angry at such a late visit and considered such behavior an insult. But Elon, who had come to see him, saw nothing wrong with this, since his king was still awake at that hour, and he had come at that time precisely to save time. In order not to waste time, Elon Manisil immediately got down to business and asked about the presence of priests from Tensel and Kairos. At first, the king tried to find out the reasons for the questions asked, but then realized that it was probably no longer important. He said that there were currently 14 priests in Kairos, but the temple was calling them back, leaving only one to serve the count. The priest made it clear that all requests to increase their numbers would be rejected, but this seemed absurd, since they themselves had sent them there. They sent them to perform sacred rituals, but now they are pretending that they are being forced to serve. But then Elon realized what this could mean. Because if they were recalling their priests, it meant that they were facing internal difficulties. The mage believes that they are keeping this situation secret on purpose, but the king told them that they were not dependent on carries and could do as they pleased. Then the king asked the mage why he needed this information, to which Elon replied that Kallian was interested in. Seeing the king's surprise, Manasil asked if everything was all right with him. The king did not understand why Kallian had not come to him personally with this question, and then the king realized that his son probably already knew about. The king was then almost certain that Kallian had gone to Latland for this very reason. Kallian returned to Blue Penelope and told her that he suspected that her client was none other than the Count of Latland. Kallian looked at her as if trying to catch her off guard. But the Penchka smiled and said that this was not the question he should be asking. After talking to his teacher, Kallian hurried back to the palace because they realized that the priest had been selling Kyrus' secrets in exchange for relics. When Kallian decided to return to the palace immediately, Elon asked why so soon, but Kallian said that problems might arise. Kallian told the mage about the incident at dinner with the Count, where he had to use a sleeping spell to put him to sleep. At that moment, Kallian began to suspect that the Count had simply pretended to be completely insane that evening. In the palace of the royal family of Kyrus, strange sounds could be heard. Repeated cries of disrespect echoed throughout the corridor of the royal palace. These cries belonged to the servant John, who was trying hard to inform the uninvited guest that Prince Kallian is not in the palace. The royal palace was visited by the butler of Count Latland, who wanted to apologize to the prince for his behavior at dinner. The butler asked Jan to tell him where Kallian was, so that he could find him and apologize. But Jan was extremely persistent, and replied to the butler that he did not consider this a worthy way to apologize. Jan was amazed by the butler's manners, as it was completely unacceptable to find out where the prince was. Hearing Jan's opinion of his manners, the butler felt embarrassed and awkward. Under the watchful gaze of Jan's tactful servant, the butler couldn't string two words together, stammering something unintelligible. But Kallian had not yet returned, and Jan could not allow them to find out about this. However, the butler did not give up his attempts to achieve his goal, and asked Jan when the prince would return, finally exhausting the poor servant. Unable to bear it any longer, John pointed the butler to the exit and, complaining about his rude behavior, asked him to leave. The cries coming from the corridor were heard by Prince Kallian, who came out of his room to see what was causing the noise. He approached and stood in the doorway, muttering that there was never any peace in this palace. When the two realized that the third prince, Kallian, was standing before them, they were extremely surprised. The extremely persistent butler, on the other hand, was not so much surprised as utterly shocked. Kallian looked Jan straight in the eye and called him an incompetent servant. He pointedly reminded him of his duties to keep everyone away from the front door and said that it was not difficult to do. Jan apologized to his master and said that the reason for not following orders was the restless man, and Kallian said that he would see him out himself. Then Kallian looked at the butler, who had arrived with anger in his eyes. He immediately solved the problem of his loyal servant John by slamming the door in the butler's face without saying a word. On the other side of the door, the butler apologized for the disturbance. The sounds continued, and the butler said that he had no idea that His Highness was already resting and that he would leave immediately. Kallianus felt uneasy because he had just copied the disgusting behavior of his brother, Prince Plancha. Jan told Kallian that he had returned earlier than expected, and Jan considered it important that his prince had entered the palace through the window of his room. Kallian tried to find out if anyone else had come to look for him, but Jan said that only that man had come. Jan compared Kallian to a detective who enters a room using only the window. Out of concern for his master, Jan reminded him that they were talking about the third floor. In response, Kallian simply laughed and assured Jan that he would keep this information in mind in the future. Kallian asked Jan why he was so angry, since he hadn't been so quick-tempered before. Jan was angry because no one listened to him, and he had done everything as he was asked. He told the butler that the prince had gone for a walk. He went on to say that the man insisted on knowing when the prince would return, and Kallian listened attentively to the story. Jan complained that the butler kept asking him about it. Jan noticed that the uninvited guest was more concerned about the prince's return time than his current location, which Kallian found strange. Talking to his teacher through the ring, Kallian said that the Count probably suspected that Kallian had meddled in his affairs and was therefore on guard. Now they were finally convinced that he had behaved that way at dinner, only by pretending to be extremely drunk. All his behavior and the whole charade were, in their opinion, just a ploy by the Count. Callian suspected that all this had been done solely to distract their attention, which was exactly what Blue Penelope had hoped for. Drinking was supposed to be a convenient excuse to slip away unnoticed from the situation, but his plan failed because Callian put him to sleep with magic, and when he discovered that the prince had left the palace, he immediately sent his butler. The question of why he had obtained the relics remained unanswered, and the prince thought that they might be a means of gaining the trust of the Temple of Tinsel. However, both the magician and Callian understand that Tinsel is the homeland of the first prince, Randell. This meant only one thing: the Count supported Randell's side, while also entertaining himself on Planche's side, and not forgetting to give gifts to Callian. Callian noticed that the Count also did not forget to sell valuable secret information about the country of Kyrus to secret agents of the state of Secretia. Callian remembered Cialis, for it was she who had led him to the right way of thinking. Then the man who was pursuing her was able to lead him to Blue Penelope. And then, thanks to her, Callian was able to learn about the Count of Latland's deed. Callian speculated about these events with another assumption. Callian thought that the rain outside would continue until the next day, and that he would be stuck in this place for an indefinite period of time. He decided to use this time to catch the criminal. At that moment, another nervous breakdown occurred in the Count's palace. The reason was his failed plan, and the realization that the prince had used magic. He regretted not realizing right away that he shouldn't have gotten involved with the prince, because he remembered the situation with the gifts and should have known there would be trouble. The Count reads that Callian has no place among princes, because he only behaves this way because Elon Manasil is nearby. Then his anger shifted to Celicia, because she should have ended things with Callian before taking action. He spent the day explaining how he had spent his fortune to win the favor of Viscount Brisson, because he had no idea what to do. He shouted because the lands outside the capital that had been promised to him had been lost due to the scandal involving Queen Celestia. At that moment, the butler knocked on his door, returning empty-handed from the palace where Prince Callian, hated by Count Latland, was staying. Stretching out on the sofa, the Count tried to find out if the butler had managed to get even a little information from Prince Callian. But the butler, looking guilty, told him about his unsuccessful attempt to visit the prince and that the answer would be received later that day. The Count was probably dissatisfied with the butler's work because he immediately threw a glass at him, accompanied by insults. He reprimanded the poor butler and reminded him that due to the weather, Callian was forced to stay here for another night. As if afraid of his master, the butler asked to postpone the planned deal. Enraged, the Count told him to send a message and change the schedule of the deal, as they should not risk everything while the prince was in town. Turning to the terrified maid, he ordered her not to stand there and to bring him his clothes immediately. Then he remembered the prince and said that he intended to teach him a good lesson in humility that he would never forget. Later, dinner was served, and Callian remained extremely calm. During the dinner, silence reigned, and Callian watched what was happening. This was Callian's second dinner in the company of Count Latland. The Count watched the prince and thought about the mask of calmness that Callian had put on, and how, in his opinion, it did not suit him at all. He pondered his plan and assumed that the nobles would be displeased to learn that the prince had used magic against the Count, and that he would not be able to escape. He thought of the prince as the most foolish of all princes, and he sincerely dreamed of Prince Callian begging him for mercy. But returning to reality from his thoughts, he apologized to Callian for his behavior during their last meeting. But the prince, remaining calm, replied indulgently that he had no complaints on that score, and the Count decided to bring up the question of the use of magic. Before the Count could finish, Callian replied that he had been forced to do so, because the Count's behavior at that moment had crossed all boundaries. Callian advised him not to think about it, as that day was already over. Then Callian asked if he was the first guest from the royal family. He said that perhaps that was the reason why the lord had become so agitated, since he was a lord from the provinces. Lord Latland had no choice but to agree with the prince, but only because circumstances demanded it. He was annoyed that during this conversation, he was the only one who had been portrayed in a bad light. Then Callian told the Lord that they had spent a lot of effort dealing with the people who had set up the ambush. The Lord suggested that they were talking about the man who had been brought here by force, but the prince said that he had managed to find out some interesting information. Callian, seemingly unaware of what was being discussed, mentioned the name of a bird, and upon hearing this, the Lord choked. Lord Latland was so surprised that he choked and spilled some of his drink on his clothes. When the butler tried to help his master, he was reprimanded again for interfering in the prince's conversation, telling him not to disturb them. Callian looked intently at the Lord and said that he had told him this information only because it was happening on his lands. In response, the Lord promised to do everything in his power to help the prince and prevent him from suffering on his lands. Then, looking at the prince, he thought that he would not allow him to search for anything on his lands and that he would definitely find his weaknesses. At that moment, the head of Kallian's knights appeared with a request to report something important. While the guests were talking among themselves, the count thought about how he could best expel him from the castle, for he could no longer bear to see him. Then Kallian told the count that he was very lucky, but the count did not yet understand what the prince meant. With joy in his eyes, Kallian told the count about the information brought by the head of the knights, that the man they had been talking about earlier had decided to speak. They all headed to the place where the man they had been talking about was. The count found it repulsive to be in this place, as he considered it beneath his dignity, and did not understand why he was there at all. Kallian understood perfectly well what Latlan was thinking, but he knew that the count had nowhere to go, because Kallian had long since checkmated him. The man behind bars was very worried about his wife, and when he saw Kallian again, he asked about her, and whether she was all right. But Kallian immediately reminded him of the promise he had made to protect his family back in the forest. Kallian tried to steer the conversation in such a way that the man would understand why he was back. Without beating around the bush, Kallian made it clear that the man was facing execution, and that this should have been entirely expected. Kallian told him about himself, and that they had attempted to assassinate the prince. After he was taken to Kairos, he would be put to death in front of everyone. Then he told the man about the possibility of a pardon. But without medical help, he would still die because the wounds on his body had already begun to fester. But the man still did not understand why he had been told all this information. At that moment, Kallian said something quite surprising. He offered to help him escape. Kallian offered him a peaceful life away from the estate with his wife, as well as a modest home. He offered to do this in exchange for helping the prince and limiting his punishment to the removal of his infected hand. Of course, the man was speechless for a moment, as he was extremely surprised and froze for a second. Without thinking twice, the man agreed to do anything to ensure that Kallian would fulfill his promise. In order to carry out his plan, Kallian told the man everything he knew about the Blue Penelope. Everyone present, including the count and the butler, heard their conversation. Kallian said that friendship with agents was unacceptable unless they were double agents. He went on to say that in other cases, it was considered treason. He then asked the count to confirm the accuracy of his statements, and the count agreed with every word Kallian said. Kallian understood that the count was in despair after what had happened, and could not wait for him to make a move by giving him the facts he needed. Not long after, the butler fell at the prince's feet, begging for forgiveness. He assured the prince of his innocence, saying that he had only been following his master's orders, and continued to beg for mercy. Ellen knew everything, as Kallian had told him that Latlan had been broken by the pressure of these events, but no one had expected this. Then Kallian asked the butler a question he never expected to hear. He asked him to confirm Kallian's hypothesis that he was the priest of Tensel. After all, only priests could be trusted with the acquisition of relics. But the count had prevailed because he was not supposed to know about this secret, but had managed to find out. Continuing to plead, the steward told the prince that the temple would probably take his life if it found out about his trade in sacred relics. Kallian was surprised to learn that the relics were being sold, as he thought they were only used for Tensel's benefit to gain their trust. Then other questions came to Kallian's mind, all addressed to the same butler, and now he was trying to find out who the buyer was. The steward, still on the floor, promised to tell the prince everything he needed to know, because his own life was at stake, and he had no way out. The person who bought Tensel's precious relics was Viscount Renan Brisson, who is the brother of Queen Celestia. The priest, in the guise of the butler, told him that it was the Viscount who had offered the sacred relics to the Temple of Tensel. Kallian realized that all this time, Viscount Bryson had been trying to win Tensel's favor. Viscount Renan Bryson betrayed Prince Plancha for obvious reasons. He then joined the side of the elder prince, Randell, thereby betraying his sister, Celestia. Later, Kallian spoke again with his mentor, and, comparing the situation to a mousetrap, said that he had managed to catch something better. Kallian said that this needed to be discussed with the king, as the situation would cause unrest in any case. But before talking to the king, Kallian needed Elon to write a letter on his behalf, and asked him to do so. He asked him to write a letter addressed to Count Hale Latlan. Then Kallian ordered the commander of the knights to check the wounds of the prisoner in the dungeon, as the injury was very serious. He ordered that it be given to him, and said that without proper treatment, there was a risk that he would simply lose his arm. Without asking any questions, the order was accepted, and the knight immediately set about carrying it out. The next order was given to Kiri, telling him to find the man's wife and take her to a safe place, as he had promised earlier. At that moment, a happy child burst into the room, followed by Hina, who was extremely surprised by what had happened. Running to the prince, she said that she wanted to see the bird, but Hina told her that she would not find it here. But the girl decided to come anyway. Kallian didn't even ask her anything, but the girl said she answered anyway, so that Hina wouldn't be punished by the prince for it. Callian was so surprised that he even found it funny because this was Arson's work, not his. Meanwhile, Sia finally found what she was looking for. The girl knew perfectly well that this was where she would find the bird she had dreamed of seeing, and when she approached the cage, she greeted it. At that moment, Yang asked what to do with the carrier pigeon, and the prince said that he had no intention of keeping it and would return it to its owner. The girl called out to Hina to look at the bird because she thought it was very cute. Hina approached the cage, and a smile immediately spread across her face. Meanwhile, Yang and Prince Callian watched the extremely cute behavior of the girl toward the bird. Watching Hina's behavior, Callian said that he would buy her another bird as soon as they returned home, which greatly surprised Hina. After all, this cute little bird would be going home to its owner that very evening. Hina replied that there was no need to buy a bird, as Marilyn might not like it. Callian was surprised by Hina's answer, but a smile immediately appeared on his face. Then the prince asked Hina to help him release the bird after dinner, which probably made Hina very happy. After that, he asked her not to close the windows, but Hina did not understand why. Then he explained that after they released the bird, they should wait for guests. That evening, everything was done as Callian had requested, and the windows were indeed left open. Callian humbly awaited his guest, reading a book in his room. Then he heard strange noises and focused his attention on them. He closed the book he was reading and realized that it was time to meet his guest, but he did not think it would happen so soon. And now the guest was already on the balcony talking about the letter that had been written to him. He spoke of its poetic nature, which had touched him deeply. In this letter, the addressee was told that he needed to come so that no one on Tainasha Street would find out what had been done. A blue tit appeared before the prince and suggested that there must be a compelling reason to blackmail her. Callian told her in no uncertain terms that he needed proof that Latland was involved in the sale of sacred relics. He then added that only then would her secret remain a secret. But the blue tit did not answer, as if thinking about her next move after what the prince had said. Callian asked about her silence and suggested that this was her answer to his proposal. Penelope said that, unfortunately, she had to agree with him. Then she told him about her hatred of hardship and her regret that things had turned out this way. And then she immediately fired magical projectiles at the prince without saying a word. Callian was surprised because Pinochka always used physical weapons, not magic. She continued to use magic against Prince Callian, and he had to come up with something immediately to counter her. When he heard the cries of the guards and servants who had realized what was happening, he immediately locked the doors to prevent anyone from entering. When Penochka's attack stopped for a moment, Callian decided to ask her if she really wanted to take his life. Then he tried to find out what Penochka had hidden in her sleeve. The blue Penochka, already preparing a new attack, said that she was not hiding anything else. And so, their weapons clashed in a confrontation, each attacking the other. Callian tried to think about his next move, because his weapon was made of ordinary steel, which was unlikely to withstand his aura. He knew he had to finish what he had started without using his aura. Finally, the prince managed to knock the weapon out of Blue Penelope's hands, but then new circumstances arose that Callian had not anticipated. Penochka had hidden a spare weapon, and not in vain, because she could have lost the battle immediately without a backup plan. Callian realized that everything had happened too quickly, and that if he didn't use his aura now, he would hardly be able to avoid injury. And so, he decided to try to stop the attack with his weapon. But this attempt was unsuccessful, as the weapon was broken in half, and it seemed that all hope of salvation was lost. At that moment, Penochka realized that she was facing a master swordsman. Enraged to the limit, Callian tried to figure out what to do with Blue Penochka after what had happened. He addressed her by her name, Isla, because he had known her in his past life when he was Baron. She couldn't figure out or remember how the prince knew her real name. Callian grabbed her face forcefully, not allowing her to say a word. Looking at her teeth, he realized that the poisonous tooth that agents of the country of Secretia must always carry with them when on a mission was missing. He then ordered Penochka to tell him everything she knew, but Isla only responded by saying that she would do so only in exchange for her freedom. The prince knew that the people of Secretia were very stubborn, but judging by everything, Ayla was an exception, which he told her without hesitation. And then he thought that perhaps her personal nature was different from what he knew, or perhaps something had happened to cause her to change. Then Ola, as if threatening Callian, said that the best solution now would be to let her go. She pointed to the prince's weapon, which was made of rough metal and not even worthy of a guard, let alone a master swordsman. Ayla noticed that the prince was hiding his abilities from everyone and began to blackmail him, threatening to reveal his secret to the world. She frightened the prince with her escape and her intention to tell the knights about his abilities, while Callian listened and continued to rage. In his previous life, when the prince was Baron, he remembered Penochka, who was loyal to the country of Secretia. She was a master swordswoman who was devoted to her blade, but now she seemed like a different person. Callian finally realized that she was not the same person he had known. Then he grabbed her by her clothes and pulled her roughly toward him. With fury in his eyes, he told her that she must convince him that she deserved mercy if she wanted to keep her life. After saying this, he immediately let her go and began to behave more calmly. He convinced Isla that it was not worth trying to outsmart him, because his secrets were not valuable enough to be used as bargaining chips. To spare her any further questions, he asked her to tell him everything she knew. He told her this, so that she would understand that someone else would be dealing with her questions. By this he meant the White Eagle, who would gladly take on the task. With tears in her eyes, she just looked silently and listened carefully to every word the prince said. Meanwhile, a tense moment was unfolding at the Count's palace. Count Latlin was pacing restlessly because he still could not wait for the return of his butler, Malcolm. All the circumstances that had occurred had thrown him off balance. The letter he had received had also contributed to his frayed nerves. In the letter, Elon wrote that the Count needed a plan of action to prove his innocence and that he had personally informed the Queen of his situation. Elon wrote that there was no reason for him to worry. The Count was still nervous because he thought that Elon could not have known about his involvement in the sale of sacred relics. Calling Elon some not-so-nice things about his cunning, he said out loud that he was wrong and had no reason to blackmail him. As if justifying himself, he said that he did not care because he was no longer accountable to the prince. The Count believed that he would not bow down and submit, comparing himself to a frightened puppy, and in his opinion, no one would be able to break him. Touching the secret place where he kept something important, he muttered that he would not have gotten involved in this without a backup plan. And so, he opened the doors and entered the place where his wealth was stored. Looking at what he had come for, he thought there might be more than there actually was. Despite this, he hurried to a certain special place in the room. As if to calm himself, he spoke of the most valuable asset he possessed. He opened the chest with the sacred relics and, looking at them, considered them his salvation and a way out of all situations. The Count thought that he could start all over again with a decent fortune in his hands, but he also thought that working with Brizen could earn him more. All this time, Arsene stood behind him, using his magic to remain invisible. Appearing before the Count, Arsene thanked him for making his work easier. Seeing the magician Arsene behind him, who was already holding a valuable treasure in his hands, the Count was stunned, as he simply did not expect this. It was not difficult for the Count to guess that invisibility magic had been used at that moment. Arsene immediately confirmed the Count's suspicions about his involvement with the prince by introducing himself as His Highness's magician. Taking the box with the relics, Arsene expressed his immense gratitude for being allowed to hold the jewels in his own hands. And when Arsene Hertz told the Count that he intended to tell the prince and Elon about his contribution to the investigation, he seemed to melt away in shock. Arsene then handed over the treasures he had taken from the Count to His Highness. He also mentioned that he had records of agreements with Pinochka and a list of state secrets that had been sold, which was very useful to our heroes. Callian, in turn, thanked Arsene for his impeccable work, because now, with the facts at hand, all their problems should be resolved. At that moment, Jan entered Callian's room looking frightened. Jan was trying to warn the prince and his mentor about what was happening outside the palace. Looking out the window, Prince Callian saw an army of royal knights who were supposed to protect His Majesty the King. They were called the Kara, the Royal Palace Guard. Looking at them from his room window, he couldn't understand what could have brought them here. Later, an animated conversation takes place in the royal palace. Elon and the king were talking about his intention to send knights to Callian. Elon claimed that the king had misunderstood him completely when he asked for this, and in turn, the king explained the reason for his actions. The king said that he could only trust his personal guard, as the knights could be compromised by Bryson's men. But Elon replied that this was how it looked from the outside, and that such actions would not help the prince in the long run, and, in case of a mistake, would lead to his downfall. Elon said that every display of love deprived them of one of their options for salvation, as it would lead to quarrels among themselves. Then Elon Manisil suggested that his caution in choosing this was the reason for this. At that moment, the king understood everything and promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. Then, coming to his senses, the king told Elon that it was for this reason that he intended to arrange a joint dinner with his brothers tomorrow. In this way, King Romain intended to see how they got along with each other. And then Elon Manisil summed up that this could be the happiest event for the Kairos family. When Callian left the place where they had stopped for shelter from the rain in Latlana, the former butler of Count Malcolm wanted the prince to stay there. Callian told him that the Kara would take care of everything and that the criminals would be sent to the center of Kairos, where justice would be served. He also told him about the man who did not wait for the trial and took his own life. This man's name was Norton, and as promised by the prince, he went home with his beloved, although the documents said otherwise. Malcolm was also concerned about his future, as he too was guilty. To which Callian replied that his actions were understandable, as he was simply following his master's orders. Of course, Malcolm was guilty of selling the sacred relics, and both Callian and Malcolm himself understood this. Despite this, the prince understood that all this was done only because he was a mere puppet in the hands of Latlana, who was unfaithful to his country. That is why the Kairos family was willing to show mercy in exchange for the loyalty of the third prince, Callian. He then told Malcolm that from that moment on, he would rule the Latlan estate, which now belonged to Callian. Malcolm was overjoyed, but still asked to confirm that he had heard correctly. But Callian was absolutely serious in his statements and repeated what he had said once more. And then Sir Malcolm's eyes grew even wider than before. And so our heroes decided to continue on their journey to the nest of Tsiphanian. While on their way, Callian received news of the results of all the changes. Count Hale had been stripped of all his privileges and status and was now imprisoned for life. Then he received news of the fate of the Blue Wren, Ayla. For her actions, she was publicly executed on the scaffold. Prince Randall sat at the dinner table thinking about how he was being watched. He was worried about his mother's possible connection to the woman who had tried to destroy Prince Callian. Prince Planche, hearing this, said that his suspicions were completely groundless. Then Randall noticed that Prince Planche had stopped drinking after Prince Callian's departure. Planche jokingly suggested that his brother missed his old scent. Randall disagreed with his brother's remarks and said that the next step would be to learn not only to stop drinking, but also to keep quiet. After listening to his brother, Planche slowly picked up a fork from the table. Then he demonstratively threw the cutlery on the floor so that his brother Randall could see. This was done to ask his brother if it was quiet enough at that moment. At that time, Prince Callian and his team continued on their way. The head of the knights informed the prince that they could not continue their journey because moving forward could be dangerous. Callian understood that the head of the knights was referring to the danger posed by a landslide caused by the recent rain, which made him extremely unhappy. Callian was determined to continue at any cost, so he asked how long it would take to clear the road. The knight commander replied that there was no point in doing so, and that it would be best to simply turn back. Callian understood that they had wasted a lot of time in Latlan, and now their path was blocked by a landslide, and they would lose more time. Callian was overcome with anger, and he planned to create a teleportation portal upon his return home to the kingdom. But suddenly he felt Saya take his hand and immediately tell him that he could go with her. The girl persistently called the prince to her village, and when he asked her again, he heard the same answer. She was calling him to her village of elves with a carefree smile on her face, typical of every child. She continued to persuade them to go to the village, saying that Luke and the elder were there. She asked Callian to stay the night and leave tomorrow, addressing him as her boss. In turn, Callian considered what he had heard to be the best thing he had heard since meeting the girl named Sia. It was decided to head to the village, and the girl, without even hearing the prince's question, replied that from that moment on, he was her boss. And so, our heroes found themselves in the very village where the elves lived. They all looked around and admired the beauty. Everyone was amazed by the beauty of the place and couldn't stop marveling. Even Prince Callian found the village of the elves truly impressive. Their group was met by a man who was the elder of the village. Without introducing himself, the elder immediately asked who among them was the king of men. The prince thought this question was too loud, because there was simply no one with such a title, but he told him that he was the leader of this group. Then he finally introduced himself as the elder of the village, and his name was Zer. Then he asked the prince a question, again calling him the king of men. In turn, Callian Rain Kiris introduced himself in response. Callian understood that the village elder, Zer, wanted to ask him for a favor. Zer then explained that 3 elves had recently left the village to visit a human settlement, but 10 days had passed, and they had not returned. They had sent scouts after them, but they had also disappeared, so Zer asked him to find them. The elder explained that the missing elves know little about the human world. The prince thought Zer was pushy, and when he thought that all elves were like that, the thought disappeared because the elves around him were completely different. When asked why Callian should start the search, the elder replied with one sentence, that he was the king of men. Callian once again tried to convince him of his mistaken opinion regarding his status, for he was not the king of men, but the prince of the country of Kairos. Elder Zer believed that there was no difference, but Callian immediately cut him off. He explained that a king and a prince were not even close to being equal, and that they were completely different things. The elder accepted Callion's words and asked him to help him in exchange for a short trip to Siegfried, as he knew that was where they were headed. Callion was probably interested in the elder's offer, because not long ago he had been angry about the time wasted. And when he mentioned the short route through the forest path, Callion thought seriously about it, because such a journey would only take 14 days. Meanwhile, the route they were currently following would normally take about 2 months. The choice seemed obvious. The decision was made in an instant, and the prince began asking questions, saying that he was the prince of the country of Kairos, and that this might help. A smile spread across the elder's face, the meaning of which was difficult to discern. And so, the search for the missing began, but no evidence of slave trade in the area was found. They discussed that there were 2 cities on the edge of this forest called Narika and Sting. They also found several mercenaries, but none of them were connected to crime, which was good news for Callion. Kiri suspected that slave traders were involved, but now he thought that this was not the case at all. At that moment, they decided to start their search in the neighboring cities, as planned from the beginning. The first would be the city of Sting, which was directly on their route. According to the information gathered by the head of the Knights, it was clear that there was a war going on between the states, and the reason for their enmity was the similar age of their rulers. Callion jokingly said that he might be able to get a new sword in one of these towns, but when it came down to it, Callion was told that they had no swords. Hearing this, our heroes were extremely surprised, as it was inexplicable. Callion couldn't understand it, because they had come to a shop that sold weapons, but the salesman thought they didn't look like mercenaries at all. Then Callion explained that he was a mage and his companion was a swordsman, and that swords weren't only needed by mercenaries, but the man who refused to sell them said that nothing would come of it, and that they were simply wasting their time. Then the salesman finally told them what was going on, why they had sold all their weapons, because their city was secretly arming mercenaries in the Lord's castle. He also said that they could only sign a contract by going to the castle in their city, and that it was useless to look for anything in the city on the other side of the forest. In turn, Callion and Kiri said that they needed the weapons for personal use and not to get a reward. The merchant said that both cities were in the same tense situation in this regard. Then Callion realized that the elder elf was cunning and had cleverly led them astray. Now, it was obvious to Callion that a full-scale war was going on between the 2 states, and the facts he had heard proved it once again. Callion began to understand the motives of the elder of the elf village, which was located right in the middle of this war between the 2 states. Callion wrote 2 letters to the leaders of both warring cities and told them to send them to their recipients. He gave the letters to Zeru, saying that these letters would force the rulers to temporarily put aside their enmity so that the elves could return home. As he left, Callion said that he and his team would leave the village at dawn, and that the elder should keep his promise and escort them to the forest paths. The elder of the elf village, Zer, seemed not to understand what had happened, and asked the prince to clarify what he meant. Feeling as if he were in a hopeless situation, the elder asked what they should do next, since their village seemed to be caught between 2 warring forces. At that moment, Callion wanted to apply the presumption of innocence to the elf and turn back, looking at him slyly. But Callion told him that he had long since figured out the elf's deception, for he knew and had not said a word about it to the prince when he asked for his help. Upon hearing this, the elder of the elf village, Zer, froze for a moment. Prince Callion told him what he had managed to find out, that the 5 missing elves had gone to the castle of the state of Sting. The reason they had gone there was their desire to become mercenaries, and even the local residents had seen the beginning of hostility. Based on this, Callion was certain that the village elder must have known about it, and he told Zer so without hesitation. The elder had simply used the prince, knowing that he would take measures to prevent the consequences of the hostility, since all of this was happening on their Kyra. The elder listened silently, for Callion was absolutely right about every aspect of the situation. Then Callion said that he no longer needed the promised forest paths to Siegfried. After all, the deal between them had just been broken by the prince. But the elder suddenly came to his senses and shouted after the departing prince, asking him to stop. He had no choice but to convince the prince of the looming hostility between the states and ask him to take action, since all this would happen on his land. Without turning back, Callion told him that enmity cannot last forever, and that people never start fighting without a reason. The elder did not give up, and told the prince to do everything possible to protect the settlement, if it was of any importance to Callion. In response to Zer's words, Callion said only that he would not be taken in by the elder's pathetic tricks. At that moment, the elder had no more arguments to make. Later, in the room, there was a heated discussion about the guilt of the merchants of the House of Brisen, since only their caravans traveled such long distances. Kiri said that because of the events taking place in the settlement of Latland, even the Brisen family had ceased their trading activities. Callian seemed tired of hearing about Viscount Brisen, as he was once again involved in the unfolding events. Prince Callian began to think about this more seriously. He began to think about the territories of Sting and Nerica, which were unsuitable for growing wheat. For this reason, the residents had no choice but to cooperate with the Brisen family's trading house. And when the Brisen family suddenly stopped trading with the people of Sting without any explanation, they had no choice but to ask Neric for help. They wanted to buy a small amount of wheat from them to survive at least one season, but they demanded an excessive price, which marked the beginning of the feud. They completely took over the food market, and now they have stopped trading with complete impunity. But they do not understand one thing. They did not understand that hunger would strike ordinary people, not those in power, and perhaps they believed that this would heal their wounded pride. But then someone knocked on the door, interrupting the conversation between Prince Callian and his companion, Kiri. It was the elder of the elf village, who brought Prince Callian his deepest apologies for involving the prince in this chaos. He explained that Callian had been dragged into this mess solely because of his son, Luca, and that he was certainly aware of the situation as a whole. The elder looked guilty and said that he couldn't tell Callian the truth because he didn't know how he would react, and suggested that he blame only him for what had happened. The elder asked the prince to understand him, as Luca was his son, and he simply could not have acted differently at that moment. He also said that all the missing elves were connected to his son Luca in some way unknown to him, and that was why he had not told the prince the truth. Then he apologized again to the prince, hoping that he would forgive the elder and his son. The elder understood that Callian probably had many questions, but nevertheless asked him to help them, as the situation was hopeless. Callian exhaled silently, but continued to listen to the elder, who also said that their village had no means of overcoming the crisis. But at that moment, Callian stopped the elder's pleas and ordered him to deliver the letters he had mentioned earlier to the lords of those states. Then the prince told him to find out what they might need and promised to meet with the leaders of those countries as soon as he got the info he needed. With hope and joy in his eyes, the elder asked if Callian meant that he was ready to help them. But the prince quickly dispelled the elder's doubts, saying that he was not doing this to help him, but solely for his own purposes. The elder swore to the prince that he would never forget his kindness, for elves hold their promises sacred. Left alone, Prince Callian began to think about Viscount Renon Bryson. He thought about how he regularly caused nothing but trouble. At that moment, he decided to discuss with his mentor the issues that interested him and required attention. Then he metaphorically told his teacher that it was time to clean up. At that time, we found ourselves at the Brisson family estate in the country of Caris. The butler of the palace politely addressed his lord, bowing his head before him. It was Marquis Evan Brisson, the head of the household. The butler, full of courtesy, offered to hold the carriage until the meeting was over, to which the lord replied that there was no need. Marquis Bryson informed the butler that he intended to remain at the palace for the day after the meeting. Confidently heading inside the palace, he ordered the butler to show his guests to his study. The butler found his request strange, as no meetings were scheduled for today, and he seemed out of sorts. The place where he asked the guests to be taken also seemed strange, as they usually met in the living room. The butler was certainly intrigued by the identity of the guests who were being given such special treatment. His guests turned out to be Elon Manisil, whom he had never had the opportunity to meet before, and it could be said that they were meeting for the first time. Keeping his composure and seriousness, he agreed with Elon that there had indeed been no opportunity to meet before. The Marquis brought up the topic of not being warned about the visit, as this would have given him more time to prepare for the meeting. Elon explained that he had not given advance notice to avoid any potential problems, and assured him that he would not take up much of his time. Moving straight to the point, Elon spoke about the Marquis's second son, Evan Bryson. Ellen was curious about his excessive attention to the first prince of the country, Caris Randell. Tension immediately appeared in the Marquis's eyes, and he probably did not like their conversation. But Elon Manisil was not intimidated by this look, and continued to look him straight in the eye, waiting for an answer to his question. When the Marquis realized that the conversation was about Renon, he couldn't believe it, as he didn't think Renon was brave enough to do such a thing. Elon was also surprised by Marquis Evan Bryson's low opinion of his own son. Without waiting for the Marquis's answer, Elon decided to provide more realistic information than Evan's prejudices. Marquis Evan Bryson, sensing a threat, looked at Elon with a hint of anger and distrust. When Elon placed the supporting documents with the information on the Marquis's table, the Marquis seemed to change, and he confidently placed his hand on them and began to rise. As if sensing a threat, he asked the mage to clarify what he was trying to convey with his action. Without pausing, Alon remained completely calm and said that they both understood that the Marquis intended to get rid of his son. Considering Elon to be a simple schemer, the Marquis said that this was not a matter in which he should meddle. Ellen watched with interest, finding it quite amusing to hear this. Manasil said that it was amusing to hear such words from a man who took people's lives. It is well known that people who have taken up the sword use their intention to take lives as a weapon. At that moment, the Marquis was overcome with rage. The mage remained calm, because he knew that those who had mastered the mysteries of magic used fear as their weapon, and it seemed to him that the Marquis did not see him as a threat. Activating his magic, he asked the Marquis to continue if he was not afraid of the consequences. The primal fear inherited from our ancestors is present in every living being, and this fear is always the first thing to be displayed. Elon Manasil tried to convey to the Marquis his unwillingness to engage in battle. Of course, he couldn't say the same about his student, Prince Callian, and therefore advised him not to lose his manners for his own good. And so, Evan finally came to his senses and calmed down a little. Ellen considered these actions to be correct and the most reasonable decision for the Marquis. The mage noted that the Marquis had long resisted the aura of fear, and therefore his title of Master Swordsman was not in vain, and he should not be underestimated. When everyone had calmed down a little, Elon said that he had no doubt about the Marquis' concern for his own son. But at the same time, he offered the Marquis Evan a slightly different solution to the problem, and the Marquis listened humbly. Manasil told him of a way to remove his son Raynon from important state affairs without taking his life. The plan had been devised by the prince in advance to acquire their trade guild, as it had been severely affected by the situation with Cilicia. The plan was also to say that it was permissible to continue trading, only because Renan had defended its usefulness. This guild was created for the second son, who had no talent for wielding weapons, but the House of Brisson was still a house of knights. The prince and the mage knew that the Marquis wanted to get rid of the guild because it had ceased to bring in income and was only casting a shadow on their family. While thinking this plan through, Elon didn't immediately understand why the Marquis would do something that could benefit them. This became clear during a conversation between Elon and the Marquis, when he asked why he should do something that would play into their hands and give them an advantage. But Elon Manasil was ready for this question from the Marquis. After all, he and Callian had thought through this step of the plan, deciding that the buyer would not be the prince, as they had someone else in mind who would be suitable for the role. As planned, Marquis Evan Bryson still asked about the identity of the prospective buyer. Ellen suggested nominating the head of the second largest trading company in Kairos, as he might have reasons to eliminate a rival. At this point, all that remained was to find a convincing reason for selling the Bresson family's trading guild, and the Marquis began to think seriously about it. Subsequently, an appropriate price would be offered for this action, and the Marquis immediately began to familiarize himself with the information brought by Elon. A little later, someone was tending to flowers in the room with particular love. It was Renan Brisson, who treated his flowers as if they were his own children, giving them special attention and care. At that time, he was thinking about the latest events, where the Count's arrest had put him in a difficult position, and he hoped that the Count would keep quiet about his connection with him. As he continued to tend to his green pets, he thought about removing all his assets and hiding in Tencel until no one could find him. And when he thought that he had done everything right by cutting off all ties with the Count, he discovered that his flower had died. Like a child, he cried out in despair and waved his arms. He also remembered the other lords who had ties to the Count, and realized that he probably didn't need to worry about. Then he discovered strangers in his room, and did not even have time to find out their identities or the reasons for their visit. At that moment, Renan was attacked by unknown assailants. The pot with his beloved green friend fell to the floor, and Raynan's cries filled the room. It wasn't long before rumors began to spread in Kairos that without Raynan's involvement, the Temple of Tencel was being supplied with holy relics. Sometime later, Renan was declared missing, and his father tried unsuccessfully to find him. The Marquis then began to suspect Elon and Paulin, but after some time, it became clear to everyone that these two had absolutely nothing to do with what had happened to Renan. Meanwhile, Callian reports to his mentor on the process of acquiring the guild, which is proceeding without difficulty, while Melfear deals with the details. Elon reported on the prince's request and informed him that the information was already on its way, to which Callian politely thanked his teacher. The elder of the elven village informs the prince that they will soon be able to set off, as the mother tree has heard their pleas. He then informed the prince that his son, Luca, would accompany them for the rest of their journey, But Kalyan had another wish, so he asked to choose the girl Saya to accompany. He called out to the girl, who agreed without hesitation to help them make their way through the forest path. The prince asked her again, because the return journey would have to be made alone, to which the girl replied that she could do it with her eyes closed. Kalyan was obviously delighted that she agreed to help, but then he noticed something unusual about Sia's behavior, which struck him as very strange. He realized that the girl was now talking like a normal child, without using her gift of foresight. The girl, Sia, seemed not to understand what was going on, and asked the prince about the reasons for his distress, addressing him as her leader. While talking to Prince Kalyan, she was holding something in her hand. Kalyan took the object in his hands and could not believe his eyes. Looking at this object from all sides, Kalyan tried to understand its purpose. Then he thought that this thing had been stolen by Luca along with the other sacred relics, which he immediately asked him about. Luca replied curtly that he had no idea what he was talking about and didn't remember anything like that. But then Arsene joined in and suggested possible uses for the stone. He suggested that this black stone was probably also some kind of relic. It was probably dangerous to other relics because it gave off a strong smell of blood. This smell was also detected by Uran, commander of the army of Siegfried Knights. But for some reason, the magician Arsene could not sense it. But Kalyan could smell it, as if the stone had absorbed the life energy that had been forcibly taken away. This stone seemed to radiate the energy of a person who was no longer alive, and Kalyan realized that he had to investigate this matter. Then, during their journey, Kalyan gave the stone to the girl to stop her gift of foresight and allow her to communicate like everyone else. The girl was surprised because she thought the stone belonged to Luke. The prince figured out what was going on and decided that the stone belonged to him, which he told the girl, who didn't ask any more questions. Of course, no one took Luca's opinion into account, and what's more, no one even paid any attention to him. Then Kalyan said that the stone would stay with the girl, Sia, until they reached the other end of the path, which made her incredibly happy. The reason for her joy was the opportunity to play word games with Arsene, because as long as she had the stone, her gift did not work, and she could not know what Arsene would say. At that time, Uran was asking Kalyan for more information about the girl. He asked questions about her abilities and whether it was a gift of foresight. She had previously told Kalyan that it was not foresight, but he, like Uran, did not believe her. Thinking that the future was coming a little faster for her, he suddenly thought about the distortion of time and the stone that stopped her abilities from working. Suddenly, he thought that this stone might be connected to the very axis of time. Later, in the royal garden, the eldest prince Randell was surrounded by his favorite flowers with his servant. While tending to his flowers, Randell discovered a flower with a bud that had fallen off, leaving only a lifeless stem. He remembered the words his younger brother Kalyan had once said, about how the roses would surely bloom soon. He thought of him sadly as he continued to look at his flowers. He thought about him and mentally addressed him, emphasizing that this time Kalyan had managed to get rid of Renan. Then he began to take something out of the sleeve of his shirt. It was an elegant chain with a pendant in the shape of a sacred relic, and when he brought the relic close to the lifeless rose stem, real magic began to happen. In a matter of seconds, a beautiful life-filled bud began to reappear on the stem. Looking at the flower that had been given new life, he spoke to it as if he saw his brother in it, saying that it was still a pleasure to watch him. He wished Kalyan, in the form of the beautiful rose, to try to remain as he was now for a little longer. At that moment, Kalyan was resting quietly by the tree, feeling changes in his body and trying to listen to his own body. He felt magical changes in the area of his heart. With his whole body, he seemed to absorb the magic swirling around him and passing through him. Ellen congratulated the prince, for he had just received not an additional magic circle, but a more powerful aura. Kalyan was disappointed because he had hoped to receive a new circle, and sincerely did not understand why his aura needed to be strengthened. Ellen tried to explain that it wasn't just a matter of getting rid of the habit of carrying a weapon, which is why he had received additional protection instead of a new circle. Kalyan knew why this had happened, even without his mentor's explanation. Elon added that Kalyan would not be able to return to his country until he found the true answer. Kalyan thought about this more seriously and asked his mentor if there was really a chance of finding the answer he was looking for. Kalyan looked at the beautiful starry sky, and Elon told him that all paths have an end, and that Kalyan would know better in any case. The girl Sia finally found the end of the forest path, and thus their journey together came to an end. Without wasting any time, Prince Kalyan got up from the ground and headed closer to the place Sia had mentioned. Before him opened up a breathtaking view of the very land of elephants. He saw the Duchy of Siegfried with his own eyes from a bird's eye view. While Kalyan was admiring the beauty of the surroundings, he heard the girl calling him again, once more referring to him as her leader. With a completely sincere smile, she told him that it was time to say goodbye, as they had completed their long journey. Holding out her hand, which held the black stone, she asked the prince to take it back. To be sure, he asked if she really had to go back, probably hoping to hear a negative answer. The prince asked this because of the elder's behavior, who was not happy that Sia would accompany them on their journey, and something else had also confused him. He mentioned that the other elves avoided Sia, and that when no one else was around, they treated her even worse. Then he said that, if she wished, he could explain her situation to the will of Tissisphania. The girl listened attentively to the words of her leader, and seemed to be truly thoughtful, for she was indeed disliked in her village. Callian offered the girl to continue her journey with them, but before he could finish his sentence, the girl interrupted the prince again, but with a wonderful innocent smile on her face. She simply held out the stone to return it to its owner. Then she told the prince that the world tree had told her that if she was born that way, she didn't need to change anything and should remain herself. She told the prince that she would continue to be an elf, even if she was different from the others. Callian smiled and understood perfectly what the girl Sia wanted to convey to him. Then Sia gave the stone back to its owner, saying that she understood her leader perfectly. And so, the girl became her former self again, saying that she would eagerly await their meeting with the prince even before Callian promised her that. Everyone said goodbye to her, and Arsene did so with particular affection. Saya thanked them for saving her, and it was a particularly touching moment. And so, our heroes approach the massive walls of the castle of the Duchy of Siegfried. These huge walls protect the lands of Zisphania and look quite impressive. Standing in front of the entrance, the prince thought that all the princes who had stood in this place were grateful to fate that the Siegfried family did not claim the throne. At that moment, remembering his loyal servant Jan, Callian turned to him, and he in turn listened attentively to his prince's instruction. Callian relieved Jan of his direct duties for the time they would be here, which shocked Jan. He explained that he did not want Jan to be the target of the hatred of Siegfried's angry army of knights, as there were many more of them. Callian said that from that moment on, Jan's role as a servant was temporarily over. Intending to move on, Jan turned to him again, as if he had something he wanted to discuss with his still master. Jan assured the prince that he would do an excellent job with the task he had been given. At that moment, Callian thought about past situations when he had to catch a blade aimed at him with his own hand, or when he had fainted from poisoning. He thought he would keep all of this to himself. As he replayed these situations in his mind, his expression changed for a moment, but Jan continued to look at him with a completely sincere smile. Out of awkwardness, Prince Callian involuntarily did the same, and so they reached a certain place where they stopped to rest from their journey and catch their breath. It was clear that Callian was completely exhausted and tired from the arduous journey. He thought that their journey would end right there, but it turned out that they were only at the entrance gate, and it would take about 2 more days to reach the inner gates of the castle. Callian was very surprised when he realized that the castle of the Duchy of Siegfried was comparable in size to an entire city. He thought he would soon be able to see the head of their family, but decided to resign himself to his fate, knowing that his complaints would hardly change anything. Then he glanced at the magical black stone on the nightstand next to him. An idea came to his mind, and he remembered the words of the elf Cialis, that she would remain an elf under any circumstances. Callian suddenly had an epiphany as soon as he thought about it more deeply. He realized that the properties of his mana remained the same, even though it had changed into an aura, and he understood that he had been wrong to consider these energies different. He closed his eyes as if listening to his body, and tried to use his aura as fuel for his magic. He thought about it, and came to the right conclusion. By becoming one with his aura, he was able to achieve what he wanted. At the moment of this magical event, someone was quietly watching through the door to Callian's room, which was slightly ajar. The magician Arsene witnessed the event and noticed changes in Callian's flowing mana, which had previously been barely noticeable. But now he noticed that there was no longer any warmth or tenderness in it, for this mana emitted a coldness that penetrated to the bone. Looking at him, Arsene was amazed, for there was no limit to his power and skill. And finally, Callian achieved his goal and obtained 4th circle magic. He was undoubtedly happy, but he also understood that this did not solve all his problems. Sometime later, a new day began, and our hero's journey continued. At that moment, Yang called out to Callian with a smile on his face. Callian continued to ponder his thoughts and considered that there were now 6 sword masters on the continent. He understood that in their world, those with stronger mana could easily sense the weak. At that moment, their group was met by the head of the Siegfried family. In an instant, the Duke's expression changed, for he sensed Callian's power, just as he had expected. The Duke was second in sword strength, and his level was many times higher than Callian, which is why he only needed a glance to understand everything. Callian, meeting his gaze, noticed that they had not seen each other for a relatively long time. They continued to stare at each other until the Duke began the conversation. He abruptly changed the topic of conversation that Callian had been expecting, saying that he had noticed a growth spurt since their last meeting. He added that Callian was not immediately recognizable. Then he mentioned what seemed to be obvious changes in him, and Callian understood perfectly well what he meant. It cannot be said that Callian was surprised, but his face clearly showed his confusion. However, Callian did not remain in this state for long, and quickly reacted, agreeing that he had indeed grown a little. Hearing the word "not much," the Duke laughed out loud, because to him it did not seem like a small thing at all. Then he kindly asked Callian for permission to accompany him to the next stop. Jan, in turn, watched them with what seemed like love in his eyes. The Duke noted the talent of Callian's mentor in choosing his students, for Callian was not only a magician, but also one of the 6 sword masters. Callian seemed to feel awkward about this conversation. But then he told the Duke that he understood perfectly well that he would not go unnoticed. But in response, he said that vanity had not clouded his vision. Then the Duke said that the prince could not see Callian's aura, and Callian already knew that. Then he said that he could see Callian's aura without much difficulty. Their conversation continued, and the Duke suggested that Elon might be admiring the prince's height, to which Callian replied that Elon was busy with work. And when the Duke accompanied Callian to his seat, he politely said that he could not continue with him because he could not delay his patrol. He then tactfully apologized and thanked the prince for his understanding. But Callian didn't see a problem with that, as he knew that he had arrived earlier than planned. Upon learning that Callian would continue his journey in the morning, he wished him a safe journey and said he would await news of his travel. At that time, a meeting between Elon and the king was taking place in the royal palace, where Elon was surprised by the king's strong desire to drink at that moment. Adding a drink to the king's glass, Elon informed him that Callian had already managed to reach the land of the Duchy of Siegfried. Elon dared to suggest that the king's behavior at that moment was related to his concern for his younger son. He then asked about other possible reasons for his agitation, which had caused this overwhelming desire to drink. The king was indeed experiencing quite strong emotion. The king confessed to Elon that he had no idea when he should light the flame of Camelot, because he was simply unsure. Elon clarified whether he understood correctly that the king was unsure of the name of the heir he was supposed to name at the ceremony. With sadness in his eyes, the king said that he would have to name his successor upon Callian's return, something the king was clearly not ready for. It was a difficult decision for the king, as all 3 of his sons would be old enough to fight for the throne. At that moment, the king began to reflect on each of the contenders for his throne. He spoke of the eldest prince, Randell, as a cautious and reserved prince, and that was why he was quite difficult to understand. He considered the middle prince, Plancha, to be the strongest of them all, but at the same time very stubborn and rebellious. Speaking of the youngest prince, Callian, he thought that he only had to become a man, and that he was still just a child in his opinion. Then Elon came up with what seemed like a brilliant idea to put the weakest prince on the throne, because then the strongest would destroy him and there would be no more problems. But it was clear from the king's expression that he didn't even have the strength to come up with a response to Monosil's statement. But when Elon said that his previous remarks were just a joke, the king seemed to think seriously. Ellen continued to speak aloud. His first remark was his observation that Randell was unlikely to retreat. In his opinion, Randall would not retreat until Callian freed the residents. Ellen continued, saying that the time would soon come when everything would become crystal clear to the king. Looking the king in the eyes, Elon insisted that he must remain silent until that moment came. Despite the decision that had been made, Elon asked that the excitement about the future not be allowed to steal what was in the present. Ellen was certain that when the moment came for the flame of Camelon to be lit, it would burn only for the most worthy of princes. At that time, Callian continued to follow his path diligently. He continued on his path as if into an endless darkness. He strode forward rapidly, but the end was still not in sight, and it seemed to him that his journey had lasted an eternity. He kept walking and never ceased to marvel at the depth of this cave. And when his path began to come to an end, his face was filled with amazement. And his amazement was not in vain, for at the end of the path, he was met by a dazzling light from which he instinctively shielded his eyes. After a few steps, having slightly adjusted to the blinding light, he was able to open his eyes a little to look around. Suddenly, he found himself in the middle of a beautiful field of flowers of extraordinary beauty. Looking around, he tried to understand what this place was and where he had ended up. In an instant, he turned around and, as if seeing something, his face changed dramatically. At that moment, he realized that he was facing the purest magical power of Sifanian, which instilled fear in anyone who dared to look down on it. Clenching his fists, he realized that what stood before him was not just the will of Sisfania. Prince Callian immediately bowed his head before her, for he understood that this was very serious. And then, before him stood the great Sisfanian, with her beautiful red eyes. At that moment, life went on as usual in the streets of the city, with everyone going about their business. And then something happened that could not fail to attract the attention of the residents. The moment of Sisfanian's appearance was visible to all the inhabitants of the city, for they saw a beam of immense size somewhere in the distance, but did not understand what it meant. When Sisfanian herself appeared before the prince, he could not believe his eyes, for usually everyone only saw her will. Callian sincerely could not understand the reason for her appearance in her present form. He realized that the suffocating pressure and passive magic had simply disappeared. Then she noticed that a child from a completely different place had contacted her. She knew everything about the prince, for she had also said that Callian held memories from a completely different reality. She noticed that Callian was using her blessing to turn him into a weapon, and couldn't help but ask about the motives behind it. In a split second, Sisfani's form approached the prince, and when their eyes met, she said that he had been summoned here, for she was absolutely certain of it. The townspeople continued to watch what was happening, as did the entire team accompanying the prince. Arsene told Kiri that nothing like this had ever happened before when they met Sisfania, and Yang was beside himself. As a loyal friend and servant, Yang could not wait calmly, and was extremely worried about the prince. At that moment, a hand rested on Yang's head and stroked his hair with encouraging words. It was Yan's father, who couldn't believe that his own son could be so worried about the prince, and Yan, forgetting himself, called him father. Yan began to scold his father because he did not expect to see him, and was frightened because he should have been on patrol. But the Duke, without the slightest twinge of conscience, said that he had come back at the last minute. Arsene and Kiri heard their conversation perfect. In other words, they heard only the word father, and they were immediately overcome with confusion. But then a girl with painfully familiar hair joined their group, and politely greeted everyone. It was clear that none of them understood what was going on. Trying to break the awkward silence, the girl introduced herself as Elon Manisil's granddaughter, Veronica. Accompanying this charming girl was Rachel Grace, the wife of Elon's son. Returning to the moment of Callian and Sisfani's conversation, she reached out her hand to his face, inviting him to let her see his thoughts. She reached out to his face even closer, and Callian didn't seem to know how to react. And so, he allowed her to touch his cheek, so that she could feel all his thoughts. He didn't need to tell her anything, because she could see everything without words. As soon as she touched Callian, she saw all his memories and what had happened to him before, when he was barren. Memories that were also connected to the timeline that had brought about the changes in his life. Callian's memories flashed through his mind one after another, just as they did in the mind of the great Sifanian. Then, looking into Callian's eyes, Sisfania said that now everything was clear to her. Sisfanian continued to speak, but Callian did not understand a single word, as if she were speaking to him in a language he did not know. He looked at her questioningly, for he had never encountered anything like this before. Sisfania was not surprised that Callian heard nothing, for it was because the one speaking to him through Sisfania did not wish for him to hear. Callian still did not understand who Sisfanian was referring to. Then he thought and assumed that it was Sorrenti speaking to him through Sisfanian. Sisfanius agreed with him, and said that was sometimes how she was referred to. Callian was extremely surprised, for Sorrenti is the queen of the gods. At the time when the two gods were at war, she had to face the void. This happened in the company of the 8 heroes of Eld, and Callian knew about it. But now Callian realized that she had not disappeared. He thought that Sorrenti had fallen into a deep sleep, thereby sealing the bearer of emptiness, as many believe. But it turned out that this was not the case. Then Sisfania said that if she allowed her will to represent herself, could it be said that she was no longer alive? Giving Callian food for thought, she said that it was not worth dwelling on this, as he must have more important questions to ask. The first and most important question for Callian was about the axis of time that the kingdom of Secretia once possessed. Sisfanian listened attentively and waited for him to clarify his question and provide more details. Then he asked directly about the reasons for the kingdom of Kyros's desire to obtain the axis. Sisfanian answered his question, but Callian was again unable to hear the answer because Sorrenti once again prevented him from doing so. Callian began to get angry because he did not understand why he was not allowed to hear the answers to his question. Sisfanian tried to explain to him that his impatience was not in line with Sorrenti's will. She explained that Callian was asking questions about what would happen after he died. After all, something irreparable could happen if he found out about it before the appointed time, and that could change the natural course of events. Callian thought that perhaps something had happened that Sorrenti had personally intervened in, and that was why she was keeping this information from him. Sisfanian said that his thoughts were correct, for it was indeed divine intervention. Callian couldn't imagine the scale of it and tried to understand how the axis of time could be connected to it. Then he decided to ask one last question about his brother's involvement in bringing Barina back to life. But Sisfanians replied that his brother was first and foremost a king, and only then a brother. She told him that he was wrong to think his brother was stupid, believing that the course of time could be reversed for his sake, and then he finally understood that he had been thinking in completely the wrong direction. For it was not his brother Chase who had used the axis of time to change the existing reality. Upon learning this, Barina's world, as represented by Callian, seemed to collapse. At that moment, all the questions that had been troubling him disappeared, and despair was written all over his face. Then Sisfanian reached out her hand and asked him to show her what he had now. Callian didn't quite understand what Sisfanian meant by that. He looked at her and ran through the possible options in his head, and suddenly he understood. He realized that she was most likely talking about the black magic stone that Callian was holding at that moment. Sisfanian took the object in her hands and said something again that Callian couldn't hear. Then she looked at Callian, frowning, and her expression became more serious than before. At that moment, Callian looked at her and waited for some kind of explanation. Then she handed the stone to its owner, telling Callian not to part with it and to always carry it with him. Sisfanian also told Callian not to let the lack of answers to his questions break him. Then she told him to understand that everything would happen in its own time. Disappearing in an instant, she told him to find her again when Callian felt ready. When all this happened, many carrier birds flew off in different directions to deliver the news to their masters. They delivered information that a bright pillar of magical light was visible outside the Duchy of Siegfried. The letters described a light that seemed to pierce the sky, and this happened at the same time that Prince Callian entered the lair of Sisfanian. Duke Siegfried was amazed by the number of carrier pigeons in his territory, but the man standing behind him told him that now was not the time for impressions. Behind him stood his daughter, the heir to the Duchy of Siegfried. The girl, who was completely serious and determined, was named Drimya Siegfried. He told his daughter about the beautiful view that had distracted him for a moment, but Drimya said that great power usually attracts envy. Drimya was convinced that one day those to whom these birds were flying would cross their path, which is why she believed that surveillance of them should be increased. At that moment, the Duke thought about how he had chosen the right woman to be his wife, because thanks to her, his children were so intelligent, and that was clearly not his doing. Demetria was amazed at her father's carelessness, and did not understand what he was thinking at that moment. But then the Duke said that they should not be overly skeptical, as this could be perceived as a political statement. His daughter listened to her father's words that their family should be a source of protection, not power, and asked her not to forget that they were building up their strength for the future. Of course, Dryamia agreed with everything her father, the Duke, said, but she also added that this time they might be called to action. She was referring to Prince Callian, who was standing at the window of his room in the palace of the Duchy of Siegfried. They both looked in the direction of Callian, whose silhouette was visible in the window, and the Duke said that he understood what his daughter meant. The Duke told his daughter that they would not demonstratively increase security, but that they would take certain measures. Jan was also impressed by the number of birds flying in the sky. His father stood nearby, also admiring the birds. At that moment, Jan's sister, Dryamia, watched the admiring and overly sweet members of her ducal family. Callian continued to look out the window and ponder what had happened, analyzing every word Sisfanian had said. He kept thinking about the moment when Sisfanian told him to come to her when he felt ready. Prince Callian did not understand what Sisfani had meant, and he was extremely curious about what else she might tell him. At that moment, the prince's loyal servant and friend Jan entered the room with tea and noticed that the prince had been standing at the window for a long time. Jan asked him if he had seen something interesting outside the window, but Callian seemed hesitant and could not answer clearly. The prince seemed to be thinking about how to answer Jan, without revealing what he was really thinking at that moment, and to calm the agitated Jan. Then he said that they needed to go closer to the garden so that he could see it better. Outside the window, in the courtyard of the Siegfried family's palace, Kiri and Hina were also there. Jan saw them through the window and noticed that there was someone else with them. It was the Siegfried family's charming pet poodle named Jan. Pressing himself against the glass in anger, Jan, in human form, cursed his father for giving the puppy his name. Prince Callian, standing next to him, jokingly said that he noticed some similarities between them. Callian noticed that the dog, Hein, was more interesting than the birds, and he thought about getting a dog for his palace when he returned. Jan agreed with the prince as he had noticed that the puppy clearly liked their family, Hein. Jan noticed that Hina had just gestured the word charming, which he immediately reported to the prince. By the way, Yang also said that if he intended to get a dog, it would be necessary to teach it sign language. The prince was surprised because Jan had never told him where he had learned this method of communication. Then Yang told the prince that a long time ago, he had an older brother who was destined to die of a serious illness. The prince did not know about this, so he apologized politely, but Yang reacted calmly, as it was long in the past. But then Yang told the prince that he was not sad about it, because he now had Prince Kallian, who had become like a brother to him. Continuing the conversation about the puppy, Yang dismissed the idea as frivolous, because the prince's brothers might not share his opinion and would not be thrilled about it. Kallian replied that in that case, he would simply go to Camelon. Jan reminded the prince that Camelon was the official land of the crown prince. Kallian replied that he had no other choice, as his brothers would not allow him to keep a dog in the palace where they all lived together. Jan considered the prince to be the only one who intended to conquer the throne in order to get a dog, and the prince added that he was also the only one in another matter. Then Kallian revealed that he was the only one who had seen Sisfanian in her true form. Jan shouted that he didn't understand what that could mean, so loudly that he scared away the birds. As for Celestia, her morning began as usual, with her maids helping her get ready. She leisurely asked her servant about the progress of the task he had been given. He immediately informed Her Highness that the letter had been successfully delivered to the addressee, and that a reply had already been received. The queen seems to blossom upon hearing this information and eagerly awaits the reply. At another time and in a completely different place, a conversation takes place in which an opponent tells the prince that he has had to wait a very long time. The prince apologized for the delay, explaining that he had to explore the castle to find a place where Sisfanian could not hear their conversation. Elon asked if Kallian had found a suitable place, and the prince replied that he was already there, and that the search had been successful. This secret place is the cemetery of the Duke of Siegfried's family. Jan helped find the right place because it was hidden from view, and no one could hear them there, not even Sisfanian herself. Elon immediately asked Kallian about Rosalita's results. Then Kallian, without hiding any details, told his teacher everything in the smallest detail, even though it turned out to be an extremely long story. Upon hearing that Kallian had managed to see Sisfanian in her true form, Elon became agitated. Elon was convinced that he needed to be with Kallian at that moment, but the prince said that at first he was just as surprised as he was. Elon told him about the important matters that needed to be completed, and Kallian promised that they would definitely go together to their next meeting. Then they discussed Renan's disappearance and the queen's reaction to it, as 10 days had already passed, and Elon said that Evan Bryson had been with her that morning. Kallian was worried that Evan might have told Celestia about Ellen's visit, but Elon dispelled Kallian's concerns, as he was certain that Evan would never do such a thing. Elon Manasil told his student that Evan and he were now bound by the magic of the seal. Anticipating Kallian's questions about the possible risks, he said that he didn't care at all and wasn't worried about it. Jokingly, Elon told the prince that one of his students had already used this move, referring to Kallian. Regardless, the mage assured his student that the Brisson family was unlikely to bother him again. But there was another issue that needed to be resolved. The fact is that Renan was Celestia's confidant, doing all her dirty work, and now she is forced to find a replacement for him. Regarding this matter, Elon reported that he had a letter that the prince would be interested in reading. The words in this letter also made King Romain nervous, as it was from the Count, and Celestia had probably contacted him immediately after his disappearance. Then Kallian thought of another member of the Brizon family, and that was Grey Brizon, the first son of Marquis Evan Brizon. Grey is also a Margrave whose estates are located near Tencel, but that is not all Manasil knows. Grey Brizon is also one of the 6 sword masters of the continent. In his letter, he requested an administrator for his territory, as he intended to recover in Kairos after being wounded in battle with wild tribes. But Elon and Kallian understood perfectly well that this was just an excuse to return, and the king and Elon are trying in every way to delay his departure. Kallian found it amusing that another sword master was joining their game and wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Later, the Duke and the prince meet, and the Duke kindly invites him to sit on a log right next to him. Kallian jokingly said that it wouldn't be a bad idea to work on that log, but he would sit down anyway. The prince told him about his meeting with Sisfania that morning, and the Duke asked him how he felt after meeting her will. When Kallian told him that he had seen not her will but her true form, the Duke was deeply surprised. The Duke asked the prince again if he had understood him correctly, and if he had really seen her true form. Callian understood that it would indeed be difficult to believe, but the Duke's cry prevented him from finishing. He shouted enthusiastically that she was still alive, and that it turned out that their family had not guarded the empty dragon's nest in vain for 500 years. The Duke was happy to realize that their determination had not been in vain. Prince Callian looked kindly at the Duke's joy, who was dancing with happiness. The prince did not finish surprising the Duke, for he also told him that he and Sisfani would have another meeting. This led the prince to think about a teleportation portal between the capital of Kyrus and the Duchy of Siegfried. The Duke found the idea interesting, but he was not sure that King Romain would approve of the decision to build it. The Duke considered the possible consequences of building the portal, and one of his concerns was that it would provide a new route for enemies to attack the capital. To resolve the security issue, the prince suggested building the portal on his land, 1 day's journey from the capital, and using it only with permission. Siegfried would be able to remove the portal at any time, in case of a threat to their state, and the Duke saw no reason to refuse if the king did not object. Then Callian said that he wished to ask the Duke one more question, but Siegfried immediately understood that it was about a fight, because Callian had once asked him to be present at the training ground, and when the decision was made to begin a friendly battle, Callian created a magical weapon using his aura. The Duke had no doubt that the prince had created a magical core using only the magic of his aura. Then the prince skillfully made a weapon from this core and decided to use it in his attack. The Duke immediately understood that the prince intended to test the power of his new blade, and so the Viscount was the first to attack, calling on the prince to defend himself immediately. A look of excitement appeared in Callian's eyes, and he boldly entered into battle with Duke Viscount Siegfried. The second most powerful swordsman on the continent is Slayman. This means that he is second only to the Duke in terms of experience when it comes to wielding a weapon. He kept up his attack, considering the Viscount to be a strong opponent, just as he had thought before. The prince also concluded that his opponent's weapon was capable of carrying its owner's weight without losing any speed. The Viscount looked at the prince and was amazed that Callian managed to remain alert. The Duke Viscount understood that Callian's body did not have sufficient striking power because of his aesthetic physique. But this had its advantages, as his physique allowed him to move much faster. Continuing to attack, the Viscount thought about Callian's mana reserves, because using his aura had a noticeable effect on them. But knowing this, the Viscount still decided not to hold back, even though the prince needed this sparring to overcome his limits. Despite his rapidly dwindling strength, Prince Callian continued to respond to the Viscount's attacks without breaking his stance. Observing this, the Duke considered the prince to be very talented in this matter. Duke Viscount Brisson couldn't stop being amazed by how quickly and dramatically Callian had changed from the frail boy he used to be. Continuing his attack, he said that despite the prince's status, he was still no match for him, and considered this level of combat easy, and made the following offer. The proposal was to move to a new level of sparring, which Callian readily agreed to, and began to advance. The Viscount, without further ado, began to attack him in response. The sparring between our heroes continued as if it were completely serious and real. During their friendly training fight, Callian's actions, aided by his magical weapon, caused damage to the Viscount. Then Callian thought that things were going badly, and that it had happened unintentionally. Then Callian noticed that an endless stream of powerful energy was emanating from the Duke, and he thought that he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. And then came the moment Callian had feared, when he faced the powerful energy of Sir Viscount. At that moment, Callian thought that there was no way he could handle this power when it was already so close to him. The prince also suffered a minor injury, but it was not life-threatening. They met each other's gaze and paused their sparring for a moment. The Viscount looked at the prince and reminded him of his last swing with his weapon. Callian seemed to have lost his words and could barely speak. But at that very moment, his explanation was interrupted by Euron, who sensed something was wrong. Looking at the Viscount and Callian, who were standing frozen by Euron's gaze, he saw a cracked weapon, which gave him pause. Then he saw the cut on the Duke Viscount's neck and realized exactly what had happened. Then everyone realized that the Viscount had lost the battle, which shocked the remaining knights who had come to his aid. Later, a ball was held in the palace with music, beautiful dresses, and many guests. The entire hall where the ball was taking place was filled with the beautiful melody of a violin played by the skilled hands of Sir Viscount Bryson. Callian noted the Viscount's skill with the violin, comparing it to his skill with weapon, to which the Viscount replied that it was in their blood. He then told the prince that he would be happy to play the violin for him anytime in the future. Then Callian mentioned his injury, saying that he hoped it would not prevent him from continuing to play. Putting the object of his admiration back in its place, the Viscount said that nothing could stop him, because then he would not be a master, Then he said that only his heart had been hurt, for his son Yang was very angry with his father for leaving a scratch on his beloved prince. Then Jan, like a ferocious tiger, scolded his father for it. Callian was embarrassed to hear this, for the Viscount said that now his son hated him. Callian thanked the Viscount for the fight and the opportunity to learn something new, and kindly suggested celebrating the occasion. Of course, the Viscount could not refuse his offer, for what he had heard was music to his ears. Callian was happy to understand how his weapon made of aura worked before it disappeared, and this was a great opportunity to learn how to survive. Callian decided to discuss with the Duke the moment when he released a large burst of his aura and realized how long the road ahead was. Callian thought it was wonderful to see what he could improve in himself by seeing a worthy example before him, and the Duke listened with interest. The Duke decided to change the subject, mentioning Callian's injury after learning about his health, but Callian said there was no need to worry about it. The Viscount also couldn't help but notice Callian's speed and use of his body to generate power in his side blows, which he mentioned to the prince. The Viscount believed that all of this had led to an unplanned complication in their fight. Then he mentioned something that almost made Callian choke. He said that this type of attack was typical of the knights of the state of Secretia. Tension hung in the air, and the prince did not yet know how to respond to the Duke's words. The Duke Viscount considered this habit rather strange, since there was no one in Kairos who could have picked up this habit. A distinctive feature of a Kairos knight is that they rely on their feet when attacking, and their balance is maintained by their hips during side strikes. But when the Viscount spoke to Callian, he mentioned twists that involved the back. Then he asked him to be more careful, because someone from the Brizon family would definitely notice the difference. Prince Callian seemed to have lost his gift of speech, as he was simply shocked by what he had heard, and by the Duke's attentiveness. Siegfried had probably already guessed that the person in front of him was definitely not a prince, and he was curious why he hadn't asked him about it. But the Viscount was honest with the prince and said that he didn't care who was in Callian's body because it was his land. Duke Viscount Siegfried smiled broadly and said that he would wait for the next sparring match and that he didn't care about anything else. Callian thanked him because the Duke had saved him from an endless number of uncomfortable questions that he would hardly have wanted to answer. Looking at his hand, the prince wondered if Grey Brizon would be able to see his aura and decided to consult with the Duke about it. Grey lives far from home, and it is said that the Marquis sent him there because he did not agree with his choice and approach to the art of sword fighting. Despite everything, the Duke told the prince that he would most likely notice his aura, since he was also one of the continent's master swordsmen. The Viscount advised Callian to always be prepared for any outcome. Prince Callian agreed with him, as he really did have a lot to prepare for. 10 days later, the action takes place in the same Duchy of Siegfried. Elon had already begun to think that his prince had no intention of returning to the palace, but Callian apologized and explained that he had to finish some business. He promised his mentor that he would return as soon as he had finished what he needed to do, and then asked about Grey Brizon. Ellen said that he had managed to postpone his visit to Kairos for 2 weeks, and Callian was grateful to Ellen for that. Then he began to think about the plan he would follow during the time Alon had given him. Callian reasoned that he was a mage who was also a master swordsman, but society did not yet know this. He understood that Grey did not yet know who would stand before him, but he would notice his magical aura in any case, and therefore begin to suspect something. After the banquet, the prince discussed this with Arsene, who said that there were special spells to hide his aura. Arsene was sure that Callian would quickly master them, as his 4th level magic was strong enough for this, and Arsene would gladly help him. But first, thanks to Elon's advice, they began studying information about the teleportation circle. Callian and Arsene were assisted in this by Elon's daughters-in-law, Rachel and Veronica. Ellen spoke of Rachel as an accomplished mage in her own right, as she had devoted much of her research to the study of teleportation. When they gathered together, Callian explained why they were there at that moment. Callian said that he intended to discuss a topic that was important for the territory of the country of Kairos, to which Arsene replied that he dreamed of serving him. And so, they began working on a magical teleportation circle. At the same time, Callian began training to learn how to deliberately hide his aura. Learning the spell itself was not difficult for the prince. However, the same could not be said about maintaining its effect. Another important factor was that only Viscount Siegfried could test what he had learned, as he was the only one who could sense Callian's aura with a single glance. This is why Callian was unable to leave the territory of the Duchy of Siegfried for a long time. All this time was spent training and studying all the information. Finally, the desired results were achieved, and the Viscount could no longer see the aura that Callian had hidden. The Viscount shouted enthusiastically that he could not sense even the slightest manifestation of the prince's aura. Now, anyone who looked at the prince would consider him someone who had never held a weapon in his seemingly unskilled hand. And so, finally, all preparations for the upcoming meeting with Grey Brisen were complete. And so, sometime later, our heroes set off on their journey. Viscount Siegfried said goodbye to the prince, telling him that during their next sparring match, he did not intend to hold back. In response to these remarks, the prince said only that he had no desire to be defeated, and the Viscount said that he would look forward to the meeting. After finishing all the farewell speeches, Prince Callian gave the order to set off. After all, the capital of Kairos had been waiting for their return home for a long time. At this time, the action takes place in the palace of Grey Brisen. A man bowed his head and listened as Grey spoke of the time wasted waiting to find a manager like him. He was clearly dissatisfied with the results of his search for a manager for his estate. The manager, looking at all this, thought about his indecent attire, but at the same time addressed him as my lord. In response, Grey Brisen gave a sneering smile, accompanied by an unpleasant laugh. But the manager had no idea how to react to Grey's lack of manners and behavior in general. As he rose from his bed, the manager was covered by a huge shadow cast by Grey's body, who said that the royal court had become merry in his absence. Grey then asked the steward for his opinion on the matter. By this, he wanted to make it clear to the manager that he intended to return to the capital, Kairos. At that time, in the palace of the royal family of Elon Manasil, he was in Prince Callian's room. He glanced at the place where the prince's treasures were kept, and noticed that he never ceased to be amazed by what he saw there every time. He was always shocked by the amount of treasures the prince kept there. He understood that most of the income came from Victirin, as it was the richest wheat-producing land in Kairos. Another portion of the income came from the trading guild that had replaced the Brisen family. Absolutely happy, Elon left the palace singing, for Callian's income would never cease. The maid asked several times to make sure that the door could be locked, but she only received an answer when Elon was already far away. And so, he began to go about his business in a wonderful mood. But suddenly something distracted him from his thoughts, and he focused his attention, glancing to the side. On his way, he encountered Prince Planche, who was walking toward him. As he climbed the stairs, Prince Planche also caught Ellen's eye. Ellen Manasil smiled and greeted the middle prince. Ellen jokingly found their meeting with the prince to be a coincidence. Planche looked as if he was not very happy to see the maid. Planche asked Elon directly, expressing his curiosity about the reasons for Callian's change, as he believed that the mage was to blame. He also mentioned the possibility that Callian's change had prompted him to seek out Elon to become his mentor. He cunningly said that he had not been able to get an answer from anyone else, and therefore he was putting all his hope in Elon. Ellen seemed to have no idea how to answer Planche's uncomfortable questions. But he finally found a solution and reminded Planche of his love for the bottle and his sudden renunciation of his harmful and destructive habit. Sarcastically, he thought that another joker who missed Planche's past had appeared. Ellen tried to explain to the prince that people tend to change, even when it comes to getting out of the bottle. Ellen also spoke about the changes that had come over his brother, and as a result, his freedom from fear of recklessness. He summed up by saying that he considered the place and time of change completely unimportant, because the only thing that mattered was the result. Not thrilled with the answer he got, Planche just kept quiet because he had nothing to add. Ending the conversation, Elon wished the dissatisfied Planche a good day and quickly left. Planche watched the departing mage and thought about his words. He was particularly struck by the words about his recklessness. Some time had passed since Callian had set off on his journey. 20 days later, our heroes found themselves at Lake Reddington, which Kiri found to be a very beautiful place with no noise. Callian agreed with his companion as he looked at the beauty of the surrounding. The prince did not want to leave, but he immediately mentioned the trouble that had happened with Veronica's horse and said that it was fortunate that something good had come of it. Callian had not expected Rachel's magic to be effective, but apparently it was beyond the comprehension of the horse's legs. Callian thought the same of the Lord, who shared the charm of the territory he ruled. At that moment, Kiri was saying that Viscount Reddington was known as a calm and reserved man. Then the prince talked to Jan, who was kindly pouring him tea, about the long journeys that were unlikely to happen again once he returned. And when Callian said that he intended to make good use of the remaining 4 days of the journey, a rumbling sound of unknown origin could be heard all around. The sound of horses' hooves could be heard everywhere, and our heroes turned to see where the noise was coming from. A carriage drawn by horses suddenly appeared on the ground. Prince Callian seemed to understand who was in the carriage and broke into a delighted smile. When the carriage drew closer, Callian thought that everything was going perfectly. Callian came up with a new plan of action and ordered Jan to deliver a message to these people. The message was to ask them to introduce themselves to the new guest. The message was immediately delivered to Viscount Tezid Reddington, who clearly hesitated upon receiving such news. He understood perfectly well that Callian and the Brisbane family were enemies, and therefore planned to send the uninvited guests back where they came from. The poor man began to say that this was indeed the wish of His Highness Grey, but as he began to refuse the prince, his explanation was interrupted. Then Callian interrupted him and said that His Highness would definitely make an exception in this matter. Viscount Tezid Reddington thought that if Grey was in the carriage, he would gladly invite him for tea, and he eagerly awaited the moment when he would finally be able to see the arriving guest. Looking sadly out the window, he thought that he would probably not lose his life today, and that he should thank the prince. And then, full of confidence and self-control, Callian entered. Upon seeing Prince Callian, Grey and the steward jumped up abruptly. The manager told Callian that His Highness Grey Brisson was pleased to accept the prince's invitation. Callian just looked at Grey Brisson with a smile on his face, as if watching to see what would happen next. But Grey Brisson was not so happy, and it was easy to see in his eyes. The manager turned to his lord, Grey, as if feeling awkward. Grey Brisson, in turn, citing poor health after his injury, decided to tell the prince something he definitely would not like to hear. He told the prince that for this very reason he would be unable to rise and bow as required by protocol, and asked the prince to understand his situation. The poor steward felt extremely uncomfortable with Grey Brisson's behavior. Everyone understood that such behavior could only be permitted to one nobleman, and that person was Slamenhorn Siegfried. And then Callian replied to Grey as briefly as possible, as if he understood him. Then Grey thanked the prince for his generosity and understanding, for when he stood up, the pain became simply unbearable. Callian understood that Grey was not someone who could behave like this, so he asked him to bow his head in respect to the prince. Behind the door, Yang carefully tried to eavesdrop on everything that was happening inside. Jan couldn't find a place for himself and, overcome with anxiety, realized that he had to find Arsene, because Callian wouldn't be able to handle it alone if the offended Grey attacked. Arsene, whom Jan had been eagerly awaiting, immediately appeared near the office where our heroes were talking, and the mage was very surprised to see Jan there. Jan had no idea why they were there, but said that their help was needed right now. Arsene Hertz explained to Jan that he and Veronica had several ideas about teleportation, and tried to find out from Jan the reason for his anxiety. As soon as Jan began to explain that it was all about the prince who was now behind the door with Grey Brisson, he was suddenly distracted. Hina was running toward them, as if something serious had happened. Hina ran with all her might, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't calm down, so Jan knelt down, wrapped his arms around her, and told her to breathe and finally tell him what had happened. Hina, trying to hold back her tears, began to talk about her brother, Kiri. Out of excitement and distress, she spoke in broken phrases that included words about knights and horses. Jan pieced together everything Hina had said and realized that something must have happened between Kiri and the Knights of the House of Brisson. Arsene immediately rushed to Kiri's aid, and Jan said that he should probably go to the stables while Veronica calmed Hina down. Before he could leave, Jan called out to Arsene to warn him of trouble. Jan urged Arsene not to attack first, no matter what. But Arsene understood perfectly well the possible consequences of doing as Jan said, so he promised to be careful. And so, Hertz hurried away to help Kiri. Jan understood that this would not end well, because sooner or later, the conflict would escalate. At that moment, inside the room, Callian and Grey continued their conversation, with Grey responding to Prince Callian's remarks with a sly smile. Grey's expression changed, and he repeated Callian's order to bow his head, beginning to grow fierce. Callian, maintaining his princely composure, said that Grey should simply obey the order without further discussion, hinting at the arrogance in Grey's behavior. Suddenly, Grey Brisson seemed to lose his temper and asked again. But Callian, continuing to provoke Grey, repeated his order to bow. Grey Brisson had not expected such an outcome to their meeting, and was therefore extremely surprised and annoyed. Earlier, the prince had asked me about their previous encounters with Grey, but Yang said that it was long before he met Yang, so the prince was unlikely to remember. Then Callian realized that if they had indeed met before, the sight that Grey was now witnessing was definitely shocking to him. Callian reasoned in his head that Queen Celestia must have warned him that the prince was no longer the same person he used to be. Most likely, he simply did not believe Celestia's words on this matter. Callian continued to watch Grey's reaction, realizing that whatever decision they made would immediately turn against Grey. Meanwhile, Grey Brisson, looking at Callian, thought that Celestia was simply writing nonsense about the prince because of her age. He was even more angry, realizing that all the rumors he had heard about the third prince were probably true, and he had no intention of accepting this fact. Gray compared the prince to a game of chess, where the prince is just a pawn destined to lose. The manager joined their conversation, realizing that it would be trouble not to intervene in this situation. With fear in his eyes, and at the same time out of desperation, he shouted at Count Grey Bryson to show respect to Callian and finally bow. Out of fear, he clenched his hands into fists, while Prince Callian, watching this, thought that by allowing himself to shout at the Lord, he had shown courage. It was a pity that Grey did not realize that the Viscount had just saved him from certain death. It was not difficult to understand this with just one glance at Grey. At that moment, Grey was so angry at the Viscount that he wanted to end his life right then and there, but first, he had to deal with Callian. He had no choice but to bow before the prince. He bowed with all honors, addressing Callian as the great prince of the country of Kyrus. But Callian did not appreciate Grey Brysson's efforts, and said that he intended to continue their conversation later due to his fatigue, turning to the Viscount. Grey Bryson continued to be indignant, and the Viscount, agreeing with him, did not understand the reason for such an attitude towards someone who had just bowed his head before him. Leaving the room, he told the Viscount to take care of Count Grey while the prince rested. Callian deliberately fueled Grey Bryson's anger, and he noticed that he was indeed feeling extremely unwell at that moment. And just as they were about to break away from the recent events, something surprisingly strange distracted them. Outside the room where all this was happening, there was a loud and very bright explosion. They immediately turned around to see where the loud explosion and bright light had come from. But Prince Callian immediately realized that the explosion belonged to Arsene Hertz. Arsene is a master of ice magic and would not use such a loud spell without reason. And then Callian realized that this explosion was a kind of signal for the prince. At that moment, on the battlefield, if you can call it that, Grey's Knights did not understand what had happened. What had happened was that, in their opinion, the mage had released a fireball for no reason, which had caused the explosion. Approaching closer, Arsene finally asked what had happened before he was forced to draw attention to himself with fire. The knights also approached Arsene and waited attentively for an explanation from him regarding his actions with the fire. Arsene, in turn, informed Kiri that Prince Callian would hardly be pleased with his behavior. Kiri, looking guilty, understood perfectly well what Arsene Hertz meant. Grey's Knights turned on Hertz because he had burned their master's carriage to the ground. In response to their anger, he said that they were just as guilty because they had provoked one of the servants of the third prince, Kyrus, on their own. But the dissatisfied knight immediately began to assume that Arsene was also a member of Prince Callian's entourage. Arsene, remaining completely calm, agreed that he was also a servant of the prince, but then Arsene called the knights Grey Brysson's henchmen, which made them even more furious than before. And when one of the knights could no longer stand it and attacked him, in order to make it clear to Arsene who he was talking to, but at that moment, the prince who had just arrived intervened and told the knights that his servant Arsene had called them exactly what they were. And so he stood before them, with absolute seriousness in his eyes, and it was clear to everyone that any wrong move could be dangerous. The magician, seeing his prince, bowed in respect, while the knight representing the other soldiers was clearly not pleased with what he saw. Callian looked at Grey's damaged property and asked Arsene how the damage to Grey's burned carriage would be compensated, but Arsene said he would be happy to pay for the damage out of his own pocket. The matter was settled, and the prince said that he had been worried when he saw his servants here, but it seemed that nothing serious had happened. However, when the prince did not find Hina among his subordinates, he asked them about her. They immediately replied that Hina was always with her brother Kiri, but now he was here, and the maids were nowhere to be found. Arsene then explained that the knights had decided that Hina was a girl, suitable for the count's entertainment, and had tried to take her away by force. Arsene Hertz said that, according to the knights, they had no idea that the girl was part of the prince's team of servants. Callian rolled his eyes and thought that there were always such slippery people wherever he went. Without waiting for further explanations, the prince's offenders were severely punished with a single swing of his weapon. When Grey Bryson arrived at the scene, he immediately demanded an explanation. Grey immediately said that the prince had no right to take away his knight's ability to speak forever, but Callian felt no guilt or doubt that he had acted wrongly toward his knights. Arsene Hertz quickly clarified the situation, telling Grey that they were no longer knights, as they had been stripped of their titles for their unacceptable behavior. Hertz explained that their unacceptable behavior included paying excessive attention to the girl and attacking Kiri, despite the fact that both were servants of the prince. Grey Bryson was furious at the behavior of his knights, and was even more enraged after meeting with the prince at the palace. This day was not the best for Grey, as he had been humiliated in front of the Viscount. The same could be said of the servants, who had clearly seen what had happened, and who were equally unimpressed by Gray's behavior. Leaving the place of Gray's humiliation, Callian passed by him and promised to pay for the damaged property immediately as soon as Gray returned to the capital. Hearing this and considering the recent events, Gray was overcome with anger, and Gray then said that Callian would definitely pay for everything. Then he passed by Kiri, who bowed his head before him with a guilty look. As he passed by, he asked him if he had any words of excuse for what had happened, but there was no answer because Kiri really couldn't find the word. Kiri had been through similar situations many times before, where he had to protect his sister. And when the knight spoke of Heine's pretty face and the opportunity to serve the count thanks to her, Kiri could not bear it. He was forced to stand up for his defenseless sister, and Kiri did not consider this situation a cause for concern for Prince Callian. And then he told the prince that he had no words to defend himself. But Prince Callian, without stopping, said that he had no further questions for his servant Kiri. Kiri, in turn, continued to escort the prince, bowing his head. And so our heroes watched the wonderful view of the beautiful lake. Callian enjoyed the taste of the delicious tea and the silence around him, which he had missed so much for a long time. The Viscount was pleased that Callian was happy, and immediately decided to inquire about the actions that had been taken against Count Gray. He spoke of his suspicion that the Count, out of resentment, might cause trouble for Callian and prevent him from returning home. Then he mentioned that the Count was a master swordsman, to which Callian responded with a smile. The smile on the prince's face was caused by the realization that, during their meeting, Callian had easily sensed the Count's aura. This meant only one thing: their auras were on the same level, and Gray's aura might even be lower, meaning the prince could defeat him at any moment. Callian just thought about it, and then reassured the poor manager that their confrontation would have happened anyway, so there was no need to worry. Observing the prince's behavior, Viscount Callian concluded that he saw no signs of anxiety on the prince's face. It was surprising for the Count to see such a serious young man who was able to keep himself under control. The Viscount's questions and concerns did not end there, and he turned to the prince again. Callian continued to listen attentively, asking for clarification about the reasons for his concern. The question referred to Kiri, who, according to the Viscount's observations, was already running far from his first lap on the training ground. The manager thought that Callian intended to let Kiri train all night long. Callian glanced menacingly at Kiri running by, and told the Viscount that this was exactly what he planned to do. The prince explained that he intended to teach Kiri a good lesson. The manager was curious about the reason for such a severe punishment for Kiri, to which Callian replied that he could never trust his life to someone who couldn't even handle such difficulties. Then, looking at Kiri with a kinder gaze, he added that it was high time to understand that everyone in life has their own heavy burden to bear. But then the Viscount realized that it was not Kiri's actions that were the issue. After all, even the mage who burned Grey Bryson's carriage had escaped punishment. And then it became absolutely clear to the Viscount that at that moment, Kiri was paying not for his actions, but for his distrust of the prince. Callian expects complete and total trust from those around him and his subordinates. At one point, the Viscount even became sad, because deep down, he really wanted to serve a man like the prince. The prince changed the subject, mentioning that Gray had asked for a replacement carriage for the one that had burned down, but for some reason the Viscount had not done so. Callian knew that the Viscount simply could not give him what he wanted, because he did not have any intact carriages. Then he asked why there were no wheels. The Viscount immediately realized that Callian already knew the answer and understood that the absence of wheels was just an excuse. The Viscount knew that the prince's actions were now linked to his understanding that he had no intention of supporting Gray's side, even if his reputation was at stake. Callian knew that the Viscount's family lived in Keteris, so he asked him if he missed them, admitting that the capital was not as peaceful as this place. The Viscount was stunned by the conversation, but he was even more surprised by something else. The third prince, Callian, immediately handed Sir Viscount an envelope. The seal on it meant that the Viscount had the right to an audience with the prince at any time. The poor steward did not know how to react to the envelope handed to him by the prince. Then Callian spoke directly to the Viscount, inviting him to accompany him and his company to the capital. The Viscount seemed to consider the offer for a moment, but he did not think long, so he said that the carriages would be ready by the time the prince's horses were ready to continue their journey. And in Callian's eyes, one could see approval of the Viscount's decision. Not long after, the mother and son had a conversation about Callian's imminent return to the capital. Celestia noted that each of Callian's visits to any place always left a mark and never went unnoticed. Celestia couldn't wait to see the third prince, and so all the topics of conversation that came out of her mouth were about Callian. But at that moment, Planche was thinking about other things, because his own mother had not spoken to him for 5 months. And after so much time, the first words he heard were about Callian, so he asked his mother a very logical question. He tactfully hinted to her that Blanche did not belong there, as Celestia only missed Prince Callian. Celestia then mentioned that Grey Brisen would soon be arriving in the capital, but Blanche had no idea how he was involved in this. Celicia then told him that his path had been chosen before he was born and that he had no choice in the matter, asking him to stop resisting. She did not understand her son's behavior and tried to make him understand that his insolence would change little, and immediately returned to the subject of Grey's return. She began to talk about Blanche's behavior on the day of Grey's return, but Blanche interrupted her and said that on this day, she should remain silent. Naturally, Celestia's expression changed instantly at what she heard, because once again, all her plans were not going as she wanted. Blanche looked at his mother and said that it made him laugh to realize how many people close to him he simply did not recognize. But Celestia's stern gaze told Blanche that he was completely incapable of making any changes in his life. Then she smiled and asked her son Blanche not to get himself into trouble. He looked at her sternly and wished the same for her in return. He told her that he had no intention of getting involved and would do exactly as the queen wished. But she just looked at him with a sense of hopelessness, without saying a single word. Meanwhile, Prince Callian and his team continued on their way, and a conversation took place between Elon and his student, Prince Callian. Callian told his teacher that Viscount Reddington would be arriving in a week, and Elon said that was very good, because now Pollen would have help. Pollen was indeed having a hard time, as were the prince's other subordinates, because he had a knack for getting into trouble. Then Callian realized that his exploits had long since spread throughout the district as gossip, and Callian was curious about his father, the king's reaction to this. Callian couldn't believe his ears, because Elon told him about the king's plans to speed up the creation of a magical squad. The last straw was the situation in the Duchy of Siegfried, and when Grey Brisen was humiliated in front of everyone, the king began to worry about his son. But Elon told the king that such actions would be the beginning of a declaration of war against the House of Brisen. But Romain replied that if it would help distract them from his son, he would make such sacrifices, putting his own safety at risk. Manasil informed Callian that the decision to create the Vulcan squad would be announced to everyone as soon as the prince returned to the capital. But Callian understands that things will not go as smoothly as his father, King Romain Rucoris, expects. This situation could have dangerous consequences, and the king's safety cannot be guaranteed even with the protection of the mage Elon. To make matters worse, Grey is returning to the capital, and the commander of the royal guard has not yet reached the level of a master swordsman. Callian tries to get his bearings as quickly as possible and find the best way out of the situation, so he asks Jan if there is another way. When Jan said that there was no point in taking another route, Callian decided to do something else, which he immediately confessed to his teacher. Callian will have to resort to extreme measures to prevent Grey from setting foot in the capital of Kyrus. At that time, Grey Brisen was openly indignant for several reasons. The reason for his indignation was the women's carriage prepared for him, which was clearly too small for him. He kicked the coachman with his foot, thereby speeding up the carriage. He was annoyed that he was a man and had to continue traveling in a women's carriage, which was extremely humiliating. The driver of Grey's carriage told him that they were probably being followed by an unknown person. Looking out of the tiny window, Grey still could not understand who was following them. And then the sound of hooves pounding on the ground could be heard clearly, and it was likely that the pursuer had caught up with Grey Brisen's carriage. Count Grey couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Prince Callian standing before him. Callian immediately informed Grey that he had finally found the person he was looking for. Grey was curious how the prince had managed to catch up with the carriage in such a short time, and then he assumed that it was the work of his mentor, the magician. Naturally, Grey immediately asked the obvious and most important question: why was the prince here? Without leaving his carriage, Grey thought of the prince as the weakest of the princes. Callian noted that, despite recent events, Grey still had not learned the proper way to greet members of the royal family. At that moment, Grey simply lost his temper, because Callian's remarks about his manners completely threw him off balance. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked open the carriage door and ordered the coachman to stop immediately. He jumped out of the carriage with the intention of depriving the royal family of one of its members, and so he activated his aura against the prince who had deliberately provoked him. But Grey's attempt was unsuccessful, as Callian had enough strength to resist him. Prince Callian, with just one hand and seemingly without much effort, threw Grey Brisen into the air. At that moment, Brisen could not understand where this young man, in his opinion, had gotten such incredible strength. But Callian immediately said that it was only his intention to stop the unprovoked insults directed at him. Callian told Gray that he was wrong to think that Callian would not defend himself. Callian wanted to make it clear to Gray that no one was allowed to insult him or his family. Shortly thereafter, Gray began to beg the prince for mercy. He fell at the prince's feet, apologizing because he admitted that he had indeed behaved in a manner unbecoming of an earl. Holding his foot over Brisen's hand, intending to step on it, the prince asked him if he knew anything about the disappearance of his own brother. The prince then told Gray that his father had been paid a large sum of money to make his son disappear without a trace. Gay Brisen could not believe his ears, for it was his father who had treated his own son in such a terrible way. Callian also said that it would not be difficult to convince the Marquis to get rid of his first son, who could easily take his throne. Callian told Gray that he now intended to ask him a question that he must answer after thinking carefully. Callian's demand at that moment was to name the person who was attacking Gray at that very moment. Clenching the ground in his fist and gritting his teeth in anger, he could not give Callian the answer he wanted. But when Callian's foot rose again above Gray's face, he finally answered that the man who had attacked him was his own father, Evan Brisen. Cullion turned to the others standing and watching what was happening, and asked them a question that was surely on everyone's mind. Callian spoke of his father's cruelty toward his own son, as it seemed completely impossible in a family relationship. Then, with a more serious look on his face, he told them that he was sure they would answer all the questions that would arise in the future correctly. Gray Brisen's coachmen and guards agreed unconditionally and, accepting the order, promised that their master would be delivered to his lands as soon as possible. In order not to make the prince nervous and not to invite even more trouble, they did not hesitate for a second and set off on their way. Watching them leave, Callian turned to Kiri and asked her to pay close attention to what had just happened. The prince said that it had also been useful for Kiri to observe this and learn his lessons. Kiri noticed traces of blood on the prince's face. Kiri wanted to explain his earlier behavior to the prince, but the prince did not think it necessary, knowing that Kiri now thought very differently. And suddenly, with sadness in his eyes and nostalgia for the past, Callian said that Kiri used to know the prince better than he had ever known himself. But Kiri, hearing this, did not understand what the prince meant, but without showing it, continued to listen. Then he couldn't help himself and asked about the time the prince was talking about, because he really couldn't grasp the connection or explanation. The prince decided to tell Kiri the truth about what had happened 10 years ago. They would have enough time on their journey to discuss it. The long-awaited moment of Prince Callian's return to his homeland had arrived, and everyone around was discussing his meeting with Sisphania herself. Everyone was happy and at the same time said that Callian was the only one who deserved such an honor, and that the throne clearly belonged to him. Everyone also understood perfectly well that King Ramain was surely of the same opinion, as Callian was probably his favorite son. Everyone around him seemed to prophesy Callian's reign, and considered him the only one worthy of the throne. The moment Prince Callian crossed the threshold of the royal castle of the Kairos family, his name was solemnly announced. Prince Callian bowed politely to his brothers, expressing his respect and apologizing for his long absence. Planche greeted Callian in return, and said a few words about his return. The brothers Randall and Callian immediately noticed Planche, as such behavior was completely out of character for him. Callian found this behavior very suspicious, and thought that Planche must be up to something. His Majesty the King joined the meal, and asked the eldest prince about the book he intended to read. Randell replied that he had read the treatises of Surti, and that the king would like to hear the eldest son's thoughts on the contents of the book later. Turning to Planche, the king noted the increase in his muscles thanks to his efforts, and suggested that his middle son go hunting with him. It was difficult to describe the atmosphere that prevailed at that moment during the royal family's dinner, but Callian clearly understood that he could not remember a time when he had ever felt such awkwardness. The changes had not only affected Callian and Planche, but also the king, who had been a completely different father in the past. Interrupting the family dinner, one of the servants approached the king, intending to inform him that there was another guest at the door who would like to join them. When the servant was ordered to let the guest in, Planche seemed to understand who was standing there, and was probably not happy about it. Callian knew that the guest was Celestia, who had surely spent her last nerves waiting and impatiently. And so, Queen Celestia was announced, and managed to approach Prince Callian to greet him. Prince Callian told Celestia, in front of everyone, that he was glad to see her. Celicia, in turn, passing by Callian, replied with mutual feelings, albeit insincere. The queen noted Callian's handsome appearance, and immediately asked him if he had encountered any problems on his way home. The prince replied that his journey had been pleasant and very safe. Celestia feared that Callian might be suffering from the illness that had overcome him last time, but it was clear to everyone that her words were merely hypocritical. Callian did not lose his composure, and told Celestia that his previous bout of melancholy had made him much stronger, and that his journey had been quite easy and uneventful. Callian told Celestia that outside the walls of home, all problems seemed insignificant. Celicia, in turn, continued to exchange pleasantries and said how nice it was to hear such things. The queen was quite cunning, and therefore reminded him of the news from the Duchy of Siegfried, which was the cause of her concern. She also said that news of the third prince's exploits had reached her ears, and that she considered it a truly wonderful event. Then she asked the king's permission to ask a question related to the news that had arrived later. She directly asked the king about his possible intention to choose Callian as the first heir to the throne, which undoubtedly stunned King Romain. Everyone at the table was as surprised as the king. Even the servants found the question to the king to be unheard of audacity. Celestia did not care what anyone else thought about it, so she simply waited humbly for the king's answer. Watching what was happening, Prince Callian thought about Celestia and her arrogance, which clouded her common sense. He thought of her as a completely desperate woman who had no understanding of her own restraint, even in her position as queen. The king, in a calm mood, told Celestia about his conversation with the magician, where a decision had been made regarding the question that had been asked. They realized that the best solution would be to send Romain's least favorite son to Camillon. In their opinion, this decision would allow them to take care of the most problematic of their children. Romain made it clear to the queen that he had no children he cared about more or less than the others. Blanche listened carefully to every word his father said, because it was clear where he was going with this. Then Romain said that thanks to Celicia's question, a decision would be made soon. After these words, Celestia seemed to lose her temper, and slamming her hand on the table, stood up abruptly and raised her voice at King Romain. She said to the king in a threatening tone that Romain would regret daring to threaten her. The brothers did not come to the defense of Celestia or the king, and, simply shocked by what was happening, continued to watch. She left, slamming the door loudly, and after that, the king turned to his middle son, Planche. He tried to explain that none of his words had been directed at Plancha, and that he understood everything perfectly well. Clasping his head, Romain mentioned the brother's uncle and his story about his attitude toward his own brothers, and then he said that he would not allow any of them to have such a life. In the same vein, he spoke of himself as a father, saying that he would not allow himself to behave like their uncle and make the same mistake. The fact was that only the heir to the throne could remain in the capital, while the other brothers had to leave when they reached the age of 20. For the brothers who left Kairos, there is a strict ban on creating their own army and visiting the capital for more than 5 days. Those brothers would also be allocated their own estates, and Yang was privy to all this information and the nuances of the very strict prohibition. Following his Prince Callian, Yang told him about this, as well as about a completely different case involving the brother of King Asnan. The prince, who was walking ahead, listened attentively to the information provided by his servant Yang. Asnan's story was that he dared to raise a rebellion against his brother when he became king, but by the will of fate, his plans were not successful, and the rebellion ended in failure. And now, in the depths of the Varika Valley, he is imprisoned for life in a tower. Callian understood the reasons for these restrictions, as he did not want enmity between blood brothers when one of them would have to take the throne. When Jan asked him about the possibility of a similar outcome between the brothers now, Callian replied that different things happen in life. Given the speed at which life circumstances can change, Callian could not predict with certainty how events might unfold in the future. Continuing his walk in the courtyard of the royal palace in the company of his servant and friend Jan, Callian saw something that caught his attention. It was a blooming rose that shone as if with a magical light. They both noticed the magical glow at the same time and were extremely surprised. It turned out that Yana was more surprised not by the rose, but by the bright glow of the same color in the prince's trouser pocket. In his pocket was the black magical stone that Cephanian had ordered the prince to carry with him when they met. Besides this flower, there were no other roses left in the royal garden, and Callian could not understand the reason for this strange glow. Then he realized that the stone must somehow be influencing the flower and its magical glow. Callian became curious about the reason for this connection between the stone and the rose, especially in the courtyard of the royal palace. Then, when Callian barely touched one of the petals of the miraculous rosebud, he heard a crack. At that very moment, the rose began to dissolve into the air, as if turning into burnt ashes. This happened in a matter of seconds, and neither Yang nor Callian understood what it could mean. The prince compared it to time standing still, which began to move again with the slightest touch of his hands to the rose. He began to understand that all the situations that had happened to him before, such as the situation with the magical black stone, were similar. He remembered the situation with the elf girl and the rose. Of course, he couldn't help but remember that ill-fated axis of time. And of course, the great Siphanian, and the divine Sorrenti. And Callian realized that all these memories were connected by one thing, and that thing was definitely time. After thinking through all the details that seemed significant to Callian, he thought that time was passing too quickly, and he was not keeping up with it, and this could not help but worry him. And now, 2 days had passed since the incident, and Prince Callian had not attended breakfast with his brothers, and he surely had his reasons for this. His caring servant John, feeling concerned, decided to ask the prince if he intended to join his brothers for breakfast the next morning. Callian replied that he was forced to skip the upcoming family breakfast because he still had not managed to rest and regain his strength after the trip. Yang, standing over the prince's bed, looked at him in surprise and said that he would be sure to pass on the information to the others. Then, wishing the prince good night, John quietly left, leaving Callian alone with his thoughts. Prince Callian really did look unwell, and he was probably very sad because he was confused by what was happening and probably didn't know what to do about it. Then he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, trying not to think about anything. Callian woke up because he sensed someone's presence in his room and glanced toward the window, which had been open the whole time. Callian jumped out of bed and asked the person who had come at such a late hour why they were there. The uninvited guest, comfortably settled on the Bolinen's balcony, noted the prince's magic, for even the slightest breeze in his direction could wake him. Callian repeated his question about why this man had come here, since no one had invited him, especially at such a late hour. Prince Callian was surprised to see his brother Plancha sitting on his balcony. Looking at him, Callian thought that the new troubles were not leaving him alone. The prince looked at his brother and realized that he and Celicia were similar in some ways, as they both allowed themselves to appear whenever they wanted without permission. Planch finally got down to business and explained the reason for his visit. It turned out that he was interested in Randel's rose, which had been growing in the garden but had now disappeared. Then he asked Callian directly if he had anything to do with the rose's disappearance, and Callian got a little angry. Callian sat down on the bed and, with a snap of his fingers, created a protective field around them. Callian didn't understand why such a fuss was being made over a single rose, which Callian had questions about even before Planche's visit. But Callian understood that the rose was also important to Planche's brother, otherwise he would not have come to him in the middle of the night with questions about it. Planche replied to his brother that they both knew very well that this was no ordinary rose, but a magical flower, which Callian couldn't help but notice. Then Planche, with a sly expression on his face, tried to trick his brother, because he believed that the rose was the reason for skipping breakfast. Callian looked at him with a slightly suspicious look, because he understood that Planche surely knew everything and was telling him this for a reason. This rose belonged to their older brother, Prince Randel, and grew in the garden of the royal palace. Randel's mother was from Tencel, and so Callian believed that his brother's sacred power was somehow connected to Randel's blood. Planche also told his brother that he had made several attempts to learn about this flower from Randel, but none of his attempts had been successful. Callian was surprised to hear this and asked Planche again. Prince Callian began to feel nervous because he thought it was foolish to ask someone the same question over and over again in the hope of getting a different answer. Planche explained to his brother that Randel was hiding his power for unknown reasons, as it was clear that only his power could prolong the life of the flower. At that moment, Callian realized that Randel was indeed capable of using his sacred magic. Then Planche told his brother that he just wanted to warn him about this information, and that he had already told Randel that it was Planche who had burned the rose. Callian seemed to freeze for a moment, unable to understand the reason for Planche's behavior. As he left, Planche told Callian that he had helped him pretend to be stupid, but that he nevertheless hoped to see him at breakfast in the morning. But then Callian came to his senses and finally asked his brother why he was helping him, trying to understand the reasons for his brother's sudden change. But Planche said it was because Callian was worried about the rose, which was why he hadn't been coming to breakfast, and that he just wanted to help him. Callian didn't back down because he knew that Planche understood perfectly well what his brother had meant when he asked him the question. Callian didn't understand Planche's behavior because it didn't seem like he wanted to protect him from a fight with their older brother, Randel. Planche listened to his brother's words with interest because he believed that they had never been on good terms for Planche to offer him such help. Planche looked at his younger brother as if lost in thought for a moment. Then, with a smirk on his face, he noted that Callian remembered everything perfectly. Planche continued to explain to his brother that Randel would not be able to win regardless of his strength. Planche said the same thing about his own strength, as if he was sure that none of them would ever be able to defeat Callian. Callian couldn't understand the logic behind Planche's words at first, and just looked at him questioningly. But then he seemed to understand what his brother meant, and before giving his version, he asked Callian if he had understood him correctly. Callian realized that when Planche finally understood that none of his brothers had a chance against Celicia, he decided to help him. And then Callian realized another important thing, that Planche had never wanted to become crown prince. A little later, Callian sat on his bed and tried to think logically about his conversation with his brother Planche and about Randell. He thought specifically about what Planche had said about Randell's power and his inability to win no matter what. He thought about Randell and the flowers that lived thanks to the holy power. He also thought about the black magic stone that gave off a strong scent of blood and grew louder when near holy power. Callian realized that his older brother definitely had something to do with this, so he had to provoke his brother into taking the first step. This was necessary so that Randell could open up and reveal his secrets to him. The only solution that would help bring Callian's plans to life was to strip Queen Celestia of her power and control. The difficulty lies in the fact that Callian has very little time to carry out his plan. At this time, Queen Celestia is losing her temper in the palace and, in a fit of rage, bangs on the table. Rumors finally reached her about what had happened to Count Grey on his way to the capital and his return to his estate. The poor servant, fearing her merciless queen, tried to explain that Grey had been seriously injured on the way and was unable to come. She could have guessed this, because just before his arrival in the capital, she had stopped receiving reports and had probably understood the reason for what was happening. Celestia thought that Grey's injuries were just excuses and asked the maid for clarification. The maid told her that shortly before his arrival in the capital, he had been attacked by the men of Marquis Evan Breeson. She did not understand her father's behavior or his motives for what he had done. She flew into a rage and shouted at the maid to tell her everything she knew immediately. The maid said that Count Brisson was planning to obtain the title of Marquis, so Evan had warned him in this way to never return. At first, she thought that her father had found out about their agreement with the Count, and Planche's request for help in obtaining the throne in exchange for her father's title. But this thought was quickly dispelled, as no one could have known about it, and her father could not have intervened directly at such a vulnerable moment. The maid suggested that Grey had been unable to defend himself properly because of his previous injuries, since he was a master swordsman. Hearing this, Celestia smiled sarcastically, as if she knew something more about Grey's previous injuries. She then ordered the maid to send Grey some medicine and find out how serious his injuries were, as well as the name of his attacker. The maid accepted her queen's order and immediately set out to carry it out. Celestia, in turn, saw her off with only a cold, stern look. Then she laughed out loud and, as if addressing the person who had done this, said that his plan to implicate her father in the attack was doomed to failure. She was certain of this because Grey's past injuries had been part of her plan, even though Grey had actually been unharmed at the time. Later, in the same place, Celestia threw a bag of money on the table with an order to give it to someone. Celicia told the man sitting in front of her that in exchange for this reward, he had to carry out one important task for her. The man invited to Celestia's table was Tael, who was the deputy commander of the Fable Knights. Behind Teal's smile lies a cold-blooded nature who takes people's lives on order for a minimal fee. Celestia asked him to find the person who had been assigned to the prince at his coming-of-age ceremony and to find out if they had seen Grey Brisson. She then promised him another bag of money if he could silence this man forever. And when Teal smelled the scent of big money, he immediately asked Celestia to name the person he was supposed to target. Finally, she named Arson Hertz, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this was all the work of Prince Callian. Rumors began to spread everywhere about Evan Breeson and his attack on the prince, and there was also talk that the Marquis was trying to find the source of the rumors. It cannot be overlooked that Evan began to appear quite rarely at court and did not attend meetings, as was the case on this day. All discussions ceased as soon as the king intended to make a public and extremely important announcement to the nobles. The king announced the creation of a squad of magicians to correct the mistake of betting on knights and their weapons and not recognizing the power of magic. Of course, it was surprising for all the nobles to hear about the creation of a squad of magicians in the capital of Kyrus, since many places here were already occupied by knight families. And then many began to whisper about Marquis Evan Bryson, who, in their opinion, should intervene. The king announced their future name, Vulcan, and the ceremony to mark the formation of the unit, which would take place in 7 days. The king's last announcement was a notification of an agreement to transfer the barracks and training grounds of the Fable Knights to the Vulcan squad. Then he ended the meeting and all the royal nobles left the palace. After the meeting, the king decided to be alone, so he sent away the servant who had been patiently following him after the event. As he continued on his way, King Romain met someone who had decided to discuss the nobles' opinions on the information received at the meeting a few minutes earlier. It was the third Prince Callian who greeted his father, the king, with a smile. King Romain told his son that he had thought everything through and that Callian had nothing to worry about. As they continued on their way together, Callian told his father that he wanted to talk to him about something very important to him. Callian asked permission to visit the Knight families living in Kyrus. Looking at Callian, Romain understood that Callian intended to secure their allies and find out whether the king considered them a threat. The king found this decision very logical and well thought out, and was amazed at Callian's intelligence at his age, and allowed his son to proceed. Prince Callian simply thanked his father in response with a sincere smile on his face. Then Callian told the king that he must avoid the Brisen family if he intends to have a dialogue with the people of the knightly families. He then asked his father to arrange the joint hunt he had promised Plancha. Callian couldn't stop admiring his prince, because now he had his own power in the form of a squad of magicians. Callian then told him that this status was not officially documented, but Yang did not consider this a reason not to celebrate the event. When the mages from the squad saw the prince, they couldn't believe their eyes, because Callian's eyes were exactly as they had been described, with their scarlet color. Callian compared Yan to fire, because the thought of the squad made him burn with passion, but Yan saw the exact opposite in the prince: calmness. But then they were distracted by Arsene Hertz, who said that he had finally managed to find the problem with the teleportation circle. He compared its principle of operation to a magical oath seal, and said that this made it possible to conclude contracts for the use of the circle. Arsene explained to Callian that, in that case, control over the circle would be solely in the hands of Prince Callian. Callian asked Arsene to discuss everything later, as Arsene needed to rest now. He couldn't go rest, because he had promised Ilona to meet her, and he was afraid of Manaseal's reaction. But the prince told him not to worry about it. Arsene did not need much persuasion, as he was truly exhausted. Callian, in turn, waved his hand, sending the tired Arsene off to his well-deserved rest. Following Arsene, Prince Callian warned him to be careful and not fall asleep on the road. And finally, the carriage of the magician Arsene Hertz set off on its journey. Leaning against the carriage window, Hertz fell asleep, and Callian's voice echoed in his head, warning him not to fall asleep. But suddenly, Hertz was awakened by the loud cry of the coachman driving the carriage, and Arsene immediately jumped to his feet. Arsene opened the carriage door and confirmed the coachman's words about the number of people pursuing them. A whole group of unknown people was indeed following them. Jumping out of the carriage, he ordered the coachman to keep moving without stopping. When the first attack was launched against Arsene, he immediately stopped it using his magic. He greeted his enemies, introducing himself as the deputy commander of the Vulcan Mage Squad. Then Hertz introduced himself to the attacking villains, giving his name. At that time, a banquet was taking place in the royal palace, which was strangely quieter than usual. Ellen Manasil noticed the absence of his deputy, but Callian said that he was probably busy with something else. Callian told Elon his plan, in which Arsene would act as bait for Celestia, since she had learned the news about Greya that morning and would begin to take action. Ellen Manasil was sure that the prince was using Sir Hertz for his own end. Callian knew that Celestia must now be doubting Grey's loyalty to her. Celestia understood that the decision to help her had definitely not come from any familial love for her. Grey Britson could only get the throne after Marquis Evan was killed. For this very reason, Celestia might think that Evan had learned of their plan and was now acting one step ahead of them. Ellen continued Callian's thought, saying that Celestia needed time to think everything through. Callian agreed with his mentor, and continued to argue that Celestia had never met Arsene before, and therefore could not know anything about his strength. He suspected that she would decide to send only a few knights on the mission to attack Arsene, but Callian was sure that Hertz was quite capable of dealing with them, and Elon noted the prince's newfound trust in him after their journey. Prince Callian agreed with his teacher, but seemed to be thinking about something else entirely. He thought of Arsene as the man whose face he had seen when he died, while still Baron Secretia. Those who attacked Callian could not understand how Arsene could project an attack against them so quickly, but Arsene proved to be a very serious opponent. Arsene Hertz created one spell after another to attack, without even focusing on the villains attacking. Then the commander of the ill-fated company gave the order to attack, closing the distance, because in his opinion, mages were weak in close combat. He ordered them to think only of the reward they would receive for completing the task given to them by Celestia. But Arsene Hertz easily dealt with these troubles, for he was a magician strong enough to do so. They couldn't stop marveling at how quickly the mage was able to deal with them. And then Tail realized that he should not have accepted Celestia's order in the first place, because this undertaking was impossible from the start. He understood that it would be impossible to defeat a wizard of such a level, with only 10 knights in his team, and now that number seemed insignificant. Then Tail realized that he had no intention of losing his life in this way. Even with the opportunity Celestia had given him to become rich, he knew that his company was no match for Arsene. And so, they came face to face, alone on the battlefield. Tail fell to his knees and begged Arsene for mercy, for he had no other choice if he wanted to save his life. He shouted that he had information and was ready to tell Prince Callion everything he knew. Arsene seemed ready to listen to Tail's confession, but he needed concrete facts, not empty words. Then Hale told Arsene the whole truth about how Celicia had ordered him to take the prince's life in exchange for a huge sum of money. He continued to say that the order to kill the prince had also been given to Prince Callion's maid, and he would be willing to testify if necessary. But Arsene, looking at the bag of gold, said that this was precisely the situation the prince wanted to forget and not remember at all. Then he said that he knew who was behind the disappearance of Renan Bryson and the attack on Grey Bryson. But Arsene knew even without his guesses that Prince Callion was behind all these affairs. Arsene was intrigued by information about the Marquis Evan's source of income, and he focused his attention on this and continued listening. Tail told him about a club where no-holds-barred fights took place, and where club guests bet on the winner. It was a pity that this information was also useless, because the prince had Kiri, who knew the place like the back of his hand. Tail did not give up his attempts to be useful to Arsene, and said one more thing about Marquis Bryson, that he had not used a weapon in a long time. He told Arsene that he had seen with his own eyes the fragments of his sword, that Grey Bryson had tried desperately to hide. This information intrigued Arsene Hertz, and he fell into deep thought for a moment. As if praising him, Arsene tapped Tail on the shoulder, and said that this information would definitely be useful to his prince. Encouraged, Teal revealed one secret after another, such as the dispute between his father and son over the title of Margrave. Teal begged Arsene to take him alive to the prince, where he could provide more valuable information. At that very moment, Teal was killed, for a man who cannot keep his mouth shut cannot be valuable and will betray you at any moment. Left alone in the middle of the forest, Arsene began to think about how to get to his destination, as his carriage and horses had long since left the scene of the battle. Just as he decided not to waste his strength, someone appeared behind him. Later, Callion was given the bag from the scene of the fight between Arsene and Teal, and he examined it closely. Prince Planche stood silently beside him, as if they were both trying to think about something important. Not long after, Marquis Evan was charged with the disappearance of the mage Hertz from Callion's servants, who was also a mage of the Vulcan squad. His servant informed him of the upcoming visit of the royal guard, and Evan was distraught because they would not dare to enter his castle. He thought about the king's thoughts, for surely he believed the Marquis to be involved with the squad of magicians. He asked his servant about the reasons for Teal's attack on Arsene Hertz. The servant immediately told him that Tail had been seen in the royal palace that day. When the servant said that the reason might be a meeting with Queen Celestia, Evan lost his temper. Evan then said that he intended to go to the palace, and the servant kindly offered to inform His Majesty immediately. Evan shouted at him, informing him of his intention to meet not with Celestia, as there was a high probability that she would react too harshly. Marquis Evan Bryson's intention was to meet with Celestia's son, Prince Planche. Callion, as promised, came to the family breakfast with his brothers that morning. Prince Randell brought up the subject of the missing wizard Arsene, and told Callion that he could see that it was bothering. Callion replied to Randell that he had grown accustomed to Arsene Hertz, because they had spent a lot of time together during the initiation ceremony. But then he added that Elon Manisil and their father were much more concerned about the matter. Prince Randall graciously agreed with his brother's statement, but then Prince Planche intervened, saying that the date of their planned hunt had already been set. He then kindly invited Prince Randall to join their plans. Randell refused, and Callion thought that the reason for this might be that the hunt was planned only for Prince Planche. Planche did not give up trying to persuade his brother to go hunting with him, pointing out the benefits of being out in the fresh air. Callion understood that Planche was helping him because it was clear from the start that Randall was not fond of such activities, but Planche wanted to make sure. However, at that moment, Callion noticed that Planche's behavior was not at all like his usual behavior, and this seemed very strange to him. At that moment, Prince Callion clearly felt the aura of his teacher, Elon. Callion became curious about the reason for his mentor's behavior, and what could have angered him so much that he resorted to using magic. Earlier, there had been a conversation between Elon and Marquis Evan Bryson about Elon's missing companion, and Callion becoming his favorite. Ellen, in turn, reminded him that the Marks had also lost a dozen men, and that Evan was not exactly his favorite. Tension hung in the air between them, and it didn't take much talent to sense it. Then Elon reminded Evan that it was necessary to honor the memory of the departed servants before he entered the walls of the royal palace. Evan said he had no intention of listening to lectures from a man who had no title and was here, in his opinion, at the behest of His Majesty. Evan expressed his distrust of King Romain Warun Kairos' decisions, as he showed favor to someone like Manasil. But Elon replied that Evan Bryson had no right to judge the behavior of His Majesty the King. Evan then mentioned Prince Callion, who, in his opinion, had succumbed to the influence of the magician Manasil along with the king. In response, Manasil smiled as if he disagreed with every word Evan had said. Ellen said that the prince deserved more trust than the knightly house, which had been unable to cope with a single magician and had lost their lives. Elon inquired about the reward offered to those who attacked Arson Hertz. Manasil also suggested that the amount this time was higher than what Evan, Marquis Bryson, had received from selling his own child. In an instant, Marquis Evan Bryson flew into a terrible rage at Manasil's words, but then Elon decided to remind Evan that, as a mage, he was not weak, as he had warned him earlier. Continuing to speak, he pointed out to Evan his forgetfulness about various situations that had occurred earlier. Ellen was referring to Evan's inability to remember his place. The fire magic used by Manasil literally engulfed the Marquis, and Elon Manasil advised him to think carefully before taking any action. He also advised him to always consider who his opponent was, and who he would have to deal with. After saying this, Elon stopped using magic, and Evan Bryson tried to recover from what had happened. Mentioning Elon's power, Marquis Bryson said that the mage would hardly be able to hold out for long on his own, but Manasil did not believe that he was alone, but also mentioned Evan's strength when he worked alone. Ellen's next question was about Grey Bryson's absence from the capital, and his hopes of getting something, as well as the names of those who were helping him. Elon tried to convey to Evan that Grey would not have visited the capital without reason, as he had received an offer he could not refuse. He explained that this offer could have been the title of Marquis Evan Bryson. Then he realized that Elon Manasil was leading him to believe that his daughter, Queen Celestia, was now involved in this situation. Callion watched Elon and Evan Bryson's conversation from the window. The Marquis was heading toward the entrance, and his servant tried to explain to him that enough time had already passed. Following his master, he tried to find out Evan's intention to visit the prince's chambers. But Evan was extremely stern, as he had planned to visit the palace of Shermiel to see how mother and son were getting along. But now his plans had changed, and he decided to return. He decided that it would be wiser to meet with Prince Planche when he understood whose side the prince had taken. Then he withdrew, confused by his feelings after what had happened. Outside the window, it was raining incessantly, and Callion thought that due to the weather conditions, there was a risk that the hunting plans would be cancelled. Then he turned to his brother and asked him to share his thoughts on the matter. Planche did not answer his brother's question, but said that he had seen the mage chasing away the knights that morning. Callion realized that his brother Planche had also sensed the surge of mana from Elon Manasil. Now Callion understood that their father had been right when he spoke of Planche's abilities in the art of swordplay. Then Callion became curious and asked about Planche's relationship with Marquis Evan Bryson, but Planche said that he had never had the opportunity to speak with the Marquis alone. Callion jokingly praised the strength of their family and told Planche that this was probably why the Marquis had wanted to meet with him today. Then Callion revealed that the Marquis intended to strip Celestia of her title and make Planche the crown prince. Callion also added that if Planche's goal was to bring down his mother, then it was not worth continuing to support him. He went on to explain that he needed to meet with the Marquis in person if he truly wanted to become crown prince. But Planche stood his ground and said that he had no intention of fighting for the position of the next ruler of the country of Kyrus. Then Callion's brother looked at Planche with a serious expression and said that in that case, they needed to discuss only one pressing issue. Callion warned his brother right away that they would be talking about Celestia, as she was facing a rather unpleasant outcome. Callion expressed himself in this way because he already had a plan for Celestia. Callion continued to tell Planche about the seriousness of his intentions, for he would not protect Celicia from possible dangerous consequences. Then Callion extended his hand to his brother, inviting him to shake it if he agreed to all the possible consequences. Without thinking twice, Planche took his brother's hand and said that his mother had chosen this path for herself. Callion told Jan about the agreement with his brother Planche, and he was surprised because he thought that his prince would choose his brother Randell as an ally. Jan was also surprised that Planche had reasons to turn away from his own mother. But Callion corrected his loyal and caring servant, saying that it could not be called that, for he had merely closed his heart to her. Planche could not come to terms with her actions to put him on the throne, so he was forced to hide his identity behind the mask of a rebel. He deliberately doused himself with alcohol to give the impression of a rebellious drunkard, but it turned out that only his body smelled of alcohol, while his breath and clear mind always remained fresh. His disgusting attitude toward his younger brother was also intended to hide his identity behind a mask of bad behavior. This behavior was only displayed in front of an audience to portray himself as a troubled child in order to make his mother abandon him. But in the end, Planche realized that all his efforts were in vain, because Celestia had already crossed all boundaries and passed the point of no return. And then Callian told Jan that in this situation, only death could stop her. But Jan's questions did not stop, because he did not understand why Planche had allowed himself to behave this way with Prince Callian for so long. But Callian replied that he had no answer to that question, and had not even tried to find out. Callian didn't find out, because the only person who could understand or forgive Planche had long since departed on his final journey. And now, it was too late to give the real Callian that opportunity. At this time, a report on the results of the search of the estate of the magician Arsène Hertz in Brisson was being presented, where no traces were found, just as in the neighboring buildings. King Romain Rurun Kairos listened attentively, for they had found something else there that caught the king's attention. In the dungeon of the estate, a prisoner was found who, in their opinion, was Renan Bryson. After hearing the information, he ordered the reporter to leave. Ellen Manisil watched everything that was happening, and then asked the king if he was sure that this was the best course of action. But the king replied that now was not the time for whims, and reminded Elon of his position. The king reminded Elon that he was the commander of the Vulcan Mage Squad, albeit for an indefinite period of time. Roman tried to show the mage the power of the new squad of mages in the royal palace. But Manisil considered this a reason to raise the royal guard. Elon meant to intensify the search for Arsène Hertz on the Brisson estate. After all, the royal guard had previously been sent there to search for Arsène, as the king had accused the Marquis of Brisson of stealing him. For Elon, this was a bit strange, since not long ago they were all just ordinary people. Romain told him that those who valued titles and social status would consider him a mere magician until they realized their mistake through their own experience. After the king's words, Elon thought that Romain must know about Evan's attitude towards him. This led the king to ask Elon to confirm that he had become a viscount in Reborn. Elon agreed with this statement, but also explained that he was better known to many as an archmage. Elon also held the title of Baron of Secretia, but he was most fond of his position as mentor to the third prince, Callian. In response to Elon's words, the king said to leave this position for later discussion. The king had another idea to discuss, as he had decided to bestow the title of Count of Kairos upon this position, which greatly surprised Elon. The king did not seem to understand the reason for Elon Manisil's surprise, but Elon immediately explained that he was surprised by how ordinary the phrase sounded, as if they were discussing the weather outside at that moment. Later, Callian was overjoyed that the rain had stopped, because it meant that the hunt would still take place, and everything was going according to plan. At that moment, the servant Jan entered Callian's room to wish the prince a good morning. But then Callian came in from the balcony with his own good morning wishes, and Jan flew into a rage because his prince was outside again without an escort. Callian explained to Jan that he needed to deliver something, which is why he had taken a short morning walk. But Yang merely thanked the prince for going out in the morning rather than at night, when anything could have happened. In the course of their conversation, Jan mentioned something else that the prince needed to look at. Jan spoke of the gifts that Baron Polan had sent to Prince Callian. Callian considered these horses to be worthy, and realized that Viscount Reddington must have already reached the capital safe and sound. It seemed that the list of gifts from Polan included horses of the same breed as Raven. Among the horses, there was also a wonderful kitten as a gift. Callian considered this gift a lucky one, as he had been unsure whether to buy a dog or a bird. And so, Prince Callian, without any hesitation or second thoughts, decided to give Hina a cute pet with different colored eyes, just like her brother Kiri. When he handed the kitten to Hina, he explained that cats were allowed in the palace of Shermil. As soon as the soft new friend was in Hina's arms, it melted into her hands as if it clearly liked her. Hina was happy, because the prince remembered her love for animals and did what he promised. She immediately ran to show Prince Callian's gift to her brother, Kiri. Callian was pleased to see Hina's happy smile, and at that moment, Jan told him something else important that had happened the previous night. Jan told him about the search for Arsène Hertz that had taken place at the Brisson estate, but unfortunately, he was not there. But Callian was not in a hurry to get upset, because his teacher had always said that Hertz would always be fine, no matter where he was. However, he also understood that this matter could not be ignored, as the disappearance of the deputy commander of the Vulcan Magical Squad was a serious problem. He believed that such a problem must be addressed with the utmost seriousness and attention. Then he mounted his horse and set off, saying that he intended to repay the Brisson family with the same attitude and action. And finally, the time came to set off on the previously planned hunt. Prince Planche overheard fragments of conversations about him, discussing the upcoming hunt dedicated to him and his absence from it. They discussed Planche's poor health and considered it an excuse they had heard before. Planche came closer and heard every word they said and smiled, because he and Callian had already discussed this earlier. A little earlier, Planch had asked Callian's brother about the date of the upcoming hunt. During their conversation, Callian told his brother to skip the event without giving any reasons or explanations. At the time, Planch didn't understand his brother's plan, but he didn't ask for any details. Callian said that Planch's health would deteriorate sharply and that he would therefore spend the day in bed. Planch then asked Callian what he meant, but all he got in response was a smile from his brother. Planch agreed, saying that he felt sure he would be unwell on the day of the hunt, and then Callian jokingly said that he was sorry to hear that. But Callian assured his brother that he would definitely talk to their father so that he would understand everything correctly. Planch thought about the situation, as he didn't know his brother's plans, but decided to follow his instructions if Callian knew what he was doing. As Planch was lost in thought, thinking about the situation with his brother, he was distracted by the sound of a cat meowing. He glanced out into the courtyard from his balcony and saw Hina below, chasing after a kitten that was running away from her. He recognized her immediately, as she was Prince Callian's maid. Then he realized that the road Hina was heading down led to the royal rose garden. Planch knew that his brother Randell was usually there at that time, and there indeed was Randell with his fierce guards, who immediately sprang to his highness's defense. Randall looked away from the flowers and saw Hina approaching them. At that moment, one of the knights immediately aimed his weapon at her. He immediately demanded an explanation from the poor servant girl about her name and why she was there. Then he began to shout at her, brandishing his weapon closer and closer, causing fear in Hina's eyes and threatening her life. But Hina could not tell him that she was the prince's servant because she could not speak and her notebook was not nearby. He ordered her not to move, for if she did, he would consider her a spy. But at that moment, a man joined them and pointed out the guard's recklessness. They both turned sharply toward the voice. Prince Planch came to the rescue, pointing out the guard's stupidity and failing to recognize Prince Callian's maid and emphasizing his poor eyesight. In addition to poor eyesight, he also suggested that the guard lacked intelligence, allowing himself to behave in such a manner toward the frightened maid of the third prince. The guard immediately began to apologize to Prince Planch, arguing that he did not realize that she was a palace maid. Turning to the maid, Planch ordered Hina to immediately remove the kitten from there. Hina immediately bowed to Prince Planch and left the scene. Randell, left alone with his brother, asked him why he had not gone hunting, since he had invited Randell but had not deigned to go himself. Planch replied that he had no information about his whereabouts and, wishing his brother a good day, also intended to leave the royal garden. But in response to his brother's wishes, Randell told him that he had noticed an improvement in his relationship with his brother Callian. During the hunt, there was a conversation about King Elon Monasil's trust in his son's judgment that certain actions were best for his son. The king, watching Elon, noticed that hunting requires more than just strength. Elon asked the king not to distract him from his aim, as he needed to concentrate. Elon assured him that if he was given silence and the opportunity to concentrate, everything would work out. The knights discussed among themselves the strangeness of the hunt, because recently hunting had begun to take place in groups, and they did not understand how they were formed. They also discussed that for some reason there were families in their group who collaborated with the House of Bryson. Finally, Manasil released an arrow, which flew past the target without reaching the desired distance, causing the king to laugh heartily. Elon then explained that he was unmatched in the use of magic and was not at all upset by his failed attempt with the bow. The knights did not stop discussing Elon, as they felt that it was impossible to win with only one mage on their team, and they decided to enjoy the show. Before they had a chance to talk about it, in an instant, as if at the snap of a finger, the bird that had been the target fell to the ground. For the knights, this was a complete surprise, as they had not seen the arrows being fired. Everyone started shouting about the unfairness of this method, but Elon was convinced that the rules did not prohibit the use of magic during hunting. Then Elon asked King Romon for his opinion on the matter. The king replied that he did not share Manasil's position, unable to hide the smile on his face. He then asked Elon if he intended to hunt everything in sight. The knights were in a panic, because they understood that Elon's magic could easily be directed at their company. This was a warning to those on the side of Marquis Brizon, and Callian understood that birds flying high were only easy targets. Therefore, on the other side of the hunting grounds, Callian would soon be hunting his prey. He explained to the knights that his goal was not game, but something he was going to hunt for the first time, and that was why he needed their help in this matter. But the knights did not immediately understand what the third prince meant, and his words seemed very strange to them. Summing up what he said that the meeting with his target would take place in the palace. Meanwhile, in the palace of Cilicia, She was having another nervous breakdown and, in a rage, was pounding her fist on the table. A maid who was worried about the queen asked about the contents of the letter that had arrived from the Margrave, but Celestia told her to leave and not let anyone in. She was informed that the messenger had not been allowed to see Gray and had been sent back, saying that he needed absolute peace, but from a distance he did not appear to be injured. Meanwhile, Gray could not understand why he could no longer use his aura. Celicia was distracted from her own anger and thoughts by a bag of money placed on her table. She immediately asked about the reason for the visit at such an early hour and considered such behavior to be insolence on the part of the guest. Sitting in front of her was Callian, who told her about the location of the bag where Arson Hertz had disappeared. He looked her straight in the eye and told her about the large sum of money in the bag and demanded an explanation. He reminded her of her meeting with Taylor, but Celestia continued to pretend that she did not have the information Callian needed. She acted as if nothing terrible had happened that would cause him to come to her with this question. Then she asked directly about Gray, believing that Callian had promised him something in exchange for his help, but she was seriously mistaken about the details. But Callian only told her that her judgment was wrong, because he would never ask Gray for help, and she should have understood that. Then his expression changed, becoming more serious, and he said that he did not need Celestia's sympathy. Celestia considered his words insolent and quickly cut him off, but the prince responded with a threat, saying that she had dared to touch someone from his entourage. He then added that he would use his influence to put an end to her misdeeds. But in response to his words, Celestia only laughed aloud, as if she felt no threat from Prince Callian. Her nerves on edge again, she threw the bag off the table, for her plan had failed once more. Then, as if coming up with a new plan of action, she agreed with some of Callian's statements, thinking that it was indeed time to end this. Well, the day was over, and night had fallen, with everyone long since gone to bed, preparing for the coming day. The guest climbed through the window and quietly approached Prince Planche, who was sleeping in his bed. Planche noticed that Callian had a lot of free time, since he had turned off the alert spell of Siphanian. The guest was Callian, who promised that he would not do it again, and that it was not his doing, but that of his mentor, Elon. Callian promised that he would not enter Planche's room again after that day. Finally, Planche asked his brother why he had come at such a late hour. Prince Callian had 3 things to discuss with his brother. First, Callian asked his brother if he was aware of his relationship with Planche. Planche guiltily told his brother that he had already discussed this topic with Randell. Callian noted that it was impossible to keep secrets in the palace, but he still hoped that the secrets would remain hidden for a little longer. Planche then told his brother about the situation that had occurred during his meeting with Randell in the garden, and what Randell had said about his relationship with Callian. That day, Planche asked Randell about his concerns on this matter, but Randell replied that it did not concern him at all. Callian thought that now he needed to be even more careful, because the union of Callian and Planche's factions was a clear reason for him to be wary. Callian then changed the subject, saying that he intended to thank Planche's brother. Callian was referring to the situation with his servant Hina, whom Planche had helped deal with the trouble she had encountered in the royal garden. Planche looked his brother in the eye and said that he did not need his gratitude for that. After all, Hina had already beaten her master to it and thanked her savior herself. Callian was clearly pleased that he did not have to thank Planche. And now, there was only one last question left to discuss. Callian again asked Planche to stay at home, as tomorrow there was a planned event to mark the opening of the Vulcan Magic Squad. But Planche was no longer so compliant and advised Callian not to overstep the bounds of what was permissible. Callian did not try to persuade his companion to stay home, but asked him for something else. He urged Planche not to interfere, no matter what the situation might be. Morning came, and Queen Celestia began her morning routine to get herself ready, assisted by her maids. One of the maids, combing Her Highness's hair, wondered about her mood today. She thought about her mood, because lately she had been in a bad mood every day, and she understood that it was very difficult to serve someone who was not in a good mood. Thoughts of her father, who had told her to get married so she wouldn't have to live in this nightmare, completely distracted her from reality. And then, lost in thought, she accidentally pulled a lock of Celicia's hair. The poor girl immediately began to apologize, because it was an accident and she had no intention of hurting her mistress. But Celestia would not listen to her apologies and was completely indifferent to the maid's explanations, striking her with her palm. The maid's mentor also apologized to the queen for apparently not training her well enough and said she would choose the punishment herself. But Celestia forbade her to punish the girl, who, in turn, remained kneeling and listened attentively to all of Celestia's words. With fear in her eyes, the maid looked up at the queen, expecting a harsh punishment for her mistake. Celestia looked at her and said that perhaps this clumsy servant could be useful to her. And finally, the long-awaited unveiling of the Vulcan Mage Squad took place at a ceremony dedicated to this event. The magician Elon Manisil solemnly announced the creation of this squad right in the center of Kairos. In his solemn speech, he mentioned the name of the king and many noble persons who helped bring this idea to life and create the Vulcan Squad. Elon spoke proudly of this event, as it would undoubtedly become a new milestone in the country's history. Before the ceremonial part of the event could be completed, a terrible explosion occurred in the distance. All the guests were terribly frightened, and panic began to spread among them, because no one understood what was happening. Shortly thereafter, it became clear that the explosion had occurred in Queen Celestia's chambers. Those in charge determined that the explosion had occurred in Queen Celestia's chambers. Callian was overcome with doubt, because he still did not understand what was really happening. Callian was even more surprised to hear that Arsene Hertz was responsible for the explosion. No one could believe it, as everyone was well aware of Arsene Hertz's disappearance. It immediately dawned on everyone that Arsene Hertz was Callian's servant. Then Callian realized that the matter was taking a serious turn, and, out of anger toward the queen, clenched his fists. He realized that she had decided to make the first move by accusing him of the assassination attempt. But then the king's hand rested reassuringly on his shoulder and said that they would definitely get to the bottom of everything and that there was no need to give in to emotion. The king said that the criminal was surely trying to create chaos among those present, including themselves. He added that conclusions should only be drawn after they had managed to find out the cause of the explosion. At that moment, the sound of heels could be heard, and the woman who owned them said that she had seen the culprit with her own eyes and was ready to tell them about it immediately. Callian and the king watched what was happening and continued to wait. Then, right in front of them, Celicia appeared, repeating that she had seen the criminal with her own eyes at the moment of the attack. Callian stood directly opposite her, and a serious tension arose between them. Planche also could not help but react to this, but for now, as Callian had told him, he remained on the sideline. Planche's eyes were filled with confusion, as the situation had taken a serious turn, and he found himself caught between two fires. The prince told her that they had all heard the explosion clearly, and expressed his relief that she had not been hurt, but it was not difficult to see that he did not mean it. Celestia, on the other hand, did not express any courtesy and directly told him how shameless he was, because, in her opinion, he should not have been surprised by what had happened. Then, without thinking twice, she declared Callian the culprit behind the attack, because she knew that he was behind it all. But Callian did not give in to the provocation, and asked her not to rush to conclusions and wait until the king could sort everything out. But Celicia was cunning, and therefore mentioned what had happened just before the attack. She said that Arsene himself had told her that she was the one who had organized the attack on him. According to her, Arsene said that Callian had told him this information. Returning to the past for a moment, Celestia turned to the girl who had made the mistake, saying that she clearly owed the queen a favor. She ordered her to place a magic ball in a box located at the entrance to the living room. She handed her the orb and, speaking very kindly to the young servant, asked her to take good care of it. And so, the unfortunate servant immediately set off to carry out the task in the place indicated by Queen Celestia. Finding the box, she immediately placed the ball given to her by Celestia inside. Celestia had set the poor girl up, for this ball was the cause of the explosion in Celestia's palace, and it was her cunning plan. Celestia made a deal with Calliana. If she brought Arsene to them, she would identify the criminal. Callian lowered his eyes and reminded Celestia that Arsene Hertz was currently missing. But the truth doesn't matter to Celestia, because it's all part of her cunning plan, and Callian must find Hertz to prove his innocence. Celestia's plan was a trap for Callian, from which he would hardly be able to escape, because if Arsene was not there, he would have no way to prove his innocence. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, addressing Queen Celestia, and she turned her gaze in that direction. To her surprise, there stood the missing Arsene Hertz, who had just arrived, accompanied by Marquis Evan Bryson. Arsene greeted Celestia graciously, and immediately introduced himself. He introduced himself as the very magician the queen had spoken of, and at that moment, she could not understand how this could have happened. Even more surprising to her was seeing him in the company of her father, Marquis Bryson. At that moment, Celestia began to realize that her plans were gradually falling apart. Then Callian asked her how well she could see the end of her evil plans now. Callian had his own plan in mind, which seemed to be working well, given the circumstances at the time. The fact was that Arsene Hertz had not disappeared after the situation with Taylor. He was given 5 days leave for dealing with the attack, and Kiri, who had followed him, helped him get to his destination. But Arsene's disappearance raised doubts in one person's mind about Grey Bresson. Doubts about who could not have failed to notice the false accusations against him and let the person who started it go unpunished. And the man in this story is Marquis Evan Bryson. Arsène was then ordered to remain in the Marquis's palace, as Callian warned that Celestia could use Arsène's disappearance to her advantage. And after Arsène Hertz asked for assistance for the prince, the Marquis could not refuse. He agreed because, by doing so, the false accusations against him would be dropped. In turn, Prince Callian skillfully took advantage of the situation. Without hesitation, Prince Callian requested that an investigation be conducted without delay. After all, the Queen's request regarding Arsène Hertz's presence here had been fulfilled in full. The king, without a moment's hesitation, naturally agreed, while the anxious Prince Planche watched from the sideline. Callian said that this was precisely why he had repeated the same phrase to her over and over again. The phrase that she should not have acted rashly. At that moment, Celestia thought about everything that was happening. She thought about her father, the Marquis, about the king, whom she considered a fool, and about the knights. Celestia thought of them all as traitors, even though she herself had caused a lot of trouble. Then she laughed loudly as if she had no intention of giving up, and did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Looking at Callian, she remembered his mother and said that she, like him, had kept a smile on her face until the last minute, and had secretly taken out a weapon. Callian, seeing the weapon in front of him, hesitated slightly, as he had not expected her to act so directly. The king, seeing this, immediately rushed to Prince Callian's aid. At that moment, Celestia began her attack, and had already managed to get close to Prince Callian to finish him off once and for all. And so, she carried out her plan, but her face showed that she had not achieved the desired result of her actions. Planche, who rushed to his brother's aid to save his life, took Celestia's blow upon himself. Callian screamed Planche's name, and couldn't understand why he had done that, because he had asked him not to interfere under any circumstances. When Celestia came to her senses and saw her own son before her, fear appeared in her eyes. Then, out of betrayal, anger, and resentment, she stabbed her son even deeper. Callian only shouted his name, for he could not prevent what had happened, unable to predict Planche's action. King Romain shouted and urged Celestia to stop the attack, while ordering the guards to protect the princes. The royal guards immediately launched an attack to defend the princes and arrest Celicia. The king approached and told Queen Celestia that it was all over, and that she must release Prince Planche immediately. At that moment, Celestia felt an excruciating pain in her hand that forced her to release Planche. From the pain, Celestia fell to her knees and clutched her hand. Then Callian asked her again if she had heard the king's order to release the prince immediately. Holding his lifeless brother Planche, he demanded once again that she stop. Of course, everyone saw the aura sword that Callian had used, and no one could remain silent about it, for it was clear to all that Callian was a master swordsman. Callian descended to his brother Planche, who was sitting on the floor with his back leaning against the wall, his strength rapidly leaving him. Planche was breathing heavily because the injury inflicted by Celestia was serious, but he still asked Callian about his ability to use the aura. Planche began to lose consciousness before Callian could answer his question. At that moment, the queen was already being restrained by guards to be taken away, and await further orders from the king regarding her fate. The king shouted for a healer to be brought to his son Planche as quickly as possible, as every minute counted. Callian shouted to his teacher, Elon Manasil, to take the king away from this place. Elon immediately obeyed his prince's order, and tried to take the king away under the pretext that it was unsafe for him to remain there. King Romain reacted aggressively because his son, who had been injured by Celicia, was still there, and needed his father's help and support. Elon told him that he too had lost his own son, and that he understood him, but nevertheless reminded him that he was the king. Elon asked him to think about the possible consequences of staying there, saying that Prince Callian could take care of his brother, Planche. He thought about Elon's words for a moment before making a decision, looking at the two brothers who had been hurt by Celestia. But then he made the right decision, and left the matter to Prince Callian. The healer had not yet arrived, but Callian was trying to stop the bleeding on his own and asked for many rags that could help. Callian, trying to save Planche, thought about him, and immediately scolded him, because Planche should have understood how important his brother's life was to Callian. He looked at him and asked him not to do this, and immediately realized that Cisphanian's blessing was not enough to help him. Callian asked Kiri to bring a healer himself, but he said that the healer was already on his way, so Jan also went to the prince's chambers. Jan went to the prince's chambers to bring Heine to the scene, as this was the fastest way to help Planche. When he heard the words about the princes, he immediately paused for a moment. He remembered that there was already a healer who could help, and began to search for Prince Randell with his eyes, but Randell stood aside, not even intending to help save Planche's life. Looking at his brother Randell, Callian realized one thing, that a person's true character can only be revealed in times of turmoil. And then he realized that his brother Randall was cold, callous, and calculated. After all, Randall was willing to let his brother die rather than reveal his true power to everyone. Callian tried to save his brother, demanding that he try to open his eyes and stay awake. Finally, Hina arrived, who was acting as the healer that day, and everyone was ordered to step aside and make way for her. At that time, Celicia was already behind bars in the royal dungeon. Later, Callian decided to visit the ill-fated queen. For some reason, Celestia herself had asked to meet with him. A question had been spinning around in her head for a long time, but she couldn't bring herself to ask the prince. But before asking her question, she asked Callian to be honest with each other, at least once. Then she tried to find out what he had been hiding from her all this time. Callian just looked at her questioningly, as if he didn't understand what she was talking about. He told her that everyone has secrets that cannot be told to anyone. Celestia was glad because she was partly right, but Callian, in turn, asked her to answer his question. Callian asked about Celestia's involvement in the death of Queen Aisha. Before answering his question, she seemed to think for a moment. Then a sly smile spread across her face, knowing that she could never forget the first life she had taken with the poison she regularly used. Then he said that their meeting was over, and left immediately. As he was leaving, he heard Celestia say that she had been honest with him, as they had agreed. He paused for a moment to listen to her continue. Then she asked Callian if he had been honest with her, because it didn't seem that way to her. Callian thought that Celestia's first question would be about her son's well-being after the injuries she had inflicted on him, but Celestia considered him nothing more than an obstacle that had stood in her way until the very end. She tried to explain to the prince that all her efforts had always been for his well-being, but Blanche always made the most foolish choices. She told Callian that her son never helped her with anything, and that he only caused problems, and she blamed him for her imprisonment. Callian replied that in times of danger, people usually run to those they want to protect. Then Callian tried to explain to her that it was obvious she had never trained because her blow was very slow. The blow could have been avoided simply by stepping aside, and even before they met, Elon had made a magic shield for Callian, and Blanche knew about it. Knowing all these circumstances, Blanche still stood up for him. Finally, she realized that at that moment, her son was not defending the prince at all, but her. She understood this, but she did not understand why Blanche would do such a thing. Then he told her that if Celestia had turned back even once, she would not now be wondering about the reasons for his behavior. Then she remembered her son's earlier words about her minding her own business. Queen Celestia laughed as she remembered those moments with her son. She remembered how Blanche had said that he didn't recognize her at all, and that, in his opinion, she was incapable of change. Hysterical laughter overwhelmed her as she remembered this. But Celestia was incorrigible, believing that she had no reason to apologize, and that she did not regret anything she had ever done. Callian was not surprised by Celestia's behavior at that moment, and therefore did not react in any way. The nobles who had been loyal to the House of Bryson turned away from her by agreement, which had been made during the hunt, and her misdeeds became known to everyone. But no one knows who spread this information. After the sentence was pronounced, Celestia was deprived of her life in the most painful way, and no one laid renicites on the stone slabs. On that day, no one floated red flowers down the river to bid farewell to her soul. For a week now, the greenhouse has been dismantled, but the work cannot be completed, which is a clear indication of the extravagance of the former queen. Everyone who was connected to Celestia is now being punished, and although this was the hottest topic of discussion, everyone was nevertheless very cautious. Prince Callian, the youngest swordmaster in history at only 15 years old, was also discussed. People also discussed his mastery of magic and dreamed of seeing him in action, never ceasing to be amazed. But this was impossible, as Prince Callian had not left the chambers of his brother Blanche, who had not regained consciousness, and this was what everyone who did not know the truth believed. In reality, Prince Blanche had already regained consciousness and was feeling better. Callian had indeed been in Blanche's room the whole time, and was currently annoying him with his mouth full of fruit. Callian was still thinking about how to explain his sword skills to anyone who asked, so as not to arouse suspicion. Callian asked his brother to ignore him, threw the banana peel into the pile, and advised his brother to get some rest. But Blanche wasn't as cheerful as Callian, so he told his brother to take his bananas and go to his room. Callian joked about Blanche's hospitality and reminded him that he was only there because Blanche had caused the mess himself. Blanche was still very annoyed that his brother had been in his room for so long. But Blanche also told Callian that it was his own fault for showing everyone his aura that day. But Callian couldn't leave without coming up with an excuse. After some time, Callian finally left Blanche's chambers and was greeted by his mentor, Elon Manasil. Callian was happy to see his teacher, and jokingly told him that Planche had kicked him out of his room with a look of utter contempt. But Callian considered it a success that he had managed to stay in his room for 4 whole days. But Elon Manisil jokingly considered these days a wonderful opportunity for relatives to bond. Elon assumed that Callian intended to stay with Planche for another week, and the prince agreed with him, since that had been the original plan. No sooner had they stepped into the corridor of the royal palace than the first maids who met him began discussing his aura and sword skills. Ellen suspected that the reason Callian had left the room was not Planche, but his intention to stop hiding. Manisil suggested that Callian must already have a plan or a suitable excuse for the situation. Callian told his teacher that he was a terrible liar, and that there was a person who could never be allowed to find out who he really was. That person was King Romain Rurun Kairos, Callian's father, and so Callian modestly peeked into his father's office, while Elon stood behind him, intending to go inside with his student. Ellen told the king that Callian had been blessed by Tsiphanian and had taken up the sword after sparring with Sir Slyman. Callian, in turn, decided to show his father what Prince Elon Manisil's teacher had told him. It was certainly a surprise for the king to see the abilities of his third son with his own eyes. Then Callian showed his father a trick he could perform using his mana and aura simultaneously. At that moment, the king understood Elon and Callian's concern on that ill-fated day, and the possible danger that could have befallen the king. Then the king turned to Elon, realizing that he had known about everything from the beginning. Callian apologized to his father for not telling him about it earlier, although he certainly should have done so long ago. The king replied that his son had done everything right, because his presence in the palace was not entirely safe, and therefore he had his reasons. The king understood why people had questions and advised Callian to reveal his abilities at the second opening ceremony of Vulcan. The king was slightly annoyed because, in his opinion, Elon had not given him any hint that he was aware of what was going on. Callian added that, given Elon's subtle hints, he would hardly have been able to guess anything. Jokingly, Elon suggested that his prince had just switched sides to his father, but Callian assured him that he was completely impartial in this matter, and thought and acted only using his own opinion, mind, and observation. The king watched the friendly argument between Elon and his son with a smile, but at the same time, he thought about Callian's remarks, for Evan Bryson would now certainly begin to watch Callian's actions more closely. Randell's son would not remain unobserved either, for it had become clear that day that Randell regarded his brother only as a rival. Elon and Callian noticed that the king had been distracted and lost in his thoughts the whole time, but the king quickly returned to their company, finishing his thoughts about what would happen if Randall ended up on the throne. He thought that there was no point in speculating, because time would surely reveal whether Callian's strength was sufficient to move forward. A week later, a second ceremony was held to mark the opening of the Vulcan Magic Squad, and then the king announced that a 6th Master Swordsman had appeared on the continent. At that time, the Bryson family home closed its doors to all outsiders trying to hide. In this house, Evan's training continued, and his servant asked him not to exhaust himself, as much time had passed and his body might not be able to withstand it. Marquis Evan Bryson was extremely annoyed that he had not been able to see Prince Callian's aura earlier, and so, after some time, winter descended upon the country of Kairos. While out for a walk, Hina's cat met a man who also happened to be nearby. The cat met the middle prince Planche, who had also gone out for a walk. At that moment, Planche thought of his mother, because the scent of her favorite flowers was no longer in the air, and warm spring would soon announce its arrival. In the spring, everyone celebrated King Romain's birthday again. The king thanked everyone for their congratulations and wishes, and he seemed happy at that moment. And then King Romain compared this spring to the beginning of something new. The prince stood apart from the king's company, but then a man approached him and also mentioned new beginning. Callian immediately recognized the face of the uninvited guest. The prince looked at him and could not believe his eyes, as if it were inexplicable, for standing before him was the brother of the real Baron Secreta, Chase.